How the military invades our everyday lives. Nick Terse. For Tam. Contents. Introduction, A Day in the Life 1. I Kicking It Old School 1. The Iron Triangle 23-2. The Military Academic Complex 32-3. The Military Petroleum Complex 44. Global Landlord 48. To Today's Corporate Bedfellows 5. Starbucks goes to Gitmo, iPods in Iraq 61-6. These boots are made for killing 67-7. A sneak peek at the Military Telecom Complex 71-8. The Military Donut Complex 75. Ill. The High Life 9. How the Waste was 183-10. La Dolce Vita War on Terror 88. For That's Entertainment 11. 6 billion movies and no separation 103-12. A Virtual World of War 113-13. Pimp My Pentagon 141. X Contents. V Goes Recruiting. 14 An Army of 151. 15 The Militarization of MySpace 166. 16 The Dirty Dozen 171. 6 The Mad World of the Military. 17 The Pentagon Goes Golfing 187. 18 Patriotic Pork 192. 19 Stars and Hype 197. 20 The Military Corporate Conference Complex 205. 7 Weaponizing the Future. 21 Living Weapons Labs 213. 22 The Wild Weapons of DARPA 218. 23 Captain DARP America 229. 24 Baghdad, 2025 237. 8 Complex Conclusions. 25 The Homeland Security State 255. Bibliographic Essay 273. Acknowledgements 277. Index 279. The Complex. Introduction, and Any in the Life. Rick is a mid-level manager in a financial services company in New York City. Each day he commutes from Weehawken, New Jersey, a suburb only a stone's throw from the Big Apple, where he lives with his wife, Donna, and his teenage son, Stephen. A late baby boomer, Rick just missed the Vietnam-era's anti-war protests, but he's been against the war in Iraq from the beginning. He thinks the Pentagon is out of control and considers the military-industrial complex a danger to the country. If you asked him, it's a subject on which he would rate himself as knowledgeable. He puts effort into educating himself on such matters. He reads liberal websites, subscribes to progressive-minded magazines, and is a devotee of Jon Stewart's Daily Show. In fact, he has no idea just how deep the Pentagon rabbit hole goes or how far down it his family already is. Rick believes that, despite its long reach, the military-industrial complex is a discrete entity far removed from his everyday life. Now, if this were 1961, when outgoing President Dwight D. Eisenhower warned the country about the unwarranted influence of the military-industrial complex and the large arms industry already firmly entrenched in the United States, Rick might be right. After all, he doesn't work for one of the Pentagon's corporate partners, like arms maker Lockheed Martin. He isn't in the Army Reserve. He's never 2. Attended a performance of the Marine Corps Band. But today's geared-up, high-tech complex is nothing like the olive-drab outfit of Eisenhower's day. It reaches deeper into American lives and the American psyche than Eisenhower could ever have imagined. The truth is that, at every turn, in countless, not-so-visible ways Rick's life is wrapped up with the military. So wake up with Rick and sample a single autumn morning as the alarm on his Sony clock interrupts his final dream of the night. Donna is already up and dressed in fitness apparel by Danskin and Haynes her way. Committed to a healthy lifestyle, she's wearing sneakers from New Balance and briskly jogging on a treadmill made by True Fitness technology. Rick drags himself to the bathroom. There, he squeezes the Charmin, brushes with Crest toothpaste, washes his face with Noxema, then, hopping into the shower, lathers up with Zest and chooses Donna's herbal essences over head and shoulders. What the hell, he mutters, I deserve an organic experience. In go his Bosch and Lom contact lenses and down goes a Zantac for his ulcer. Heading back to the bedroom, he finds Donna finished with her workout and making the bed with the TV news on and lends her a hand. They exchange grim glances as, on their Samsung set, the Today Show chronicles the latest in chaos in Iraq. Introduction 3. Thank God we never supported this war, Rick says, thinking of the anti-war rally Donna and he attended even before the invasion was launched. Of course, the Pentagon has long poured U.S. tax dollars into private coffers to arm and outfit the military and enable it to function. At the time of Eisenhower's farewell address, New York Times reporter Jack Raymond noted that the Pentagon was spending $23 billion a year for services and procurement of guns, missiles, airplanes, electronic devices, vehicles, tanks, ammunition, clothing, and other military goods. Today, that would equal around $200 billion. In 2007, the Department of Defense's stated budget was $439 billion. Counting the costs of its wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the number jumps to over $600 billion. Factoring in all the many related activities carried out by other agencies, actual U.S. national security spending is nearly $1 trillion per year. Back in Eisenhower's day, arms dealers and megacorporations, such as Lockheed and General Motors, held sway over the corporate side of the military-industrial complex. Companies like these still play an extremely powerful role today, but they are dwarfed by the sheer number of contractors that stretch from coast to coast and across the globe. Looking at the situation almost 10 years after Eisenhower's farewell speech, Sidney Lentz, a journalist and expert on U.S. militarism, noted that there were 22,000 prime contractors doing business with the U.S. Department of Defense in 1970. Today, the number of prime contractors tops 47,000, with subcontractors reaching well over the 100,000 mark, making for one massive conglomerate touching nearly every sector of society, from top computer manufacturer Dell to oil giant ExxonMobil to packaged shipping titan FedEx. In fact, the Pentagon payroll is a veritable 4. Who's who of the top companies in the world: IBM, Time Warner, Ford and General Motors, Microsoft, NBC and its parent company, General Electric, Hilton and Marriott, Columbia TriStar Films and its parent company, Sony, Pfizer, Sara Lee, Procter & Gamble, M&M Mars and Hershey, Nestle, ESPN and its parent company, Walt Disney, Bank of America, Johnson & Johnson, among many other big-name firms. But the difference between now and then isn't only in scale. As this list suggests, Pentagon spending is reaching into areas of American life previously neglected: entertainment, popular consumer brands, sports. This penetration translates into a remarkable variety of forms of interaction with the public. Rick and Donna's home is full of the fruits of this incursion. As they putter around in their kitchen, getting ready for the day ahead, they move from the wall cabinets to the refrigerator, choosing their breakfast from a cavalcade of products made by Pentagon contractors. These companies that, quite literally, feed the Pentagon's war machine, are the same firms that fill the shelves of America's kitchens. Like everything else about the military, food has undergone radical changes in recent years. The Navy deep-sixed its dairy back in the late 1990s. And huge piles of potatoes peeled by privates on KP duty, a joke of old war films, largely went out when the kitchen patrol was privatized and became big business for firms like the French food services company Sodexo, Agility Logistics, a Kuwait-based company formerly named Public Warehousing, which is the U.S. Army's principal food supplier for the Iraq War Zone, and KBR, whose employees and subcontractors do everything from cooking the meals to washing the dishes for the U.S. military. In Iraq today, just about every supermarket staple has ties to the Pentagon. Introduction. 5. The same holds for many household appliances. In Rick and Donna's dining room, a small room robotic vacuum cleaner buzzes around the floor. Rick thought it would be cute to have the little mechanical device trolling around the house, making their hectic lives just a tad easier. Little did he know that Roomba's manufacturer, iRobot, takes in U.S. tax dollars and turns them into PackBots, tactical robots used by U.S. troops occupying Iraq and Afghanistan, and, beginning in 2008, Warrior X-700S to 50-pound semi-autonomous robots armed with heavy weapons such as machine guns. In addition to selling millions of Roombas to civilian consumers, the company uses government tax dollars to make money on the civilian side of its business. According to the company's December 2006 annual report, government funding allows iRobot to accelerate the development of multiple technologies. Yet iRobot retains ownership of patents and know-how and generally free to develop other commercial products, including consumer and industrial products, utilizing the technologies developed during these projects. It's a very sweet deal. And iRobot is hardly alone. Sitting on the dining room table is Rick's HP notebook computer. HP is another company that has grown its civilian know-how with generous military contracts, like the multi-year, multi-million-dollar deal it signed in 2005 with DARPA to develop technologies to improve the performance of mission-critical computer networks used during combat and other vital operations. A spokesman for the company noted, "Our work for DARPA is aimed at significantly improving the performance of the Internet. If we can successfully create new approaches to the way Internet traffic is detected and routed, we may start seeing the Internet used as the de facto communications and information." Introduction. 9. Network in areas where it previously would have been thought too risky. Success would certainly translate into more lucrative civilian work, as well. Meanwhile, Rick and Donna's son, Steven, is still upstairs, having a hard time tearing himself away from his computer game. His room is a veritable showcase of the new entertainment sports high-tech pop culture dimension of the 21st century complex. There are NASCAR posters, National Football League jerseys and baseball caps, X-Men comic books, and a wastebasket filled with empty Mountain Dew bottles. During Ike's time, when firms like Ford and AT&T were the big military suppliers, the payroll showed an utter lack of cool companies. Now, the Pentagon is reaching into virgin territory in new ways with new partners. Today, hip firms like Apple, Google, and Starbucks are also on contractors' lists. And while Ike's complex was typified by brass bands and patriotic parades, today's variant is a flashy digitized world of video games, extreme sports, and everything cool that appeals to potential young recruits. Steven finally shuts down Tropico, Paradise Island, a nation-building simulation video game where the player, as El Presidente, attempts to lure tourists to his/her fun in the sun resort. Neither father nor son is remotely aware that the software maker, Breakaway Games, does taxpayer-funded work for such military clients as DARPA, the Joint Forces Command, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and the United States Air Force, as well as having developed 24 Blue, a simulator used to improve aircraft carrier-based operations. They are blissfully unaware of even the 10. Existence of Breakaway's Pentagon-funded video game that could conceivably lead to more effective bombing of targets abroad. Steven grabs his iPod MP3 player and heads downstairs to leave with his father. Heading for the door, Rick goes to his bookshelf and scans a selection of progressive texts whose publishers just happen to be contractors, including a reissue of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, Bushwhacked, Life in George W. Bush's America by Lou Dubose and Molly Ivins, and Jon Stewart's America, before choosing the Hugo Chavez-approved Hegemony or Survival by Noam Chomsky. As the last one out, Donna sets the ADT alarm system. Rick and Steven hop into the Saturn parked in the driveway. Rick is proud of his car choice. After all, Saturn has such a people-friendly vibe. Admittedly, he is aware that General Motors owns not only the Saturn but the Hummer brand, the civilian version of the U.S. military's Humvee, but he believes that in this world, you can't be squeaky clean perfect. But Hummer isn't the half of it. How could Rick have known that in 1999, GM formally entered the Army's Combat Vehicle Development Program? Or that GM actually had its own military division, General Motors Defense, when his Saturn was made? Nor could Rick have known that GM Defense formed a joint venture with defense giant General Dynamics to create the GM GDLS Defense Group, or that GM took in $87 million from the Pentagon in 2006. Or that, in 2007, GM entered into a 50-year lease agreement to build a $100 million test track on the U.S. Army's Yuma Proving Grounds. Or that the maker of his Saturn's tires, Goodyear, was America's 69th largest defense contractor in 2004, with contracts worth nearly $357 million. Introduction 11. Rick might be an aging baby boomer, but he still tries to look cool. As he pulls the Saturn out of the driveway, he dons a pair of Oakley sunglasses. Oakley supplies goggles and boots to U.S. troops. And while the military purchased goggles from firms such as the American Optical Company during the 1940s, it's unlikely that anyone ever called that company's designs badass, as Powder, a skiing magazine that runs Army recruitment ads on its website, called one of Oakley's products. Driving along, Rick glances over at his son. "Are those the Wolverine boots we just got you?" "Yeah, Dad," answers Steven, looking down at his now ratty footwear. Rick's already thinking about the next pair he'll need to buy his son, not about the 5-year, multimillion-dollar contract the company signed in 2003 to supply the Army with an upgraded infantry combat boot, or the other deals, worth tens of millions of dollars, that Wolverine signed with the Pentagon in 2004, 2006, and 2007. As they drive to his school, Steven perks up. "That's it, Dad," he says, pointing at a Ford Escape that just pulled into the high school parking lot. "What'd they say, Dad?" "Next year, when I get my license." Rick remembers hearing on the radio that Ford makes an Escape hybrid electric vehicle. "You know what, son? I think maybe we just might look into it." He experiences a little burst of satisfaction. Not only can he feel like a good dad, but as a bonus he can even help the environment. Overjoyed, Steven shoots his father a big smile as he opens the car door. "All right. Well, I'll see you tonight, Dad." "Do you have your cell phone?" Rick asks. Steven whips a Motorola from his pocket. With Steven at school, Rick heads for work. He gives the local Exxon station a pass and instead pulls into Shell, which likes to portray itself as a kinder, greener oil giant. As he signs the receipt of his Bank of America credit card, Rick has no way of knowing that Shell's parent company, NV. Koninklijke Nederlandse, was the 31st largest defense contractor in 2006, reaping over $1.15 billion in contracts. Rick's route to work doesn't pass an Army barracks, an Air Force base, Halliburton's offices, or a single factory of a defense giant like Boeing or General Dynamics. Nevertheless, he manages to zip by a veritable who's who of defense contractors or their subsidiaries, even if they look like the staple businesses of Anytown, USA. They include an AMF bowling alley, a Walmart, an Office Max office supply store, an Ace hardware store, a Comp USA computer store, a Hilton hotel, an Avis rent-a-car, a Staples office supply store, a Home Depot, and a BP gas station. Entering the Holland Tunnel on his way to Manhattan, Rick realizes that, with Steven driving next year, he can start taking mass transit to work. The PATH train into the city, recently restored under the watchful eye of Bechtel, the 15th largest defense contractor of 2004 and the recipient of more than $1.7 billion in DOT contracts that year, will, he believes, lessen his footprint on the planet. Keep in mind, Rick is now only a couple of hours into his long day. In fact, no part of the hours to come will be lacking in. Introduction 13. Products produced by Pentagon contractors, from the framed photographs of Donna and Steven on his desk to the beer he drinks with lunch to most of the products around his office, including 3M Post-it notes, Microsoft Windows software, Lexmark printers, Canon photocopiers, AT&T telephones, Maxwell House coffee from Altria, Kidde fire extinguishers, Xerox fax machines, IBM servers, paper from International Paper, Duracell batteries from Procter & Gamble, an LG Electronics refrigerator, and paper towels by Markle Paper Mills. Later in the day, Rick drops in to see the head of the company's IT department and, gazing around the room, notices the name on some software: Oracle, the world's largest enterprise software company. Even if he knew that Oracle received over $93 million from the DOT in 2005, what would remain invisible is the way many corporations that supply the military additionally belong to a tight-knit, mutually reinforcing clan of contractors. For example, not only do 7 of the top 10 aerospace and defense companies run Oracle applications, including top arms dealers Boeing and General Dynamics, but so do other tech industry heavy hitters such as IBM. Additionally, the company has partnered with Microsoft and Sun Microsystems, whose high productivity computing project is partially funded by a $50 million award from DARPA. Additionally, Oracle's client General Dynamics also counts among its strategic partners Alcatel Worldwide, Quest, and Cisco Systems, all of them inextricably bound up in a complex. In 2004, Quest, a leading provider of voice, video, and data services to more than 25 million customers, inked a 5-year deal to be the exclusive provider of data and voice communications to the White Sands Missile Range. Dizzy yet? It gets worse. Cisco Systems, a worldwide leader in networking for the Internet, has strategic alliances with DOT contractors, such as Microsoft, IBM, and Intel, and signed a deal in 2004 with that year's number 2 Pentagon contractor Boeing. 14. To enhance the defense giant's voice and data networks. But this is just business as usual in the incestuous tangle of Pentagon contractors. After a long day at the office, Rick heads home ready to catch NBC Nightly News and later Law and Order. Or maybe he'll tune into CBS and watch NCIS, the action drama starring Mark Harmon that has received assistance from the U.S. military. Or, since the whole family will be home, they might even play Scrabble. While it's decidedly low-tech and far from cool, even Scrabble has ties to the Pentagon. The game's maker, Hasbro, has had a long relationship with the military, and whenever they need specs for an action figure's uniform or some other insider info, they just pick up the phone or send an email, as they did to the Army Soldier Systems Center, 2 days after the Iraq War began, in order to get the latest intel on military gear. Rick is, of course, a fiction, but the rest of us aren't, and neither is the existence of the real Matrix. In 1957, the prescient scholar C. Wright Mills pointed to World War II as the moment when the merger of the corporate economy and the military bureaucracy came into its present-day significance. Mills's identification of an economic-military alliance reaching into the halls of politics, science, and technology, and higher education presaged Eisenhower's 1961 address warning about the growth of a full-blown American military-industrial complex. In that capstone speech to the nation, the departing commander-in-chief explained to the American public that the United States had created a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions and that the perils of this new conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry were dire. Warning against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial. Introduction 15. He insisted that only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together. By the time of Eisenhower's farewell address, the military-industrial complex was already well entrenched in American life and the public was not up to the task of checking, let alone reversing, its power, especially in the Cold War world. Today, it's nearly impossible to imagine the public even considering the task, no less imagining what it would require. After all, even Ike never imagined the emergence of a complex of such epic proportions that it would someday almost entirely envelop American culture. However, the military-industrial complex was never truly confined to the armaments industry, as Mills and others made perfectly clear. As early as the 1960s, some scholars began to write about a military-industrial academic complex or a golden triangle of military agencies, the high-technology industry, and research universities. Others focused on the iron triangle of military contractors, the Pentagon, and Congress. Still others have proposed such self-explanatory formulations as the Military-Industrial Media Entertainment Network, Military-Industrial Entertainment Complex, Military-Industrial Think Tank Complex, or even the Metropolitan Military Complex. In recent years, commentators have added whole new associated subcomplexes like the Security-Industrial Complex, the Homeland Security Complex, the Cybersecurity Industrial Complex, the Surveillance Industrial Complex, as well as allied entities like the Prison Industrial Complex, the Disaster Capitalism Complex, and various other adjuncts to and derivations from Eisenhower's now famous formulation. None of these, however, completely describes, let alone captures, the full breadth of the complex as it exists today. Identifying the precise parameters of the complex has proven as difficult as precisely naming it. In Imperial Delusions, Carl Boggs, an expert on U.S. militarism, locates America's new militarism at the intersection of globalization and the entrenchment of U.S. economic, political, and military power, a matrix well beyond the 16. Question of who specifically is involved in elite decision-making. Although the word slips by almost unnoticed, Boggs's reference to a matrix is right on the money. In the 1999 sci-fi movie classic of the same name, the Matrix is an artificial reality created by sentient machines. Humans, who are grown as energy sources and wired into the Matrix using cybernetic implants, are kept in a coma-like state, ignorant of the very existence of the artificial reality that they live in. In explaining the situation to Neo, the movie's protagonist, Morpheus, a leader of a group of unplugged free humans who wage a guerrilla struggle against the machines, reveals: the Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. At one point in his farewell speech, Eisenhower even presaged this point, suggesting, the total influence economic, political, even spiritual is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. But only Hollywood has managed to capture the essence of today's omnipresent, all-encompassing, cleverly hidden system of systems that invades all our lives, This new military industrial technological entertainment academic scientific media intelligence homeland security surveillance national security corporate complex asterisk that has truly taken hold of America. The complex is connected to everything you would expect, from the top arms manufacturers to big oil corporations as well. Asterisk obviously, this name is too unwieldy for general use. Therefore, this vast system of systems will throughout this book be referred to as the complex, the military corporate complex, or the real matrix. Introduction 17. As numerous government agencies connected to the U.S. Department of Defense and allied entities such as the Central Intelligence Agency and the Department of Homeland Security. But it is also connected to the entertainment industry and the world's largest media conglomerates. It is in league with the nation's largest food suppliers and beverage companies. It supports the most prestigious universities in America and is tied to the leading automakers. This symbiotic relationship is not limited to megacorporations. Thousands and thousands of small-town niche contractors have their hands out as well. In 2004, such lesser lights included Kenny's Liquor of Parkston, South Dakota, and Chic AD's Cajun Chicken and Catfish Restaurant in Winsboro, Louisiana. In 2005, some of the less than likely small fry on the growing list were the Maxfield Candy Company of Salt Lake City, Utah, the High Sierra Toilet Company of New Braunfels, Texas, the U.S. Toy Company of Grandview, Missouri, Butt Construction Company of Springfield, Ohio, Corky's Barbecue of Memphis, Tennessee, and Skip's Sports Equipment of Virginia Beach. In 2006, the Pentagon payroll also included the New Pig Corporation of North Little Rock, Arkansas, the Spangler Candy Company of Bryan, Ohio, Safari Country Paintball of Loudon, Oklahoma, the Colorado Box Beef Company of Auburndale, Florida, Gilbert Sag Incorporated of Forest, Mississippi, and the One-Way Christian Bookstore of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Most striking in this new age of corporate military entertainment meldings are those byproducts of the complex's effort to project a cool, hip image, including military-crafted simulators that have become commercial video games, NASCAR events that feature race cars sponsored by branches of the armed forces, slick recruiting campaigns that use the hottest social networking technology to capture the attention of teens, and involvement with civilian outfits popular with the young, like Starbucks, Oakley, Disney, and Coca-Cola. Just like the fictional Matrix, the complex is nearly everywhere and involved in almost everything, and very few people are plugged into it in some way, shape, or form. Above. 18. All, as in the movie, most people are hardly aware that this real matrix even exists. Today's military corporate complex is nothing if not sophisticated. It uses all the tools of the modern corporation, publicity departments, slick advertising campaigns, and public relations efforts to build up the armed forces, which are, of course, its raison d'etre. With an all-volunteer military embroiled in two disastrous wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the armed forces have had to ramp up advertising, marketing, and product placement efforts to attract ever more reluctant new recruits. At the same time, those not won over to actual military service are called upon, whatever their feelings about specific wars, to serve in other ways, through their tax dollars, most obviously, but also by working for corporations that fuel the military and are fueled by it, as well, of course, as by ensuring the economic well-being of these firms through their purchases. The high level of military-civilian interpenetration in a heavily consumer-driven society means that almost every American is, at least passively, supporting the complex every time he or she shops for groceries, sends a package, drives a car, or watches TV, let alone eats barbecue in Memphis or buys Christian books in Hattiesburg. And what choice do you have? What other brand of computer would you buy? Or cereal? Or boots? In the Matrix, Neo looks at the Matrix's signature code cascading down a computer monitor and asks Cypher, a human who eventually betrays the guerrilla band, if it always must be viewed encoded? Cypher replies, well, you have to. There's way too much information to decode the matrix. You get used to it. I don't even see the code. This book is intended to decode at least some parts of the real matrix and make them visible. Think of this book as the equivalent of the Matrix's red pill, a primer to introduce you to the new world of the military corporate complex. Your world. Part I. Kicking at School. Before we embark on an exploration of the complex's assortment of unlikely defense contractors and strange sectors of interest, it's important to have a picture of the workings of the old, Eisenhower-style military-industrial complex, which has only strengthened since Ike's famous address. So let's take a moment to explore the interplay of arms manufacturers, the Pentagon, and the U.S. Congress, the Iron Triangle, as scholars have long called it. From there, we'll consider one of the Pentagon's traditional stomping grounds, its OL alma mater, the campuses of America's colleges and universities. Then it's on to the military petroleum complex, which demonstrates that while anti-war activists may chant no blood for oil, the Pentagon's mantra might well be more oil for blood. Finally, we'll take a spin through the military's many bases and even all military resorts to get a sense of just how much of this planet the Pentagon has really put its footprint on. 1. The Iron Triangle. Before the complex of today came into existence, there were the immensely powerful arms manufacturers of Eisenhower's military-industrial complex. They haven't exactly gone away. During Eisenhower's last term in office, from 1957 to 1961, the top 5 military contractors were General Dynamics, Boeing, Lockheed, General Electric, and North American Aviation. These days, General Electric has slipped slightly, and what's left of North American Aviation, sold and resold over the years, now exists as part of United Technologies. But even with massive consolidation, a 2003 Pentagon report found that the 50 largest defense contractors of the early 1980s have become today's top 5 contractors. The leading players remain largely the same. In 2002, the massive defense contractors Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman ranked 1, 2, and 3 among the Pentagon's defense contractors, taking in $17 billion, $16.6 billion, and $8.7 billion, respectively. Lockheed, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman did it again in 2003, 2004, 2005, and 2006. General Dynamics ranked 4th in 4 of the 5 years and never lower than 5th. 24. For decades, these military-industrial powerhouses have produced some of the most sophisticated and deadly weaponry in the U.S. arsenal, from the U-2 spy plane and Javelin missile to the B-52 Stratofortress heavy bombers that pounded Indochina to the famed B-2 stealth bomber. Over the years, they have also grown in power and influence, often bending Congress and presidential administrations to their lobbying will and, in some cases, dwarfing the financial clout of various arms of the government itself. For example, from 2000 to 2006, Lockheed Martin received $135.4 billion from the Pentagon in addition to contracts with the Departments of Homeland Security, Justice, and Commerce, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, among others. In 2005, the Bethesda, Maryland-based company's $25 billion in federal contracts exceeded the total combined budgets of the Departments of Commerce and the Interior, the Small Business Administration, and the U.S. Congress. Peter Singer, an expert on military privatization, uses such examples to suggest that some defense contractors have evolved beyond any conceivable definition of a private business concern. They are not really companies, they are quasi-agencies, he told the New York Times. That's certainly the case with Lockheed, whose annual sales to U.S. government agencies clocked in at 78% of the company's total business in 2003, 80% in 2004, and 85% in 2005. In 2006, there was a slight dip to 84%, but that didn't count 13% of sales to foreign governments, including foreign military sales funded, in whole or in part, by the US government. But it isn't only percentages of sales that link companies like Lockheed so closely to the Pentagon. It's also their long history of aiding the military in various wars, interventions, incursions, and invasions. The corporate forebears of the firm, which was formed in 1995 when two defense industry stalwarts, Lockheed Corporation and Martin Marietta Corporation, merged, have been working for and with the Army and Navy since the early years of the 20th century. And the complex's revolving door, through the Iron Triangle 25, which arms manufacturers, employees, and officials routinely pass back and forth between the public and private realm, has continued to turn, creating a familiarity that has cemented the relationship, while offering generous rewards to all involved. In 2001, to take but one example, Edward C. Pete Aldrich Jr. left the defense giant Aerospace Corporation to become the Undersecretary of Defense in Donald Rumsfeld's Pentagon. Only months into his tenure, Aldrich chose Lockheed Martin to build the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. In an interview with Ron and Sana on CNBC, he announced, "It is the largest acquisition program in the history of the Department of Defense. We're expecting it to be in excess of $200 billion over the period of the program." Only minutes later, Aldrich spoke to CNN's Lou Dobbs, who asked, "How soon will the money start moving from the federal government to Lockheed Martin?" Aldrich replied, "I think Lockheed Martin would like to see some right away. As soon as the work starts, they can start billing the government for the work that they are producing. And so I would expect it's a matter of a few months away. But very soon. Lockheed would, indeed, soon be getting paid." By 2006, the estimated cost of the project had already jumped from $200 billion to $276 billion. In early 2003, despite having previously criticized the program as too expensive, Aldrich approved a $3 billion contract for Lockheed's controversial F-22 Raptor fighter jet. Then, in March, he announced his retirement, saying, "Now it is time, for personal reasons, to move on to a more relaxed period of my career. I will continue to support the national security interests of this country, albeit in a less direct way." Within months, Aldrich had been elected to Lockheed Martin's board of directors, complete with six-figure compensation and company stock, while a former Lockheed man and Air Force veteran, Michael W. Wynn, took over his post. 26. By 2007, Aldrich was still on the board and held 5,041 units of the corporation's common stock. The deals he made with Lockheed seem to have paid off handsomely. When Aldrich joined the Pentagon in May 2001, Lockheed's stock was trading at about $36.62 per share. In 2003, about the time he was elected to Lockheed's board, it was at $47.52, and by late October 2007 it was trading at $108.61. Aldrich's move to Lockheed raised some eyebrows, but it's not clear why, given his long history of using the revolving door. In the 1960s, he had held various posts with Douglas Aircraft Company's Missile and Space Division. In 1967, the year Douglas merged with McDonnell Aircraft, he joined the staff of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Systems Analysis and stayed in the post until 1972. He then became a senior manager with LTV Aerospace Corporation before heading back to the government, from 1974 to 1976, to serve as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategic Programs. Dizzyingly enough, in 1977, he was back in the private sector as Vice President of the National Policy and Strategic Systems Group for the System Planning Corporation, a major defense contractor. In 1981, Aldrich spun back the other way to become Undersecretary of the Air Force, a position he held until 1986. In 1986, he became the Secretary of the Air Force and held the post until December 1988, when he became the president of defense giant McDonnell Douglas's Electronic Systems Company, the post he held until leaving to join the Aerospace Corporation in 1992. Aldrich's revolving door escapades were far from unique. In 2004, the Project on Government Oversight, an independent nonprofit group that investigates and exposes corruption, reported that, between January 1997 and May 2004, at least 224 senior government officials had taken top positions with the 20 largest military contractors. Lockheed headed the list with 35 lobbyists, 16 executives, and 6 directors or board members, a total of 57 former senior government officials who had the Iron Triangle 27 crossed over to the other side. In 2007, for example, in addition to Aldrich, the Lockheed board boasted General Joseph W. Ralston, who had served as vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff from 1996 to 2000, James O. Ellis Jr., a Navy veteran who had retired from his post as an admiral and commander, U.S. Strategic Command, in July 2004, Admiral James Loy, a former commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard who retired in 2005, after serving as the first Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, Eugene F. Murphy, a Marine Corps veteran and former attorney with the Central Intelligence Agency, and Robert J. Stevens, the chairman, president, and chief executive officer of Lockheed Martin, who had served in the U.S. Marine Corps and is a graduate of the Department of Defense Systems Management College Program Management course. Under President George W. Bush and his first Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, the Pentagon was especially well connected to Lockheed. As the author and playwright Richard Cummings noted in Playboy P. Owley Moore, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Legislative Affairs, had, from 1983 to 1998, been a consultant and vice president for legislative affairs for Lockheed. Secretary of the Navy and later Deputy Secretary of Defense Gordon England had also worked for Lockheed, as had Peter B. Teets, who became the Undersecretary of the Air Force and Director of the National Reconnaissance Office, while Albert Smith, Lockheed's Executive Vice President for Integrated Systems and Solutions, was appointed to the Defense Science Board. And the connections didn't end with the Pentagon. Joe Albaugh, who moved from being the Bush-Cheney ticket's national campaign manager to the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, was a Lockheed lobbyist. Transportation Secretary Norman Y. Mineta, the lone Democrat in Bush's cabinet, had been a Lockheed vice president. Vice President Dick Cheney's son-in-law, Philip J. Perry, was a registered Lockheed lobbyist, and Cheney's wife, Lynn, had served, until 2001, on Lockheed Martin's board of directors. Of course, any discussion of the classic military-industrial complex would be incomplete without the third side of the iron. 28. Triangle, the U.S. Congress. Without the Senate, revolving door warriors like Aldrich would never get approved for their Pentagon slots, nor would their pet defense programs from past or future defense contractor employers be funded. It's America's legislative representatives who pump up the pork in Washington in order to bring home the bacon for their districts. Take Aldrich's baby, the F-22, a fighter designed to counter advanced Soviet aircraft that were never built. Beset by decades of huge cost overruns and embarrassing episodes as well as numerous delays and setbacks, the fighter without a foe seemed to be a prime candidate for the chopping block. With real-world costs of each of the 183 planes in the program topping out at $350 million, and even powerful Republicans on the Senate Armed Services Committee, including Arizona Senator John McCain and the committee's chairman, Virginia Senator John W. Warner, lined up against the Lockheed lobby, it looked like the F-22 might be done for in 2006. The powerful F-22 lobby, a combination of the Air Force, Lockheed Martin, which makes the fighter jet, and their allies in Congress, however, were too strong to defeat. As a result, McCain and Warner then attempted to beat back the drive for a multi-year contract for the F-22, which would allow budget cutters a shot at scrapping the program the next year. Prior to the vote, however, Lockheed engaged in a full-scale lobbying effort capped off by an email campaign asking senators to vote yes on the proposed Chambliss amendment, which called for a multi-year deal. In short order, the foes of the F-22 went down in flames. Danielle Bryan, the executive director of the Project on Government Oversight, explained, "The F-22 lobby is an extraordinary juggernaut and they fought to the death on this one." She observed, "It is astonishing in that the lobby can take on the most powerful in Washington, including the president, and win." The Chambliss amendment was named for Saxby Chambliss, a Republican senator from Georgia whose district just happened to include an F-22 assembly plant. And Chambliss wasn't alone in the Iron Triangle 29 being locked into Lockheed. The email campaign reminded many senators where their bread was buttered. In fact, spreading the wealth is one prime way Lockheed does business. In addition to its Marietta, Georgia, plant, Lockheed produces the F-22 Raptor at facilities in Palmdale, California, Meridian, Mississippi, Fort Worth, Texas, and even at a Boeing plant in Seattle, Washington. For added insurance, Lockheed parcels out production of the parts and subsystems in truly national fashion. In all, Lockheed boasts that 1,000 suppliers in 42 states play a role in equipping the F-22. Lockheed has spread the wealth on other projects as well. In late December 2006, Lockheed divided up $376 million of work on a new Patriot missile system contract between facilities in Grand Prairie, Texas, Lufkin, Texas, Camden, Arkansas, Huntsville, Alabama, Chelmsford, Massachusetts, Clearwater, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia. In early January 2007, the corporation divvied up $28.5 million of work on the acoustic rapid commercial off-the-shelf insertion sonar system among plants in Manassas, Virginia, Portsmouth, Rhode Island, Oldsmar, Florida, Chantilly, Virginia, Syracuse, New York, Chelmsford, Massachusetts, St. Louis, Missouri, and Houston, Texas. The Chambliss Amendment was passed on the premise that a multi-year deal, which would lock the government in for bulk purchases of F-22s, would be a cost-saving mechanism even though both the Government Accountability Office and the Congressional Research Service said otherwise. Chambliss claimed to have based his assessment on an independent analysis by the Institute for Defense Analyses, a federally funded nonprofit research center that focuses on technical aspects of national security issues. However, it was later revealed by the Defense Department's Inspector General that the then head of the IDA, retired Navy Admiral Dennis C. Blair, had violated conflict of interest rules when he failed to distance himself from two reports that could have affected companies in which he had a financial interest. Blair, it turned out, sat on the boards of two of those 1,000 F-22 subcontractors, which made electronic components that were sold to other F-22 subcontractors. 30. While jobs in home districts and conflicts of interest surely played key roles in preserving the plane, the F-22 and other pork-laden weapons systems are regularly enabled by a basic practice that makes the Iron Triangle what it is, Washington-style payoffs. As Matt Taibbi noted in Rolling Stone, Chambliss Amendment passed 70-28, with wide bipartisan support. Most all of the senators who voted for the bill, including Democrats like Joel Lieberman, Chuck Schumer, and Daniel Inouye, had received generous campaign contributions from Lockheed Martin, the maker of the F-22, and from subcontractors like Pratt & Whitney. Such efforts are standard operating procedure for Lockheed, which spent more than $59 million on campaign contributions and lobbying between 2000 and 2006. And according to OpenSecrets.org, a website sponsored by the Center for Responsive Politics that analyzes filings from the Federal Election Commission, gave 59% of its money to Republicans and 41% to Democrats between 1990 and 2006. But don't feel bad for the Democrats. The columnist Derek Z. Jackson, writing in the Boston Globe in 2007, noted that among the 10 senators who received the most money in campaign contributions from defense contractors in the 2006 election cycle were the following 6: Democrats Edward M. Kennedy of Massachusetts, Hillary Clinton of New York, Christopher Dodd of Connecticut, Dianne Feinstein of California, Bill Nelson of Florida, and Democrat-turned-independent Joel Lieberman of Connecticut, who collected 60% of the $1.40 million the industry lavished among the top 10. For what did they deserve these riches? Clinton, notably, was found to have slipped 26 earmarks line items inserted into huge spending bills to direct funds to a specific project without any review into the defense budget. That was the second highest among senators. As for Kennedy, the Globe found that he slid $100 million into the 2008 defense authorization bill for a General Electric fighter engine that the Air Force said it did not need. The classic Iron Triangle: Congress, big military contractors, and the Pentagon has always formed the essential core of the military-industrial complex. These firms still reign supreme as the primary weapons-producing merchants of death. But huge arms dealers, like Lockheed Martin and Boeing, are now only a portion of the story. While they may still rake in the largest single sums of any Pentagon contractors, their total take, Lockheed's, was number 1 in 2006 with $26,619,693,002, or 9.02% of all contracts, is dwarfed by the combined totals of the rest of the DoD's contractors. These include big-name companies, small firms, and organizations you might never suspect of being on the military dole, ranging from Columbia TriStar Films and 20th Century Fox to Velda Farms, and from the National Vitamin Company of Porterville, California, to the American Meat Institute and the American Medical Association. These entities now form the bulk of the complex, turning the Iron Triangle into a collection of iron myriagons. 2. A few years after President Eisenhower pointed to the unwarranted influence of the military-industrial complex, Democratic Senator J. William Fulbright of Arkansas spoke out against the militarization of academia, warning that, in lending itself too much to the purposes of government, a university fails its higher purposes. He drew attention to the existence of what he called the military-industrial academic complex, or what historian Stuart W. Leslie has since termed the Golden Triangle of military agencies, the high-technology industry, and research universities. Defining and understanding this complex has never been simple. In actuality, the military academic complex has two distinct branches. The first is the official, out and proud, but oft ignored, melding of the military and academia. Since 1802, when Thomas Jefferson signed legislation establishing the U.S. Military Academy, the United States has been formally merging higher education and the art of warfare. The second is the increasingly militarized civilian university. War-making U. West Point, Annapolis, the Air Force Academy. The mere mention brings to mind a vision of dashing, broad-shouldered, square-jawed 33 cadets in sharp uniforms, but when it comes to military education, if you're only considering the big three service academies, even with the Merchant Marine Academy, the Coast Guard Academy, and private military schools like the Citadel thrown in for good measure, think again. As it turns out, the Pentagon has an entire system of education and training institutions of its own, including the many schools of the National Defense University System, the National War College, the Industrial College of the Armed Forces, the School for National Security Executive Education, the Joint Forces Staff College, and the Information Resources Management College, as well as the Defense Acquisition University. The Joint Military Intelligence College open only to U.S. citizens in the Armed Forces and in federal civilian service who hold top-secret/PSI clearances. The Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center, the Naval Postgraduate School, the Naval War College, Air University, the Air Force Institute of Technology, the Marine Corps University, and the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences, among others, totaling approximately 150 military educational institutions. While the service academies train tomorrow's military officers, the students enrolled in the National Defense University are selected commissioned officers, with approximately 20 years of service, and civilian officials from various agencies, including the Department of Defense. They are schooled in a curriculum that emphasizes the development and implementation of national security strategy and military strategy, mobilization, acquisition, management of resources, information, and information technology for national security, and planning for joint and combined operations. Further, NDU is dedicated to promoting understanding and teamwork among the armed forces and between those agencies of the government and industry that contribute to national security. NDU also opens spots to industry fellows from the private sector, who, according to the former NDU president and 34. Air Force Lieutenant General Michael M. Dunn, bring ideas from industry to the Defense Department. Joe College gets drafted. In 2002, NDU's budget topped out at $102.5 million. But while the formal military academic complex of service academies and institutions is a massive educational apparatus, its size, scope, and cost pale in comparison to those in the increasingly militarized civilian higher educational structure. During World War II, as historian Roger Geiger noted, educational institutions carrying out weapons development receive the largest government research and development contracts. 6 of them, in particular the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the California Institute of Technology, Harvard University, Columbia University, the University of California at Berkeley, and Johns Hopkins University received the then massive sums of more than $10 million each. Following the war, military entities like the Office of Naval Research sought to establish, strengthen, and cultivate relationships with university researchers. By the time the ONR officially received legislative authorization to begin its work in August 1946, it had already entered into contracts for 602 academic projects employing over 4,000 scientists and graduate students. Academia has never looked back. For example, at the close of World War II, MIT was the nation's largest academic defense contractor. By 1962, physicist Alvin Weinberg sarcastically remarked that it was becoming difficult to figure out if MIT was a university connected to a multitude of government research laboratories or a cluster of government research laboratories with a very good educational institution attached to it. By 1968, a year after Fulbright coined the phrase military-industrial academic complex, MIT already ranked 54th among all U.S. defense contractors. In 1969, its prime military contracts topped $100 million for the first time. By 2003, that number had grown to over $500 million, good enough to make 35. MIT the 48th largest defense contractor in the United States. And in 2005, the Cambridge, Massachusetts, school had crept up to 44th place, pulling in over $600 million in dollars. Today, the scale of interconnections between military projects and academia is as dizzying as it is sweeping. According to a 2002 report by the Association of American Universities, almost 350 colleges and universities conduct Pentagon-funded research. Universities receive more than 60% of defense basic research funding, and the DOT is the third largest federal funder of university research. The AAU further noted that the Department of Defense accounts for 60% of federal funding for university-based electrical engineering research, 55% for the computer sciences, 41% for metallurgy/materials engineering, and 33% for oceanography. When the DOD's budget for research and development skyrocketed to $66 billion for 2004, an increase of $7.6 billion over 2003, the results were almost immediate. In 2004, the AAU announced that the DOD had markedly increased its influence over both the electrical engineering and metallurgy fields, accounting for 68% and 50% of their federal funding, respectively. Not surprisingly, with this kind of clout, the Pentagon can often dictate the sort of research that gets undertaken. The power of the Pentagon extends beyond an ability to frame or dictate research goals to significant parts of the civilian educational establishment. Higher education's dependence on federal dollars empowers the DOD to bend universities ever more easily to its will. For example, as Chalmers-Johnson noted, until August 2002, Harvard Law School managed to bar recruiters for the Judge Advocate General's Corps of the military because qualified students who wish to serve are rejected if they are openly gay, lesbian or bisexual. However, thanks to a reinterpretation of federal law, the Pentagon found itself able to threaten Harvard with a loss of all its federal university funding, some $300 million, if its law school. 36. Denied access to military recruiters. Unable to fathom life ripped from the federal teat, Harvard caved, ushering in a new era of dwindling academic autonomy and growing military presence in the university. But when it comes to education, the Department of Defense isn't mainly about the stick. It spends most of its time directing and channeling research by bestowing plenty of carrots, in the form of money and credentials. Take the National Security Agency, which runs the National Cryptologic School that serves as a training resource for the entire Department of Defense. In addition to listening in on the globe and running its own school, the NSA doles out a seal of approval, in the form of a CAE designation that puts schools in the running for lucrative DOD Information Assurance Scholarship Program grant awards. In 2002, some 36 civilian schools earned CAE honors. In 2003, the list had expanded to 50 and included longtime DOD stalwarts like Stanford University, big state schools like the University of California at Davis and the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and lesser-known institutions like New Mexico Tech, West Virginia's James Madison University, and Vermont's Norwich University. In 2004, the Department of Homeland Security joined the NSA as a sponsor of the program and the number of centers increased to 59. By 2006, there were some 75 such centers. And in 2007, there were a total of 86 centers across 34 states and the District of Columbia, from the University of Missouri-Rolla and Indiana University to Minnesota's Capella University and Our Lady of the Lake University in Texas. In addition to the DHS, the NSA shares the spotlight with a host of other agencies and sub-agencies when it comes to the military academic action. The credo of the Army Research Laboratory in Adelphi, Maryland, for instance, is delivering science and technology solutions to the warfighter, which it strives to do by put prob. 37. LEMS. It employs a variety of funding mechanisms to support and exploit programs at universities and industry. The Space and Naval Warfare Systems Command is also high on university relationships that provide it with an excellent recruitment resource for high-caliber graduate and undergraduate students. Its SPA War Systems Center in Charleston, South Carolina, alone, has cooperative agreements with Clemson University, the University of South Carolina, the Citadel, the College of Charleston, Old Dominion University, North Carolina State University, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, the University of Central Florida, and North Carolina A&T State University. March Madness. Every year, The National Collegiate Athletic Association College Hoops Tourney has a Cinderella squad, a small-time five that shocks the field of 60 live by knocking out a few top teams. In a military academic complex tournament, such schools might come from the DOD's historically black colleges and universities and minority institutions infrastructure support program. These institutions don't get the big dollars of a national powerhouse, but they get modest awards to enhance programs and capabilities at these minority institutions in scientific disciplines critical to national security and the DOD. Under this program, schools like Oglala Lakota College, Tanka University, Sitting Bull College, and the College of Menominee Nation, among others, have been awarded grants, though these never seem to breach the $1 million barrier. Let's imagine a military academic March Madness tournament, with teams ranked by their slice of DOD contract awards for research, development, test, and evaluation. There, a mid-major like the University of Dayton, which took in a respectable $22,273,173 in 2005, might beat up on Oglala Lakota College in the first round but would eventually fall to the might of the University of Hawaii. Hawaii, however, would lose a squeaker to New Mexico State University's $36,305,495. Meanwhile, in another 38 bracket, the University of Texas would rout the University of Southern California by a score of $52,612,074 to $38,210,122. And Carnegie Mellon would squeak by its interstate rival Penn State $69,313,227 to $62,779,679. Of course, you wouldn't need to be a Las Vegas odds maker to foresee which universities would make it out of the Final Four. For years, two schools have consistently been tops in RDT&E money and have, year after year, duked it out for numero uno. In 2002, Johns Hopkins University bested MIT by less than $9,000,000, the equivalent of a three-pointer at the buzzer for these titans. The next year, it wasn't even close as MIT raked in a whopping $512,112,618 to Johns Hopkins's positively puny $300,303,097, making it the clear-cut national champion. In 2004, Johns Hopkins's Old College try of $234,587,461 was again walloped by MIT's $604,950,277. And in 2005, MIT completed the three-peat, a slam-dunk trouncing of Johns Hopkins, which cemented its place in the annals of military academic history. In fact, MIT's numbers were good enough to rank it as 8th on the DOD's 2005 list of the top 100 recipients of RDT&E money. But even that ranking doesn't convey the full dominance of this champion. At number 16 on the same list was the MITRE Corporation, a not-for-profit originally made up of several hundred MIT employees and formed in 1958 to create new technologies for the Department of Defense. Today, MITRE provides engineering and technical services to the federal government through 3 federally funded research and development centers, one of which, the DOD Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence FFRDC, happens to serve the Department of Defense. Moreover, MITRE, itself, is thoroughly wrapped up in the military academic complex. It provides support to a broad base of customers within the DOD and intelligence community, while organizing and managing the first-of-its-kind Northeast Regional Research Center for the Advanced Research and Development Activity, which includes, among others, Brandeis University, Brown University, Columbia. 39. University, Cornell University, Dartmouth College, Harvard University, Johns Hopkins University, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Princeton University, the State University of New York Buffalo, the University of Massachusetts, the University of Pittsburgh, the University of Rochester, and Syracuse University. With all this work for the DOD, MITRE brought in a cool $275,384,277 in RDT&E awards in 2005. If the funding dollars of MIT's offspring are added to MIT's total, the resulting $883,832,722 would move MIT out of the military academic ranks and within striking distance of the military corporate megagiant General Dynamics. Academia's unnoticed identity crisis. Today the military academic complex is merely one of many readily perceptible, but largely ignored, examples of the increasing militarization of American society. The Pentagon has both the money and the muscle to alter the landscape of higher education, to manipulate research agendas, to change the course of curricula, and to force schools to play by its rules. Moreover, the military research underway on college campuses across America has very real and dangerous implications for the future. It will enable or enhance imperial adventures in decades to come. It will lead to lethal new technologies to be wielded against peoples across the globe. It will feed a superpower arms race of one, only increasing the already vast military asymmetry between the United States and everyone else. It will make ever more heavily armed, technologically equipped, and armored U.S. war fighters ever less attractive adversaries and U.S. and allied civilians much more appealing soft targets for America's enemies. None of this, however, enters the realm of debate in the United States, which gives the idea of the ivory tower, or perhaps now an up-armored titanium tower, new meaning. 3. In November 2002, before the invasion of Iraq, then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld told Steve Kroft of CBS that U.S. saber rattling toward Iraq had nothing to do with oil, literally nothing to do with oil. In 2003, Rumsfeld called the assertion that the United States had invaded Iraq to get at its oil utter nonsense. In 2005, speaking to American troops in Fallujah, Rumsfeld reiterated the point: the United States, as you all know better than any, did not come to Iraq for oil. Strong denials for sure, but were they true? Rumsfeld's boss and a man who knows a thing or two about addiction, President George W. Bush, proclaimed, in early 2006, that America is addicted to oil. Later that year, Bush almost came clean about Iraq, admitting, according to Peter Baker of the Washington Post, the war is about oil. For the first time he used petroleum as a justification for continuing the occupation of Iraq, saying, "You can imagine a world in which these extremists and radicals got control of energy resources." Bush's acknowledgement was no great revelation. After all, oil is not only a key driver of the U.S. economy but also a major source of the nation's energy. As a former oil man, Bush knew this all too well, hence an invasion of one of the Middle East's key oil lands topped by an occupation where, initially, looters were allowed to tear almost every part of the Iraqi capital to pieces, save for the oil ministry. But Rumsfeld's military was more than just an armed occupier sent to lock down the planet's oil lands. It was also a known petrol addict. In his book Blood and Oil, Michael Clare laid out the little-acknowledged facts about the Pentagon's oil obsession. The American military relies more than that of any other nation on oil-powered ships, planes, helicopters, and armored vehicles to transport troops into battle and rain down weapons on its foes. Although the Pentagon may boast of its ever-advancing use of computers and other high-tech devices, the fighting machines that form the backbone of the U.S. military are entirely dependent on petroleum. Without an abundant and reliable supply of oil, the Department of Defense could neither rush its forces to distant battlefields nor keep them supplied once deployed there. And the deployments DOD has rushed its forces to in recent years in Afghanistan and Iraq have sucked up massive quantities of oil. According to Fuel Line, the official newsletter of the Pentagon's fuel buying component, the Defense Energy Support Center, from October 1, 2001, to August 9, 2004, the desk supplied 1,897,272,714 gallons of jet fuel, alone, for military operations in Afghanistan. Similarly, in less than a year and a half, from March 19, 2003, to August 9, 2004, the desk provided U.S. forces with 1,109,795,046 gallons of jet fuel for operations in Iraq. In 2005, Lana Hampton of the DoD's Defense Logistics Agency revealed that the military's aircraft, ships, and ground vehicles were guzzling 10 to 11 million barrels of fuel each month in Afghanistan, Iraq, and elsewhere. Yet, while the Pentagon reportedly burns through an astounding 365,000 barrels of oil every day, so be it. 42. Carbaz, an expert on global oil markets, estimates that the number is really closer to 500,000 barrels. With such unconstrained consumption, recent U.S. wars have been a boon for big oil and have seen the Pentagon rise from the rank of hopeless addict to super junkie. Prior to George Bush's global war on terror, the U.S. military admitted to guzzling 4.62 billion gallons of oil per year. With the Pentagon's post-9/11 wars and occupations, annual oil consumption has grown to an almost unfathomable 5.46 billion gallons, according to the Pentagon's possibly lowball statistics. As a result, the DoD had some of the planet's biggest petroleum dealers, and masters of the corporate universe, on its payroll. In 2005, alone, the Pentagon paid out more than $1.5 billion to BP plc, the company formerly known as Anglo-Iranian Oil Company and then British Petroleum. In 2005, the Pentagon also paid out over $1 billion to NV Koninklijke Nederlandse Petroleum Maatschappij, also known as the Royal Dutch Petroleum Company, and in excess of $1 billion to Oil Titan ExxonMobil. In 2005, ExxonMobil, Royal Dutch Petroleum, and BP ranked 6th, 7th, and 8th on the Forbes magazine's list of the world's 500 largest corporations in terms of revenue. The next year, they bumped their way up to 1st, 3rd, and 4th, respectively. They also ranked 29th, 30th, and 31st on the DoD's 2006 list of top contractors, collectively raking in over $3.5 billion from the Pentagon. The big three petro giants are, however, only the tip of a massive, oily iceberg. Also on the Pentagon's 2006 list were such oil services, energy, and petroleum conglomerates as ranking company name total take from the DoD. It's almost impossible to catalog all the companies with at least some ties to the oil game that are doing business with the Department of Defense, but if just the most obvious names on DoD's payroll are any indication, the U.S. military is mainlining petroleum from a remarkable assortment of places. For instance, in 2005 alone, the Pentagon payroll listed the following companies: 45. These 145 companies, far from constituting a complete list of energy-related firms on the DoD dole, took in more than $8 billion taxpayer dollars in 2005. To put that figure in perspective, that was more than the Army paid out in the same year to the military corporate powerhouses Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, General Electric, and the Bechtel Corporation, combined. Or over $2.7 billion more than it spent in 2005 on bombs, grenades, guided missiles, guided missile launchers, unmanned aerial vehicles, bulk explosives, all guns, rockets, rocket launchers, and helicopters. No doubt due to his outfit's penchant for petroleum guzzling, in 2005, then Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld issued a memo calling on DoD staff to develop plans for employing alternative power sources and energy-saving technologies. As defense technology expert Noah Shachtman noted in early 2007, While the Department of Defense might not care about the environment, it had met its green goals ahead of schedule. As a result, the Pentagon now touts itself as environmentally conscious, drawing attention to its use of wind power at the naval station at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and its dabblings in cleaner, greener hybrid fuel. On March 24, 2006, the Pentagon's American Forces Press Service published an article, "Hydrogen Fuel Cells May Help U.S. Military Cut Gas Usage," speculating that someday such technology might significantly reduce the military's dependence on hydrocarbon-based fuels for transportation needs. That day is not yet in sight. In fact, on March 23, 2006, the day before that article was published, the Pentagon quietly announced a series of DoD contracts that demonstrated the degree of its continuing addiction to oil. A $241,265,176 deal with Valero Energy, a $171,409,329 agreement with Shell Oil, separate contracts of $156,616,405 and $23,923,354 with ConocoPhillips, a $124,152,364 agreement with Refinery Associates of Texas, a $121,053,450 deal with Calumet Shreveport Fuels, a $118,374,201 jet fuel contract with Gary Williams Energy Corporation, a $75,094,613 agreement with Age Refining, a $43,994,360 deal with Tesoro Refining, and a $29,524,800 contract with Western Petroleum, all of which had a completion date of April 30, 2007. 46. Couple this with the fact that, on Rumsfeld's watch, the Environmental Protection Agency granted the DoD a national security exemption on trucks that failed to meet current emissions standards, that the Army canceled plans to introduce hybrid diesel Humvees, and that it similarly dropped plans to retrofit the fuel-guzzling Abrams tank with a more efficient diesel engine, while the Air Force deep-sixed plans for the possible replacement of aging surveillance, cargo, and tanker aircraft engines. And you're looking at a Pentagon patently incapable of altering its addiction-addled ways in any near future. Since then, it's been more of the same. In March 2007, the Pentagon, now under Rumsfeld's replacement, Secretary of Defense Robert Gates, went on a two-day bender of epic proportions. On March 22 and 23, the DoD announced that it had struck fixed price with economic price adjustment deals, to be fulfilled by April 30, 2008, with ExxonMobil, Shell, ConocoPhillips, Valero, Refinery Associates of Texas, and 10 other petro giants to the tune of $4 billion. Another petro binge occurred around the 2007 Labor Day holiday. Over the course of 3 days, the DoD acknowledged fuel contracts with BP, Chevron, Tesoro, and 4 others worth more than $1.4 billion. The Pentagon needs 2 things to survive: war and oil. And it can't make the first if it doesn't have the second. In fact, the Pentagon's methods of mass destruction, fighters, bombers, tanks, Humvees, and other vehicles burn 75% of the fuel used by the DoD. For example, B-52 bombers consume 47,000 gallons per mission over Afghanistan. But don't expect big oil to turn off the tap for peace. Such corporations are just as wedded to war as their most loyal junkie. After all, every time an F-16 fighter kicks in its afterburners and blasts through the sound barrier, it burns through $300 worth of fuel a minute, while each of those B-52 missions means a $100,000 tax-funded payout. 47. According to retired Lieutenant General Lawrence P. Farrell, Jr., the president of the National Defense Industrial Association, the Pentagon is the single largest consumer of petroleum fuels in the United States. In fact, it's the world's largest energy consumer, according to Schachtman. That, alone, guarantees the military petroleum complex isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Just some fuel for thought next time you head out to a Shell, BP, Exxon, or Mobil station to fill up. 4. El Borel landlord. In 1790, the land area of the entire United States of America consisted of 864,746 square miles. By the year 2000, the nation spanned 3,537,438 square miles. In the intervening years, the United States also acquired an overseas empire. In just 3 years, during the mid-19th century, the United States annexed more than 50 Pacific islands. In all, the United States acquired title to at least 100 non-contiguous island territories across the globe. And as with manifest destiny on the mainland, the U.S. military helped to drive the effort. For example, after attempting to purchase Midway Atoll in the 19th century, and being rebuffed by the Hawaiian king, the U.S. Navy simply seized control of the isle. The Navy also helped to overthrow the Hawaiian government in 1893. Following its war with Spain, the United States acquired even more overseas holdings, including Guam, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico. In 1934, the Navy took control of Johnston Atoll. The military eventually turned it into a storage site for chemical weapons. During World War II, the United States seized the Marshall Islands and Micronesia, including Bikini Atoll, from Japan. And in Global Landlord 49. 1946, the U.S. military, which exercised total control over the islands, evicted the inhabitants of Bikini from their land and made it a nuclear test site. The nearby residents of Roi Namur were also thrown off their island to make way for a high-tech radar complex. In fact, back in 1984, the Manchester Guardian wrote that the Pentagon had cleared the inhabitants off nearly every island in Kwajalein Atoll and left all 8,000 of them crowded on the tiny, 67-acre Ebby Island. Kwajalein is now home to the U.S. Army's Hush-Hush Ronald Reagan Ballistic Missile Defense Test Site. In 2001, the New York Times also took a look at the ignored chain of islands that the U.S. military rules as a de facto colony. According to the Times, in the place of the simple fishing and farming existence they once knew on their lightly inhabited atoll, displaced Marshall Lace have been relocated to badly overcrowded islands like Ebby and Anniber, where cholera outbreaks are common and malnutrition is frequently reported. Garrisoning the globe. In 2003, Forbes magazine revealed that the media mogul Ted Turner was America's top land baron, with a total of 1.8 million acres across the United States. The nation's 10 largest landowners, Forbes reported, own 10.6 million acres, or 1 out of every 217 acres in the country. Impressive as this total was, the Pentagon puts Turner and the entire pack of mega landlords to shame with more than 29 million acres in U.S. land holdings. Abroad, the Pentagon's footprint is also that of a giant. For example, the Department of Defense controls 20% of the Japanese island of Okinawa and, according to Stars and Stripes, owns about 25% of Guam. Mere land ownership, however, is only a fraction of the story. In his 2004 book, The Sorrows of Empire, Chalmers Johnson, 50, opened the world's eyes to the size of the Pentagon's global possessions, noting that the DoD was deploying nearly 255,000 military personnel at 725 bases in 38 countries. Since then, the total number of overseas bases has increased to at least 766 and, according to a report by the Congressional Research Service, may actually be as high as 850. Still, Even these numbers don't begin to capture the global sprawl of the organization that unabashedly refers to itself as one of the world's largest landlords. The DOT's real property portfolio, according to 2006 figures, consists of a total of 3,731 sites. Over 20% of these sites are located on more than 711,000 acres outside of the United States and its territories. Yet even these numbers turn out to be a drastic undercount. For example, while a 2005 Pentagon report listed U.S. military sites from Antigua and Hong Kong to Kenya and Peru, some countries with significant numbers of U.S. bases go entirely unmentioned: Afghanistan and Iraq, for example. In Iraq, alone, in mid-2005, U.S. forces were deployed at some 106 bases, from the massive Camp Victory, headquarters of the U.S. High Command, to small 500-troop outposts in the country's hinterlands. None of them made the Pentagon's list. Nor was there any mention of bases in Jordan on that list or in the 2001 to 2005 reports either. Yet that nation, as the military analyst William Arkin pointed out, allowed the garrisoning of 5,000 U.S. troops at various bases around the country during the build-up to the war in Iraq. Furthermore, some 76 nations have given the U.S. military access to airports and airfields in addition to who knows where else that the Pentagon forgot to acknowledge or considers inappropriate for inclusion in its list. Even without Jordan, Iraq, Afghanistan, and the over 20 other nations that Arkin noted, in early 2004, were secretly or quietly providing bases and facilities, the available statistics do offer a window into an organization bent on setting up franchises across the globe. In fact, the Pentagon acknowledges 39 nations with an avowed U.S. base, has stationed personnel in over 140 countries around the world, and boasts a physical plant that consists of a total of at least 571,900 facilities. Of these facilities, 61% are classified as buildings, 28% as structures, and 11% as utilities. Some 466,599 of these facilities are located in the United States or its territories. The other 105,366 of these buildings, structures, and utilities are found abroad. All of these facilities, collectively, are valued at $658 billion. According to 2006 figures, the Army controls the lion's share of DOD land, with the Air Force coming in second, the Marine Corps and the Navy bringing up the rear. The Army is also tops in total number of sites and total number of installations. But when it comes to large installations, those whose value tops $1,584 billion, the Army is trumped by the Air Force, which boasts 43 megabases compared to the Army's 39. The Navy and Marines possess only 29 and 10, respectively. What the Navy lacks in big bases of its own, however, it more than makes up for in borrowed foreign naval bases and ports, some 251 across the globe. Diversification. Land and large installations, however, are not all that the Defense Department owns. The Pentagon also operates 4 Armed Forces Recreation Center resorts. Abroad there's the Edelweiss Lodge and Resort in Garmisch, Germany, an idyllic location nestled at the foot of sweeping alpine vistas featuring multiple restaurants, an indoor pool, a wellness center, an internet lounge, video game rooms, a sports lodge, and a golf course, among other amenities. There's also the Dragon Hill Lodge in Seoul, South Korea, which boasts restaurants, lounges, game rooms, a health and fitness club, a specialty shopping mall, and an outdoor park with a magnificent water fountain that dances to music. In the homeland, military folks can vacation at the Hale 52 Koa on Waikiki Beach in Honolulu, Hawaii, and the Shades of Green located in Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, whose website proclaims that it even has its very own fleet of ships. Until relatively recently, the U.S. Navy operated its own dairy, complete with its own herd of Holsteins. Even though it did get rid of its cows in 1998, the Navy kept the 865-acre farm tract in Gambrills, Maryland, and now leases it to Horizon Organic Dairy. While it doesn't have a dairy, the Army still operates stables such as the John C. McKinney Memorial Stables, where many of the 44 horses from its ceremonial caisson platoon live. It also has a big farm. In fact, the Pentagon actually owns hundreds of thousands of animals from rats to dogs to monkeys. In addition to an unknown number of animals used for unexplained other purposes, in 2001 alone, the DOD utilized 330,149 creatures for various types of experimentation. Once known as the Post-Exchange, or PX, system, the Army and Air Force Exchange Service is a vast joint military activity that sells goods and services to active duty, Guard and Reserve members, military retirees, and their families, and then pumps the money back into the Army and Air Force, including so-called morale, welfare, and recreation programs. The sheer size of this company's store operation is mind-boggling. AAFES proclaims that it operates more than 3,100 facilities worldwide, in more than 30 countries, 5 U.S. territories and 49 states. AAFES operates some 160 retail stores and 2,008 fast food restaurants, such as Taco Bell, Burger King, Popeyes, and Cinnabon. Also provides military communities with convenience, specialty stores, and movie theaters on installations worldwide, including locations in operations enduring an Iraqi freedom. That selling at all those locations translates into big bucks. From 2000 to 2004, AAFES revenues exceeded $37.9 billion. The DOD also owns equipment, loads of it. For instance, it is the unlikely owner of over 2,050 railcars, known as the Defense Freight Rail Interchange Fleet. The DOD also reportedly ships 100,000 sea containers each year and spends $800 million annually. Global Landlord 53. Ally on domestic cargo, primarily truck and rail shipments. And when it comes to trucks, the Army, alone, has a fleet of 12,700 heavy expanded mobility tactical trucks and 120,000 Humvees. All told, according to a 2006 Pentagon report, the DOD had a total of at least 280 ships, 14,000 aircraft, 900 strategic missiles, and 330,000 ground combat and tactical vehicles. The Defense Logistics Agency, the DOD's largest combat support agency, boasts, if America's forces eat it, wear it, maintain equipment with it, or burn it as fuel, DLA probably provides it. Indeed, the DLA claims that it manages some 5.2 million items and maintains an inventory, in its defense distribution depots, valued at $94.1 billion. The DLA also runs the Defense National Stockpile Center, which stores 42 strategic and critical materials from zinc, lead, cobalt, chromium, and mercury to precious metals such as platinum, palladium, and even industrial diamonds at 20 locations across the United States. The DNSC, with a stockpile valued at more than $1.5 billion and $5.7 billion in sales of excess commodities since 1993, boasts, there is no private sector company in the world that sells this wide range of commodities and materials. All told, the Department of Defense owns up to having over $1 trillion in assets, $1.6 trillion in liabilities. This is, no doubt, a gross underestimate given the DOD's historic penchant for flawed bookkeeping and the fact that, according to a study by its own Inspector General, it cannot account for at least $1 trillion in money spent, or perhaps, according to former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, as much as $2.3 trillion. Cooking the books and stashing cash are fitting enough for an American organization, in the age of Enron, that thinks of itself not just as a government agency but, in its own words, as America's oldest company, largest company, busiest company, and most successful company. In fact, 54. On its website, the DOD makes the point that it easily bests Walmart, ExxonMobil, and General Motors in terms of budget and staff. It's got the whole world in its hands. In addition to assembling a dizzying array of assets, from tungsten to tubas in 2005, alone, it spent over $6 million on sheet music, music instruments, and accessories. The Pentagon also owns a great deal of housing, 300,000 housing units worldwide. It is also a slumlord par excellence, with an admitted inventory of 180,000 inadequate family housing units. In fact, according to the Office of the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, approximately 33% of all families live on base, in housing that is often dilapidated, too small, lacking in modern facilities. Almost 49% are substandard. Meanwhile, the Department of Defense's own home, the Pentagon, bests the Sultan of Brunei's Istana Nurul Iman Palace, the largest private residence in the world, 3,705,793 to 2,152,782 in square feet of occupiable space. The DOD brags that the Pentagon is virtually a city in itself, with 30 miles of access highways, 200 acres of lawn space, 17.5 miles of corridors, 16 parking lots, 7 snack bars, 2 cafeterias, 1 dining room, a post office, a credit union, travel agency, dental offices, ticket offices, blood donor center, housing referral office, and 30 other retail shops and services, a chapel, a heliport, and numerous libraries. Moreover, says the DOD, the construction of the Pentagon consumed a huge portion of the natural environment. Its concrete reportedly contains 680,000 tons of sand and gravel from the nearby Potomac River. The Pentagon's other properties are equally impressive. The combined worth of the world's 2 most expensive homes, the $138 million, 103-room up-down court in Windlesham, Surrey, in the United Kingdom, and Saudi Prince Bandar bin Sultan's $135 global landlord 55 million Aspen, Colorado, ski lodge don't even come close to the price tag on Ascension Auxiliary Airfield on a small island off the coast of St. Helena, which has an estimated replacement value of more than $337 million. Other high-priced facilities include Camp Adderley in Italy, $544 million. Moron Air Base in Spain, $621 million. Incirlik Air Base in Turkey, nearly $1.2 billion. Yongsan Garrison in South Korea, $1.3 billion. Thule Air Base in Greenland, $2.8 billion. Plus the U.S. Naval Air Station in Keflavik, Iceland, is appraised at $3.4 billion, and the various military facilities in Guam are valued at over $11 billion, in total. The Pentagon's holdings, all 120,191 square kilometers, are almost exactly the size of North Korea. They are larger than any of the following nations: Liberia, Bulgaria, Guatemala, South Korea, Hungary, Portugal, Jordan, Kuwait, Israel, Denmark, Georgia, or Austria. While the 7,518 square kilometers of 20 microstates, the Vatican, Monaco, Nauru, Tuvalu, San Marino, Liechtenstein, St. Kitts and Nevis, Maldives, Malta, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, Seychelles, Andorra, Bahrain, St. Lucia, Singapore, the letter-rated states of Micronesia, Kiribati, and Tonga combined pale in comparison to the 9,307 square kilometers of just one military base, the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. Downsizing. In recent years, while it has been setting up hundreds of bases across the globe to support ongoing wars, the Pentagon has also been restructuring its forces in an effort to reduce troop levels at old Cold War megabases and close down less strategically useful sites. Does this mean less Pentagon control in the world? Don't bet on it. In fact, the U.S. military is exploring long-term options to dominate the world as never before. The DoD, at the moment, maintains only a moving presence on the high seas. This may change. The Pentagon is now planning for future sea basing. No longer just a ship, a fleet, or prepositioned. 56. Materiel stationed on the world's oceans. Sea bases will be a hybrid system of systems consisting of concepts of operations, ships, forces, offensive and defensive weapons, aircraft, communications, and logistics. The notion of such bases is increasingly popular within the military due to the fact that they will help to assure access to areas where U.S. military forces may be denied access to support facilities. After all, as a report by the Defense Science Board pointed out, sea bases are sovereign, not subject to alliance vagaries. Imagine a future where the people of countries at odds with U.S. policies wait to find America's massive seaborne platforms floating just outside their territorial waters. It could be a world where the Pentagon might extend an even greater military reach. With the earth and the sea firmly in its grasp, the sky would be, quite literally, the limit for the DoD. Not surprisingly, then, in 2004, the U.S. Air Force Transformation Flight Plan outlined what, wrote Noah Schachtman, the editor of Wired's Danger Room blog, analysts call the most detailed picture since the end of the Cold War of the Pentagon's efforts to turn outer space into a battlefield. The report makes U.S. dominance of the heavens a top Pentagon priority in the new century. In fact, the U.S. military's outer space policy statement proclaims, freedom of action in space is as important to the United States as air power and sea power. Part 2. TDDFLYs. WITH. The basics of classic American militarism and militarization covered. Set aside Lockheed, ExxonMobil, MIT, and all those global military bases for a moment to consider the range of today's military corporate bedfellows. Sure, there are old, all-American favorites, like telecom giant AT&T, but there are also plenty of hip foreign companies too, like Toyota and Volkswagen, and younger U.S. civilian firms, like Google, as well as Starbucks and computer maker Apple, that you might never guess were between the sheets with the Pentagon. So put on your Oakley sunglasses, take a sip of that cup of designer coffee, and prepare for a wild ride into the deep-fried world of the military donut complex. This section offers snapshot views of how civilian firms have cozied up to the Pentagon and just how intertwined the civilian consumer world and military have become. Asterisk 5. Starbucks goes to gifted iPods in IRRQ. When it comes to early 21st century American culture, the Apple iPod and Starbucks coffee practically define the subject. In any U.S. city, what could be more ubiquitous than the sight of an individual in a state of mild caffeine withdrawal, disconnected from the world thanks to music delivered by Apple's white headphones, standing in a line at Starbucks waiting to order a high-priced iced quad venti breve latte? Aside from their hallowed spots in the American cultural pantheon, these two thoroughly civilian, all-American icons share something else, virtually unknown ties to the U.S. military. Culture warriors. Undoubtedly due to their iconic status, Apple and Starbucks were both drawn into the debate surrounding the Iraq War early in the conflict. With the invasion of 2003, movements in Asia and Europe arose to boycott American products in symbolic protest against the war. McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Budweiser, and, not surprisingly, Starbucks became favored targets. For example, Reuters reported, Sarah Stools, a 22-year-old German student of American Studies, was headed for a Starbucks coffee shop in central Berlin when her anti-war conscience got the best of her. I, 62, was thinking about going into Starbucks, which I love, when I realized it was wrong. She said, I'm backing the boycott because the war is totally unjustified. Others failed to see Starbucks' connection to the war, casting such protests as misguided. Meanwhile, in the summer of 2004, the New York artist Copper Green unveiled her/his/their culture-jamming parody of the Apple iPod's ubiquitous grooving silhouette advertisements. In the midst of outdoor arrays of multicolored posters touting the MP3 player's ability to put 10,000 songs in your pocket, Copper Green interspersed Iraq posters featuring one of the most iconic images of the Abu Ghraib torture scandal, the silhouette of a hooded Iraqi, balanced on a box, threatened with electrocution. Additionally, a bomb had replaced Apple's logo, and the tagline now read, 10,000 volts in your pocket, guilty or innocent. Soon, similar posters began to appear in other cities. Across the internet, on blogs, photologs, and web journals, viewers commented, offered critiques, and pontificated about the protest art. Many echoed a similar complaint. At one site, a critic wrote, since I live in NYC, I see the iPod ad everywhere. But to link torture in Iraq with using style of iPod ad doesn't make sense. Similarly, another blogger opined, I'm not sure what rhetorical purpose is served by populating the popular iPod adverts with images of Iraq terror and war, except to make Apple somehow guilty of promoting the war by trying to sell a product. Starbucks has double shot of torture. It's ironic that Apple got tagged with a taint of torture when Starbucks seems to be the operation that wins up in the places. Starbucks goes to Gitmo, iPods in Iraq 63. Where U.S. perpetrated torture is said to be occurring, and the company has apparently ignored all allegations. In the past, Starbucks has sued individuals for copyright infringement involving even the use of parody logos. When a Starbucks coffee house clone opened in Ethiopia, the Seattle coffee giant was none too amused, stating, through a company spokesperson, even where it may seem playful, this type of misappropriation of a company's name is both derivative and dilutive of their trademark rights. But Valerie Wang, a spokeswoman for Starbucks, proclaimed the company had no problem with a simulation Starbucks outlet set up by California National Guard troops serving in Afghanistan that used flavored syrups and donated beans sent twice a month from a Starbucks in California, even though this faux Starbucks was located at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, the site of notorious U.S. military and CIA high-security detention facilities from which horrific accounts of abuse, torture, even murder have emerged. One-upping Bagram's combination fake Starbucks and real torture camp were the fully sanctioned Starbucks coffee kiosks that sprang up in early 2005 at Camp America, the U.S. facility next door to the even more notorious prison camp at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Immediately upon arrival at the scandal-plagued site, Starbucks, whose mission statement speaks of respect and dignity and a commitment to contribute positively to local communities, began providing American troops with its signature mochas, cream ices, and iced lattes, some 1,400 drinks per day. In 2006, the Toronto Globe and Mail reported that Gitmo was home to a total of 3 Starbucks serving up decaf lattes for everyone but the detainees. When questioned about its implicit support for the prison camp/torture center, in correspondence made available by the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, Starbucks claimed it had always been committed to operating its business in a socially responsible way and to living by a set of guiding principles that includes treating people with respect and dignity. It expected its business partners to do the same. Further, Starbucks stated that 64. The company would refrain from taking a position on the legality of the detention center at Guantanamo Bay. Its Guantanamo stance was framed by a Starbucks spokesman as merely a response to popular will, Many U.S. military personnel have let us know that they miss their Starbucks experience while serving in remote locations, and we are humbled that the troops frequently request Starbucks coffee. Many of our customers and partners also believe that it is important for Starbucks to support the men and women serving their country. iPods in Iraq. While Starbucks has, for years, donated coffee to U.S. military personnel stationed abroad, it was only in 2004 that the corporate coffee chain finally joined the ranks of Lockheed Martin and Boeing and became a full-fledged defense contractor, after inking a contract with the U.S. Navy. Apple, on the other hand, has had a long history of working with the U.S. military. For example, an April 1984 Washington Post article, "Apple's Use to Aim Missiles," recounted the congressional testimony of Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Perle, later an architect of the Iraq War, who revealed that the DoD had purchased 55 $25,000 Apple computers to aid military commanders in selecting targets for nuclear strikes. Apple went on to supply the Navy with Macintosh computers later in the decade, and by the late 1990s had already inked its second cooperative research and development agreement with the Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division. During the first go-around, Apple assisted the Navy with its high-speed anti-radiation missile combat maneuver training, a ground-based training tool designed to familiarize F/A-18 pilots with the use of the aircraft's missile system. With the second CRDA, Apple America's Senior Vice President for Sales, Robin Abrams, was not bashful about what she wanted from the collaboration. The computer manufacturer saw the opportunity to play a pivotal role for Starbucks goes to Gitmo, iPods in Iraq 65. Apple in attempts to get more Apple computers and specific military computer applications into the military and government marketplace. By the time of the Iraq War in 2003, Apple had certainly penetrated that marketplace, a fact that was likely unknown to the many bloggers who saw no connection between the U.S. occupation and the iPod maker. The targeting tool of choice for Major Sean Weed, an intelligence planner with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division as it readied for the invasion, was Apple's Titanium G4 PowerBook. Meanwhile, well-trained F/A-18 pilots went on to decimate the northwest portion of the city of Fallujah in April 2004, blasted away at areas south of Baghdad in November 2004, bombed Fallujah again in December 2004, and bombed the village of Al-Bulad in Faraj in October 2005, killing at least 14 civilians, according to witnesses. As U.S. soldiers in Iraq carried iPods on missions and spliced them into the intercom systems in their vehicles, Apple continued to cash in on its Pentagon connection. In 2004, the company had no fewer than 20 separate contracts with the Department of Defense. By 2007, Apple's iPod had been fully drafted into military service when, at the behest of troops, language software developed to assist in the occupation of Iraq was adapted for the Apple device. The military even began using iPods in its recruiting efforts as a lure to get kids to hand over personal information. And the National Guard began offering free iTunes music downloads, in exchange for the same type of information, on its website. As American as Apple iPod. According to Nostalgic Memory, an older version of American culture was typified by Mom and apple pie. Today, Mom seems to have been dropped in favor of Starbucks as barista and apple pie traded in for Apple's iPod. But whatever the changes in American culture, war making has been a near constant shaping influence. 66. So it's hardly surprising that the caramel macchiato from Starbucks that Americans love to slurp down and the Apple iPods that help them tune out, if not turn on, are part and parcel of the military corporate complex. Nowadays, for U.S. icons such as these to be devoid of military ties would be downright un-American. 6. These boots are REMHDE for killing. The U.S. Army's Special Forces were formally created in 1952, but only during the Vietnam War did they become hot military properties. The Green Berets spawned books, toys, and even a John Wayne movie, before losing some of their luster when atrocities they had committed became front-page news. Out in the field, the Special Forces also regularly tested the Defense Department's newest, experimental equipment. One such innovation was the footprint boot. It sported a plastic molded foot, not treads, on its sole and was designed to make a soldier's footprints indistinguishable from those of a barefoot farmer. The boots failed to fool anybody and proved extremely difficult to walk in. Today, the Special Forces have again become media darlings for their elite status and aggressive, globe-spanning style. Now, however, Special Ops troops leap into battle with boots fit for the runways of Paris and Milan. And why not? They have money to burn. Back in 2002, using the global war on terror and a mandate from Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld as justification, Air Force General Charles Holland reported to the Department of Defense that his baby, the U.S. Special Operations Command, would need $23 billion in additional funds over 5 years. Congress launched the new Special Forces era predictably by awarding Special Ops Forces $4.5 billion in 2004, almost $100 million more than its command had asked for and a nearly 50% increase over the previous year. Perhaps sensing that, post 9/11, designer gear would be de rigueur, Oakley, best known as a purveyor of high-end, high-style sunglasses, formally announced, in 2003, that it had created a boot designed specifically for the U.S. elite special forces. The news had actually been leaked in 2002 when Wired magazine laid out the specs of the 21-ounce military boot that provides cushioning and stability for running and for parachute and fast rope landings, but cautioned weekend warriors the assault isn't for sale to civilians. In 2003, armchair warriors were put at ease. They too would be able to slip on a consumer version of the Elite Special Forces Standard Issue Assault Boot and an Elite Special Forces Standard Issue Assault Shoe. That spring, in fact, the footwear hit the shelves of stores like Los Angeles' super chic Fred Segal Feet, where the actor, comedian, and former TV alien Robin Williams snatched up the first pair. The military version of the boot was produced by Oakley engineers in tandem with military specialists. When they needed footwear for assault missions, they came to us, said Colin Bodden, Oakley's president and chief designer. The military saw Oakley innovation as a means to outperform their opponents. The Pentagon didn't have to look too far to see Oakley, which, since the MID 1980s, had been providing the U.S. military with products, most notably its signature merchandise, eyewear. In 2003, Bodden told CNN/Money, "We're hoping that the success of the U.S. military in Iraq helps sales of the products." Success for both parties, however, was elusive. As the Wall Street Journal headlined the matter in 2004, Oakley's, once sports chic, lose their eye for fashion, noting that sunglass sales, which represent more than half of the company's business, were down 6%. But it wasn't all bad news. According to the company, military industrial footwear increased significantly in 2004, and U.S. military and other government sales grew 61.2% during 2004 to $27.1 million from $16.8 million in 2003. These boots are made for killing. 69. Oakley sells 11 separate families of sunglass frames to the U.S. government. One of these, the Oakley SIM frame black framed sunglasses with a plutonite ballistic lens that comes complete with a cleaning bag and storage case, is available through the Defense Logistics Agency for $90.40. The M frames also come in a laser eye protection model, produced in conjunction with NATIC Special Projects, U.S. Army Special Operations Command, and Naval Special Warfare Development Group, with what else but laser green lenses. Other Oakley products available only to the military through vendor Marvell International of Pennsauken, New Jersey include XX, a model with plutonite lenses and unobtainium nose bombs that increase their grip with perspiration. E-Wire 2.1. Sunglasses with XYZ optics, which Oakley says allow for razor-sharp clarity at all angles of view and so are perfect for SWAT teams and others who take their view of the world seriously. Straight jacket eyewear. Another model with XYZ optics as well as unobtainium earstocks that increase grip with amphibious exposure. In addition, the vendor Amram International offers such Oakley wear as Oakley SI5s 2.0. The product description reads, "It's a solar war zone out there and all targets are fair game." Oakley also provides the military with 3 different styles of goggles, as well as backpacks and assault gloves, a military model developed from another glove platform, says Oakley's military liaison. By the looks of it, this item appears to be a SAP glove designed to pack an extra punch during hand-to-hand. 70. Combat. But when asked, all an Oakley spokesperson would say was, the knuckle is actually carbon fiber and it is to protect the hand from impact, whether that be from fighting with your hands or with weapons. Getting straight answers from Oakley about most military matters is challenging, nor will Oakley representatives offer specifics on what the future holds. They have, however, hinted that they may be headed for boots geared for specific microclimates, such as marshy areas of Iraq. Right now, though, Oakley doesn't need new products to add to its millions in government sales. Its existing eyewear will do at least as long as it is favored by the fickle fashion gods at the Pentagon. Way back in 1994, the Army adopted protective eyewear and in 1998 issued it to troops, but the general issue's sunglasses never took off, according to Sarah Morgan-Claiborne, who has been working on military eyewear for the Army's Program Executive Office Soldier for well over a decade. "We did not design a frame that was acceptable to soldiers," said Morgan-Claiborne. "Protection was important, but not a motivating factor." Colonel Chuck Adams, the senior optometry consultant for the Army's Office of the Surgeon General, was more blunt. "The old sunglasses were a great product, but it doesn't look like an Oakley and doesn't look cool." In July 2005, Adams announced that the Army was embarking on fostering a culture change that would cause all soldiers to view sunglasses as don't leave camp without them gear. "We're talking about putting eyewear on 500,000 soldiers," Adams said. "That's big money when sunglasses go for $90 a piece, and, as Adams notes, Oakley's cool look is a hit with the troops. At home, Oakley trades on a badass rep, cool-looking gear, and tough-sounding products like the kill switch and crosshair, the bullet jacket and pants, the stomped hoodie, strike gloves, and watches dubbed detonator and blade." Behind all the civilian martial and macho hype lies a deepening relationship with the military. Once you realize that, Oakley's bullet takes on a new meaning. 7. Our sneak peek RT the Military Telecom PX. In February 2006, amid disclosures of years of domestic spying by the military's super-secretive cryptologic service, the National Security Agency, USA Today reported that the agency had secured the cooperation of large telecommunications companies, including AT&T, MCI, and Sprint to eavesdrop, despite legal prohibitions on such activities, on telephone and internet traffic entering and leaving the United States. The report cited 2002 as the beginning of the period of secret NSA spying. A New York Times article, however, asserted that telecom companies had for decades assisted law enforcement and intelligence agencies in warrantless surveillance. The kind of cooperation now being provided by the companies has long been customary. American telephone executives have traditionally seen their companies' cooperation with intelligence agencies as a patriotic duty, industry officials say. The officials say they have not heard of companies receiving regulatory breaks, contracts, or other benefits for cooperation, both because a quid pro quo is not necessary and because it might expose the secret assistance. At almost the same moment, Voice of America reported that the Western Union telegram is no more. This seemingly unrelated. 72. News item is actually a key to understanding why quid pro quo is not necessary. Western Union's appearance in the news, even in tombstone form, was, in fact, quite fitting. Under Operation Shamrock, a program begun in the 1940s and taken over by the NSA after its founding in the 1952, the telegram giant dutifully delivered to the agency copies of each and every international message sent by Western Union from private citizens, businesses, and even foreign governments, in the United States, until the program was shut down in 1975. This long-standing corporate collusion in the military/intelligence spy game has indeed made the need for ordinary quid pro quo unnecessary, especially since such companies have always reaped benefits. Take, for instance, the cases of RCA Global and ITT World Communications, two major international carriers that joined Western Union in betraying their customers' privacy for over 30 years. In just one 7-year period in that span, from 1960 to 1967, RCA reaped $2 billion and ITT received $1.60 billion. Remember, this is 1960s dollars in Pentagon contracts, nearly 20% of total sales for each company. Overall in that period, the telephone giant AT&T took in more than $4.1 billion in Department of Defense prime contracts. By 1968, it stood as the 6th largest defense contractor. By 2005, AT&T, no longer the same telephone titan, had tumbled down the list and ranked only as the 89th largest Pentagon contractor, while rival MCI rated a respectable 55th place. Regardless, the monies at stake were still huge. These contracts, not clandestine quid pro quo deals, ought to be viewed as the benefits that the telecoms received for secret assistance to the Pentagon in its maintenance of a national surveillance state. While far from complete, the following list of contract announcements post-2002 is instructive. April 4, 2002, MCI WorldCom is awarded a contract for the Defense Research Engineering Network, with a $450 million ceiling price over the 10-year period. A sneak peek at the military telecom complex. 73. March 10, 2004, AT&T is awarded an instant contract worth $11,539,089, with the total cumulative face value of $61,290,152. April 23, 2004. MCI WorldCom is awarded a $7,879,000 contract for a modern, digital cellular, command and control system to link the various news sites of the Iraqi Armed Forces and the Coalition Military Assistance Training Team. April 27, 2004, Sprint Communications is awarded a contract with the Defense Information Technology Contracting Organization, on behalf of the Department of Homeland Security, for $7,137,391, with a total cumulative face value of $19,620,776. November 2, 2004, AT&T Wireless Service is awarded an estimated $20 million contract to provide nationwide commercial cellular phone service for the Navy. This contract contains options, which if exercised will bring the total cumulative estimated value of the contract to $100 million. December 16, 2004, MCI WorldCom is awarded 2 contracts for 2 circuits worth $15,400,082. February 28, 2005, Sprint Communications is awarded an $8,704,107 firm fixed-price contract to provide a long-term lease of one OC-12 circuit between Misawa, Japan, and Anderson, Guam. September 14, 2005, AT&T Government Solutions is awarded a $95 million contract to provide engineering and technical expertise to support the National Air and Space Intelligence Center Directorate of Data Exploitation Division. January 24, 2006, AT&T Government Solutions is awarded an initial contract of $3 million, with an estimated life cycle value of $95,397,395. In 2005 alone, AT&T and MCI received a combined Pentagon payout of $807,669,962, while Sprint Communications took in at least $50,326,786. It's also worth noting that, in 2005 to 2006, 74. Verizon Communications, the nation's second-largest telecom company, received $277,204,960 from the Pentagon. So it was little surprise when, in October 2007, The Washington Post reported that Verizon admitted to congressional investigators that it had provided customers' telephone records to federal authorities without court orders hundreds of times since 2005. When you've been as deeply enmeshed in the military corporate complex for as long as AT&T has, and you've got hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue at stake, as do Verizon, Sprint, and MCI as well, quid pro quo doesn't even enter the picture. Just look at ITT. While it got out of the telecom industry years ago, it's still a Pentagon favorite and took in over $2.5 billion in 2006, alone. In a reach out and snoop on someone world, there's no need for favors when you're all one big happy family and surveillance is just a phone call away. 8. The military dughunt. Edfulplex. According to the U.S. Army's 2004 School Recruiting Program Handbook, military recruiters are urged to ingratiate themselves in schools by delivering donuts and coffee for the faculty once a month. Recruiters are also reportedly offering donuts to young people as a way of currying favor. Donuts may be a key asset in the military's battle plan for filling the ranks, but if you were to focus on this aspect of the Pentagon's pastor / of choice, you would be nowhere near the jelly center of the military donut complex. From the Pentagon to Guantanamo Bay to Iraq, from small-scale peddlers to industry giants, the dot is well bed into the doja trade, more proof of the ridiculously expansive reach of the military corporate complex. Still skeptical? Observe that back in 2001, the Army spent more than $63,000 at just one donut emporium, Russell's Donuts, in Oklahoma. In 2002, the Army spent $147,689 at Krispy Kreme donut shops in Georgia and Kentucky. In March 2002, when the NAV/Exchange Service Command began providing food sir/ice at the Pentagon, it promptly brought Dunkin' Donuts on board. That company's outlets can also be found on military installations from 76. The Army's Fort Belvoir to Andrews Air Force Base to Naval Station Norfolk. Dunkin' Donuts even shows up as a resume builder. According to the New York Times, senior military officials admitted that almost none of the Army interrogators stationed at the U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay early in 2002 had any substantial background in terrorism, Al-Qaeda or other relevant subjects. One Army intelligence reservist, however, did have impeccable credentials. He had previously been managing a Dunkin' Donuts. Perhaps he was pressed into double duty, as part of an interrogation/percolation program, since during that same year, Dunkin' Donuts donated 500 pounds of coffee to the troops stationed at Gitmo. Still need convincing that there's an MDC? Then consider that, in 2003, Krispy Kreme Donuts franchises in Georgia and Kentucky took in $171,621 while one Krispy Kreme franchise in Ontario Mills, California, donated 240 glazed donuts to Marines stationed in Iraq. Conceivably in a bid not to be outdone, Dunkin' Brands, the parent company of Dunkin' Donuts, proclaimed that it supports the brave men and women of the United States military, and to that end, holds a monthly lottery to randomly select 50 United States military members. Receive a case of Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Perhaps it should have also sent a few of their pastries to Staff Sergeant Justin Hunt of the Rhode Island National Guard's 173rd Long Range Surveillance Detachment. While on patrol in Samarra, Iraq, in 2005, he was heard by a reporter to say, "They got a Dunkin' Donuts down in Qatar," before continuing, "I'd kill for a donut." Whatever donuts might be available in Qatar or Iraq, the Hal N1 donut shop on the U.S. Army base at Camp Arifjan, Kuwait, is where, wrote one reporter, soldiers line up 10 deep to get the best donut in town. One industry magazine even suggested that another Kuwait base, Camp Doha, should be renamed Camp Donut due to the presence of a 20,000 square foot permanent facility operated by the Army Air Force. The Military Donut Complex 77. Exchange that houses a concession that specializes in the deep-fried, punctured confections. During 2005, alone, the Dodds spent at least $1.2 million at the Donut House Company of Kuwait, nearly $500,000 at 2 Krispy Kreme outlets, over $105,000 at Georgia's Augusta Donut Company, and more than $30,000 at a Tampa Bay Krispy Kreme that goes by the name Gulf FLA Donut Corporation. In 2005, the military also paid more than $1.4 million to Super Bakery, a company owned by the former NFL great Franco Harris. The company's signature product is the Super Donut, a vitamin and protein-enriched confection. Today, according to Ken Hoffman writing in the Houston Chronicle, these pastries are served at military bases around the world, including the mess tents of occupation troops in Iraq. Perhaps sensing that donuts were a new hot growth field for the complex, top Pentagon contractor, the Carlyle Group, joined 2 other firms, in late 2005, to buy up Dunkin' Brands and launched efforts to expand the unit's strongest brand, Dunkin' Donuts, across the United States and internationally. With the purchase, 2004's 20th largest military contractor promptly became part owner of the largest coffee and baked goods chain in the world. More than 6,500 shops in 29 countries worldwide. Whether it be donuts or bowling or almost anything else of your choice, the case can be made for the existence of a discrete complex. This has less to do with the existence of actual donut industry ties with the Pentagon than with the immensity, deep pockets, and reach of a military establishment that stretches into every conceivable corner of economic life. S. V. Asterisk. Part 3. The High Life. THO's corporate pals aren't the only ones having fun when it comes to the complex. The military and the Central Intelligence Agency are also living it up on U.S. tax dollars and blowing taxpayer money on perks, pork, and pillows. If you thought the days of the Pentagon shelling out $640 for toilet seats and $436 for an ordinary claw hammer, as it did in the high-flying 1980s, were over, you're absolutely, positively right. These days you need to add about $400 to the cost of one of those 1980s toilet seats if you expect to get a Pentagon-approved nacho cheese warmer. And what used to buy a claw hammer, in the halcyon age of Reagan, now barely covers the cost of that new necessity for military adventures in the Middle East, a decorative genie lamp. Given such expenditures, it's hardly surprising to find out that the Department of Defense has never actually undergone a financial audit. Speaking in 2006, Senator Tom Coburn made special note of the Dodds' inability to produce auditable financial statements. In other words, they can't undergo an audit, much less pass one. If Dodd were a privately owned company, it would have been bankrupt long, long ago. In 2004, the department set the goal of undergoing a full audit by 2007. That deadline has not been met, and in fact, has been moved to the year 2016. Americans are being asked to wait a full 10 years before their dollars are tracked well enough for the department to fail an audit. And that seems to be the new objective of financial managers at DOT, to get to a place where DOT can actually fail an audit. Passing the audit is a pipe dream for some future date beyond 2016. This total lack of accountability has real consequences. When the Pentagon drops thousands of dollars on a sumo wrestling 82 suit, or the CIA indulges its penchant for living high on the hog at five-star hotels across Europe, it reflects one constant that has carried over from the old military-industrial complex: an intense commitment to wasteful spending. With that in mind, let's make like the jet set and take a no-expenses-spared tour of all the resorts, luxury hotels, and lavish living that the complex has to offer. 9. HDLU, the list St. Lure LUDN. Back in the mid-1980s, the Department of Defense gained notoriety for outrageous spending: a $7,600 coffee pot, $9,600 Allen wrenches, and the most famous pork barrel item of them all, those $640 toilet seats. An outcry resulted and reform measures were enacted, yet the Pentagon continues to purchase high-priced pork with tax dollars, while the U.S. Congress adds to the squander fest by tacking pet projects onto defense appropriations bills. As a result, one hand washes the other in a pork barrel that runneth over. In 1996, though Ronald Reagan had long since passed from power, his DOD's legacy lived on, evidenced by the disclosure that the Pentagon doled out $2,187 for a door hinge for the C-17 cargo plane that should have cost $31. Similarly, in 1998, it was revealed that the Pentagon had spent $714 each for 108 electrical bells previously priced at $47. $5.41 for each of 1,844 screw thread inserts, compared with a previous price of 29 cents, $1.24 for each of 31,108 springs previously priced at 5 cents, and $75.60 for each of 187 set screws previously priced at 57 cents. In 2000, the U.S. General Accounting Office found that the Space and Naval Warfare Systems Command had gone on a taxpayer-funded spending spree, buying loads of personal-use Palm Pilots 84 and two $400 designer briefcases. Additionally, SPAWAR also used tax dollars to pay for Secretary's Day flowers. Meanwhile, Navy Public Works Center employees were buying so many high-end items, including laptop computers, Palm Pilots, DVD players, an air conditioner, clothing, jewelry, as well as eyeglasses, pet supplies, and pizza, that the GAO was unable even to tally the amount of money wasted. The GAO reportedly also found that the DOT had purchased 68,000 first-class or business-class airline seats instead of coach tickets. And a separate GAO investigation discovered that, from 1997 to 2002, the Pentagon had wasted an estimated $100 million on unused airline tickets. But why fly commercial when, between 1999 and 2003, the Department of Defense purchased 13 Cessna Citations, 2 Gulfstream executive jets, and 2 Boeing 737s for a total of $272 million. In their morning editions on September 11, 2001, before that day was seared into the American psyche, newspapers reported that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had vowed to battle Pentagon waste. "It could be said that it's a matter of life and death, every American's," said Rumsfeld. "Today, we declare war on bureaucracy?" Instead, America went to war against an amorphous emotion, and the Pentagon's long-standing spendthrift ways continued. In 2002, for instance, the GAO found that the Air Force had purchased a wide variety of home furnishing items, including a sofa and armchair at $24,000, a designer table at $2,200, an executive pillow at nearly $1,800, and 4 leather chairs at over $1,000 each, decorative accessories including lithographs, wall hangings, decorative rock at nearly $19,000, and decorative knives costing hundreds of dollars each. Air Force units deployed in Southwest Asia also spent $432 on a genie lamp, $51,000 on cappuccino makers, a cool $1,000 on a nacho cheese warmer, $3,395 on a sumo wrestling suit, almost $5,000 for cowboy hats, nearly $10,000 for Halloween decorations, more than. How the waste was $36,000 on Palm Pilots, $276,000 for digital cameras, and almost $50,000 on a bingo console. They even spent over $4,600 to buy beach sand for an air base in the United Arab Emirates surrounded by little else but sand. Meanwhile, a 2003 GAO report laid bare the fact that defense inventory systems so lax that the U.S. Army lost track of 56 airplanes, 32 tanks, and 36 Javelin missile command launch units, and that the Pentagon could not account for $1 trillion in spending. By 2005, little had changed for the better, anyway. The Pentagon now accounted for a full 32% of federal programs on the GAO's list of those at high risk due to their greater vulnerabilities to fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. In fact, 2 of them, the DOD's Inventory Management and Weapons Systems Acquisition Systems, had been on the list every year since the inaugural report was issued in 1990. Commenting on the persistent problems, Comptroller General David M. Walker stated that the Pentagon's refusal to address such long-standing issues results in billions of dollars in waste each year. Not surprisingly, the GAO also discovered in 2005 that huge numbers of new, unused, and excellent condition items were transferred and donated outside of DOD, sold for pennies on the dollar, or destroyed, while the Pentagon was buying identical items at a heavy loss to taxpayers. Out of $33 billion worth of materiel that the DOD classified as excess goods, $4 billion was found to be in excellent condition, but only about 12% of that was reused. For example, an Army unit returned 172 pairs of new, unused extreme cold weather boots, which were subsequently sold for 40 cents per pair, while other units in need of boots purchased 214 identical pairs. Reutilization would have saved taxpayers $27,678. It was also determined that the Pentagon was simultaneously selling unused biological and chemical weapons-resistant suits for $3 apiece, while buying hundreds of thousands of the same suits at $200 each. To make a point, GAO employees went out and purchased $2,898 worth of items on which the DOD had spent $86. Whopping $79,649 and then promptly tossed out. By mid-2007, almost nothing, apparently, had changed, as the National Association of Aircraft and Communication Suppliers found that, between January and June of that year, at least $330 million worth of combat boots, helmets, vests, aircraft parts, and other gear was being junked by the Pentagon rather than stored or sold as surplus to suppliers who sometimes sell it back to the military. Like a spoiled child that needn't care for his toys because new ones are always on the way, the 2005 GAO report found that the Pentagon also left excess property improperly stored outdoors for several months was damaged by wind, rain, and hurricanes. In one case, brand new items were tossed into a trash dumpster. Other things just went missing, including hundreds of military cold weather parkas and trousers and camouflage coats and trousers, 147 chemical and biological protective suits, 76 units of body armor, 47 wet weather parkas, 21 pairs of chemical and biological protective gloves, 7 sleeping bags, as well as computer equipment, various other items and, oh yeah, 5 guided missile warheads. While the DOD was giving away, tossing out, and losing military materiel hand over fist, Brian Bender of the Boston Globe noted that the Defense Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2006 was filled with dubious military projects, such as $5 million to study mood disorders, $2.7 million to research a cancer vaccine, $4 million to find new ways to diagnose heart attacks, $4 million for something called the Diabetes Regeneration Project. None of them were included in the Pentagon's initial $363.7 billion spending request. In March 2006, it was also revealed that the Pentagon, by refusing to reuse electronic cargo shipping tags specifically designed to be used multiple times, had squandered an estimated $110 million since 1997, the worst of the waste occurring since the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan began. In fact, the interminable war in Iraq has markedly exacerbated the Pentagon's already wild spending tendencies. By 2004, the GAO was reporting that billions of dollars were being wasted in Iraq. A significant percentage of this money was squandered by how the waste was 187. Halliburton, the energy and base building giant once headed by former Pentagon chief, and later Vice President, Dick Cheney. In 2005, the Defense Contract Audit Agency found Halliburton had reaped $442 million in charges that were unsupported by documentation to justify the cost. The DCAA also found purchases to rival the Reagan years, including $152,000 in movie library costs / a $1.5 million tailoring bill that auditors deemed higher than reasonable. More than $560,000 worth of heavy equipment that was considered unnecessary, and 2 multimillion-dollar transportation bills that appeared to overlap. Similarly, in 2007, it came to light that during the previous year the Pentagon paid another defense contractor $998,798 in transportation costs for shipping 2 19-cent washers. This was in addition to, according to the Washington Post, a 2004 order for a single $8.75 elbow pipe that was shipped for $445,640, a $10.99 machine thread plug was shipped for $492,096. 6 machine screws worth a total of $59.94 were shipped at a cost of $403,463 in 2005. The piece de resistance, however, was found in the testimony of the former food production manager at Halliburton's subsidiary Kellogg, Brown and Root, who told congresspersons that Halliburton charged the Department of Defense for as many as 10,000 meals a day it never served. At least the golden toilet seats and high-priced hammers actually existed. 10. LH Dolce /JITR. Lure on terror. The Central Intelligence Agency has long loved a good life. In 1977, before the Senate Intelligence Committee, it was revealed that agents from a CIA safe house in San Francisco infiltrated parties and dances to spike the drinks of guests with LSD and other hallucinogens and observe their freaked-out behavior. Other agents often were set up in genteel luxury. Robert Baer, a former CIA spook, fondly recalled his first agency assignment in Madras, India. This way, it was a white, 2-story stone and stucco house with a huge banyan tree and a pergola of jasmine that arched over the entire length of the driveway. Lined up under the veranda were my servants, all 7 of them. In 1996, 3 low-level CIA staffers were charged, according to a Department of Justice spokesman, with stealing more than 108 credit cards intended for agents overseas and racking up $190,000 in bills for designer clothes, a 60-disc compact disc system, a satellite dish, a 32-inch color television, automobile tires, tickets to Washington Bullets basketball games and $30,000 in cash advances from the Cards all in a 9-month period. This barely remembered scandal drew attention to the CIA's taste for lavish living. After all, for the better part of a year, charges for extravagant, big-ticket items and cash advances were racked up, apparently without raising either eyebrows or red flags. But the LA Dolce Vita War on Terror '89 agency wasn't the only outfit around whose employees had a yen for living high on the hog. Remember that, in September 2001, Donald Rumsfeld said, "In this building, despite the era of scarce resources, money disappears," and he pointed out that the DoD was wasting $3 billion to $4 billion each year, while soldiers suffered. "The focus must remain completely on the warfighter," insisted the Secretary of Defense. Despite the frugal rhetoric, a GAO report found that in 2001 and 2002, an estimated 72% of premium class travel by the DoD was neither properly authorized nor justified. Apparently, the Pentagon spent almost $124 million on over 68,000 airline tickets that included at least one leg of premium class service, primarily business class. Based on statistical sample, estimated that senior civilian and military employees, including senior-level executives and presidential appointees with Senate confirmation, accounted for almost 50% of premium class travel. The report found that the DoD spent more on premium class travel in 2 years than the total travel expenses including airfare, lodging, and meals of 12 major government agencies, including the Social Security Administration, the Departments of Energy, Education, Labor, Housing, and Urban Development, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. A classic example of profligate Pentagon spending was revealed in the case of a DoD civilian employee who, along with 3 family members, flew a combination of first and business class when they relocated from London to Honolulu. The travel order for the employee and his family did not authorize them to fly premium class, yet premium class tickets totaling almost $21,000 were issued, compared to an estimated cost of $2,500 for coach class tickets. Commenting on such extravagant spending, enabled by travel cards issued by the Bank of America, Illinois Representative Jan Schakowsky said, "The irony is that these problems are occurring at the Department of Defense, an institution that places a 90 premium on discipline, the chain of command and accountability. That makes the culture of waste, fraud, and abuse that seems to permeate all aspects of DoD's fiscal operations all the more intolerable. This has to stop. It's unfair to our soldiers and to U.S. taxpayers." The military's high-flying airfares were extravagant but paled in comparison to the Central Intelligence Agency's fight against frugality. According to Italian court documents, in December 2002, a CIA operative arrived in Milan and, eschewing a Spartan safe house or low-profile lodgings, spent 11 days at the Milan Westin Palace, a posh hotel located in the vibrant heart of Milan, which boasts 228 luxurious guest rooms including 13 prestigious suites, 10 of which are endowed with a relaxant private Turkish bath and the Casanova Grill restaurant, located on the hotel's enchanting private terrace. A gaggle of fellow CIA agents, 18 in all, began arriving in January 2003 and, like their trailblazing counterpart, hit other posh digs, like the Milan Hilton and the Star Hotel Rosa, where on room charges alone, the agency dropped $21,266.67 and $15,280.95, respectively. According to the Washington Post, throughout that month, the covered agents were regular patrons at the Hotel Principe di Savoia in Milan, which bills itself as one of the world's most luxuriously appointed hotels and features a marble-lined spa and minibar cokes that cost about $10. 7 of the agents stayed at the $4.50 per night hotel for various lengths of time, accruing a bill of over $42,000 while ringing up tabs of as much as $500 a day on diners' club accounts created to match their recently forged identities. Another 7-person team, according to the Chicago Tribune, spent $40,098 on room charges at the Westin Palace, a 5-star hotel across the Piazza della Repubblica from the Principe, where a club sandwich is only $1.20. In early February, the 19 spies hit the Ligurian Riviera seaside resort town of La Spezia, checking into 2 hotels, but staying only a few hours. Some agents then made the 3-hour drive back to Milan, while others headed to Florence for an overnight stay. Soon, at least 13 of the agents were back in Milan, leaving it up at the Hilton, the Sheraton, the Gallia, and the Principe di Savoia. La Dolce Vita War on Terror 91. For another week at a cost of $144,984. Just after noon, on February 17, these budding 007s took to the Milan streets to find their Dr. No. He turned out to be a 42-year-old Egyptian-born cleric and suspected terrorist, Hassan Mustafa Osama Nasr, who, while walking to a mosque to attend daily prayers, was accosted by an 8-person CIA kidnap team. They promptly assaulted him with a chemical spray and threw him into a white van. The American abduction squad, carrying 17 cell phones between them, began making phone calls to U.S. and Italian numbers, allowing Italian officials to track their movements as their vehicle traveled to the U.S. Air Force's Aviano Air Base. A few hours later, NASR was forced aboard a Learjet and whisked off to the U.S. Air Base at Ramstein, Germany. The cleric was then reportedly transferred to a Gulfstream 4 executive jet regularly leased by the CIA from Philip H. Morse, a part owner of the Boston Red Sox Major League Baseball franchise, and transported to Egypt, where the torture of prisoners is notoriously commonplace. NASR's luxury travel is par for the course when it comes to the CIA. In addition to the leased jets, the Special Collection Service, a joint project of the CIA and the National Security Agency, operates an entire fleet of luxury planes, generally Gulfstream and other executive jets, including a Boeing business jet, as well as regular military transports. Some of these executive jets are registered to a series of dummy American corporations, such as Bayard Foreign Marketing, of Portland, Oregon, while others are owned by Premier Executive Transport Services, a C.I.A. Shell Cornpan, where they reportedly spent their spare time playing golf and, after kidnapping Khaled El Masri, a German car salesman apparently mistaken for an Al-Qaeda suspect with a similar name, in January 2004, racked up a food bill of nearly $1,700 and an $85 bill for a massage. One of the Mallorca hotels, the Gran Melia Victoria, prides itself on offering stunning sea views from its $1,000 plus per night suites and is only a short distance from 5 local golf courses. The other hotel, the 5-star Mallorca Marriott Sun Anton Golf Resort and Spa, offers 36 holes of golf within walking distance from the hotel, 5 indoor and outdoor pools, a luxury holistic lifestyle spa, as well as miniature golf, a mountain biking trail, tennis courts, and a sauna. Could the DOD compete with such lavish living, especially in the wake of its new regulations that decreed, using government funds to pay for premium class travel is strictly forbidden? Since there was the caveat except under certain circumstances, signs pointed to yes. In fact, the DOD's policy was a flight from accountability. Effective November 17, 2003, officials in the Office of the Secretary of Defense were allowed to overrule written policy and approve first-class travel. But the SECDEF's office wasn't alone. The loophole, a mile wide, was open to the executive secretaries of the Office of the Secretary of Defense and the defense agencies, the Director of the Joint Staff, the secretaries of the military departments, who had the ability to further delegate authority to undersecretaries, service chiefs or their vice and/or deputy chiefs of staff, and 4-star commanders or their 3-star vice and/or deputy commanders. La Dolce Vita War on Terror 93. Of course, Rumsfeld didn't need to worry about travel restrictions himself, since he flew in style on his own highly modified Boeing 747-204 engine jet, known colloquially as the Flying Pentagon, that, according to the DOD's American Forces Information Service, includes a group of flight attendants who prepare and serve food and beverages and much more. Meanwhile, according to a March 2004 memo, Rumsfeld's underlings were cleared to fly commercial airlines first class for 6 reasons or business class for 9 reasons, ranging from security concerns to the fact that the flight might last more than 14 hours. The DOD also remains competitive when it comes to swanky digs. Within the United States, the Pentagon maintains a list of austere hotels for the military traveler. These flea bags include Hilton Miami Airport. Offers tropical seclusion, exclusive accommodations, and extraordinary dining. Situated on a private peninsula in the heart of Blue Lagoon, a 100-acre freshwater lake. Jogging trail, a 3,000 square-foot swimming pool, and tennis and basketball courts. St. Anthony, a Wyndham Historic Hotel. A San Antonio, Texas, landmark that boasts timeless elegance and first-class service. Lavish carpets, bronzes, and works of art from around the world. French Empire antiques. Hilton Alexandria Marks Center Hotel. Adjacent to a 43-acre botanical preserve, provides a tranquil oasis for travelers to Washington. From the hotel's towering glass atrium and Italian marble-clad lobby, guests know from the minute they arrive that they are assured a memorable stay, with the services and amenities that only a first-class hotel can provide. The DOD also boasts its own Armed Forces Recreation Center's special military-only resorts, including the Hale-Koa Hotel on Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. But a resort of its own in Waikiki is simply not enough for the DOD. Its records show that, in 2004, the Pentagon sent U.S. tax dollars to the Hawaii Prince Hotel Waikiki 94, which boasts spectacular all-ocean-front accommodations including 57 luxury suites, a golf course created by the legendary Arnold Palmer and the renowned course designer Ed C., tennis courts, a day spa, and a beauty salon, among other amenities. In 2005, the DOD spent over $29,000 at the Ocean View Hotel in Waikiki and in excess of $41,000 at the Hilton Hawaiian Village Beach Resort and Spa, a 22-acre beachfront complex that contains the widest stretch of white sand on Waikiki and a beachfront super pool that is the largest on the island. That same year, the DOD also paid more than $2.5 million to Waikiki Beach condominiums and spent over $176,000 at the DoubleTree Alana Hotel Waikiki, an intimate boutique hotel. In 2006, it was back for more, shelling out over $80,000 to the DoubleTree Alana Hotel Waikiki. Military folks, at least of a certain rank or position, enjoy the good life when traveling overseas, even on missions. In 2004, an Associated Press story revealed that special agents of the Naval Criminal Investigative Service used a 5-star Kuwaiti hotel as an interrogation center. Living high on the hog may be habit-forming because, in 2005, the AP also revealed that American military personnel frequent Jordan's 5-star hotels while on leave in Iraq. That same year, the New York Times exposed the fact that when 2 U.S. Special Forces snipers were arrested for gun running in Colombia, they were found in a luxury gated community. U.S. civilian contractors have adopted the same taste for living in high style as their military counterparts. Despite the fact that civilian contractors have received battlefield commendations in Iraq and sometimes wear the same uniforms as U.S. troops, DOD travel regulations unequivocally state that contractors are not government employees. They just look, are treated, and act that way. After $1 million in taxpayer funds went missing, the Halliburton subsidiary KBR dispatched a Tiger team to the Middle East to conduct an audit. According to Ed Harriman in the London Review of Books, KBR's Tiger team stayed at the five-star Kuwait La Dolce Vita War on Terror 95 Kempinski Hotel, where its members ran up a bill of more than $1 million, the Remedy, whose troops were sleeping in tents at a cost of $1.39 a day, asked the Tiger team to move into tents. It refused. And why wouldn't they say no? After all, those army tents lacked the fruit baskets and pressed laundry delivered daily offered at the Kempinski. And KBR folks are likely used to the high life, since previous concerns were raised about the level of expenditure of their employees at the Hilton Kuwait Resort, a five-star beachfront hotel near Kuwait City. But if you think military folks are forced to forego the Hilton's mile-long private beach, 2 pools, health club, tennis courts, spa, shopping arcade, and restaurants, for cheap tents, reconsider. Records show that the Pentagon paid more than $26,000 to the hotel in 2004, over $305,000 in 2005, and more than $284,000 in 2006. Part 4. THHTs. Entertainment. It seems only natural to move from the high life to the real glitz and glamour of the complex its ties to the entertainment industry. The military's been entertaining people for a long time, and it still brings crowds to their feet with its spectacles. For example, between October 2005 and September 2006, the U.S. Army Field Band performed at 320 events, in 179 cities, in 45 states for more than 574,000 people. Meanwhile, the Golden Knights, the Army's skydiving team, reportedly entertains 12 million people a year at air shows and sporting events including Major League Baseball games, NASCAR races, and NFL football games. Similarly, the Marine Corps Band plays 500 public and official performances annually, while the Air Force reaches out with its popular Thunderbirds Air Demonstration Squadron, which according to the Air Force has been seen by more than 280 million people in all 50 states and 57 foreign countries. Counting television viewers, the numbers undoubtedly reach into the billions. The Navy's Aerial Demonstration Fighter Jet Squadron, the Blue Angels, has a similar performance record, and, in 2005 alone, the Navy's Leapfrogs parachute team played to big audiences at such diverse events as the San Diego Thunderbolt Regatta, multiple Major League Baseball home openers, the Preakness Stakes horse race, and a Monday night football game. Today, however, these classic techniques of the complex have been augmented by much hipper methods. Take, for one example, movies. While the U.S. military has long had a relationship with Follywood, the ad hoc arrangements of old are over. Today, the Air Force operates airforcehollywood.af.mil, the official website of the U.S. Air Force Entertainment Liaison Office. The military has even set up a one-stop shop on one floor of a Los Angeles office building where the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and Department of Defense itself have film liaison offices. Additionally, the DoD runs an NCHIA 100 entertainment media division from the Pentagon. But it doesn't stop there. In 2007, the Army, Navy, and Air Force joined with Science Applications International Corporation, the right-wing magazine National Review, and In Hollywood magazine, among others, to sponsor the first GI Film Festival, a 3-day event with 22 film screenings, numerous panel discussions, and a VIP cocktail reception including top military brass, filmmakers, Hollywood executives, and other opinion leaders from Washington, D.C. The festival caught something of the new interconnectedness typical of the complex. There's even a revolving door at work. For example, the director of the GI Film Festival, Major Laurel Law, is not only a 17-year military veteran and a military intelligence officer in the Army Reserve but also the subject of a national recruitment media campaign for the Army Reserve with a web page devoted to her biography at thearmysgourmet.com. Or take Lieutenant Colonel Paul Sinower of the Office of the Chief of Public Affairs, the branch of the Army that deals with the entertainment industry. Sinower actually served as a technical advisor to the Vietnam War-themed television series Tour of Duty in the 1980s. He retired from the military in 1991 and spent 10 years in the movie industry writing, acting, producing, and teaching screenwriting. Called back to the military in 2004, he traded in working on projects like his forgettable Dead Men Can't Dance about a special ops team sent to destroy a North Korean nuclear facility for Michael Bay's blockbuster Transformers. Eisenhower's military-industrial complex was olive drab all the way with the emphasis on drab. Today, the complex is slick, extreme, and enmeshed in pop culture. And there's a good reason. By co-opting the civilian culture of cool, the military corporate complex is able to create positive associations with the armed forces, immerse the young in an alluring, militarized world of fun, and make interaction with the military second nature to today's. That's Entertainment 101. Americans. As such, the complex is now interwoven in every aspect of American entertainment, from the video game industry to all forms of American car culture. So buckle up and enjoy the ride from Hollywood Boulevard to the Daytona International Speedway. Ain't it cool? V. 11. Bix billion MOXJIEB and no separation. In the late 1990s, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, a game in which the goal was to connect the actor Kevin Bacon to any other actor, living or dead, through films or television shows in no more than 6 steps, became something of a phenomenon. Spread via the internet before becoming a board game and a book, 6 Degrees has taken its place in America's pop culture pantheon among other favorite late-night drunken pursuits. Here is a new variant of the game. The goal is to connect Kevin Bacon to the U.S. military. A common-sense approach would be first to consider Bacon's military roles, the ROTC cadet of his first feature film, the 1978 comedy classic Animal House, for example, or the Marine Corps prosecutor Captain Jack Ross in the 1992 film A Few Good Men. But the game isn't as easy as it looks. Animal House is hardly a pro-military project, and the DOT actually denied A Few Good Men access to its facilities. The script, the Pentagon claimed, reinforced the conclusion that not only is criminal harassment a commonplace and accepted practice within the Marine Corps, but that it requires a sister military service to uncover the wrongdoings and bring the perpetrators to justice. A spokesman for the film explained the Pentagon's decision. It is certainly not a recruiting film, he admitted. So does that mean game over? Perish the thought. In reality, there are no degrees of 104 separation between Bacon and the Pentagon because the actor had already starred in a military film, a real one. Bacon recalls, after the war was over in 75-1 was already thinking about becoming an actor and I got sent out on this army recruiting him. It was a soft sell kind of thing. I was a guy getting out of high school who didn't know what he wanted to do with his life, so I took the gig. It was my very first paying acting job. As it happens, the complex puts even Bacon to shame when it comes to connections in Tinseltown. The Pentagon might even be the ultimate Hollywood insider. So let's play a new version of the game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, with the military standing in for Kevin. The object is to follow a few of the thousands and thousands of linkages and connections between Hollywood and the military that have made the Department of Defense a genuine legend of the silver screen, from the silent era to the ramped-up military movie complex of today, ending with who else? Kevin Bacon. Just sit back with a big bucket of popcorn and enjoy the show. Let's go back to 1915, when in response to a request for assistance, U.S. Secretary of War John Weeks ordered the Army to provide every reasonable courtesy to D.W. Griffith's pro-Ku Klux Klan epic Birth of a Nation. The Army came through with over 1,000 cavalry troops and a military band. The film featured George Berger, who would go on to star with Humphrey Bogart and Glenn Cavender in San Quentin, in which a former Army officer is hired to impose military discipline on the infamous California prison. Cavender had also appeared alongside actor-slash-director Sid Chaplin, Charlie's brother, in A Submarine Pirate, for which the U.S. Navy provided a submarine, a gunboat, and the use of the San Diego Navy Yard. Sid Chaplin later starred in a non-military A Little Bit of Fluff with Edmund Brian, who appeared in the 1930 World War I aviation epic The Dawn Patrol. That film was written by John Monk Saunders, who wrote another World War I drama, The Oscar. 6 Billion Movies and No Separation 105. Winning Wings, featuring Gary Cooper. Wings received major support from the War Department and won the first Academy Award for Best Picture. Gary Cooper provides the link to Sergeant York, a 1941 film directed by World War I Army Air Corps veteran Howard Hawks, that was denounced by many as warmongering propaganda. Hawks went on to direct actor Ray Montgomery in Air Force, a Warner Brothers film about a bomber crew serving in the Pacific, which received assistance from the Army Air Corps. In fact, the War Department even fast-tracked a review of the script because the film was deemed a Special Air Corps recruiting job. That same year Montgomery also played a bit part, alongside Humphrey Bogart, in Warner Brothers' action in the North Atlantic. Bogart additionally starred with Lloyd Bridges, in Columbia Pictures' 1943 Sahara, a World War II epic made with the full cooperation of the U.S. Army. Bridges would go on to appear with both Van Johnson and Spencer Tracy in the non-military Plymouth Adventures. But long before that, both Johnson and Tracy took off in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, a film celebrating the 1942 Doolittle raid, a U.S. terror bombing effort that decimated civilian sites including factories, schools, and even a hospital made, of course, with the assistance of the War Department. Van Johnson fought his way through another MGM production, Battleground, which not only featured tanks, trucks, and other gear loaned by the Army, but, as extras, 20 members of the 101st Airborne Division. Battleground co-starred John Hodiak, who, that same year, played alongside Jimmy Stewart in the World War II adventure film Malaya. Stewart had enlisted in the Air Force at the start of World War II, eventually becoming a colonel and earning the Air Medal, the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Croix de Guerre, and 7 battle stars. He then served in the 106th Air Force Reserve and retired as a brigadier general. While in the reserves, he flew high in Strategic Air Command, a film conceived at the urging of Curtis LeMay, the actual commander of the Air Force's real Strategic Air Command. Even with Cold War-era demands on its equipment, SAC provided Paramount with B-36 bombers, B-47 jet bombers, and a full colonel as a technical advisor. But that was just one of SAC's connections to Hollywood. The 1963 film A Gathering of Eagles, for example, received SAC's wholehearted support. Written by Battleground screenwriter Robert DeRoche and featuring matinee idol Rock Hudson, it was praised for its realism by none other than LeMay. This realism can, in part, be explained by the fact that segments of the movie were shot on location at California's Bale Air Force Base and the filmmakers were granted access to SAC's underground command center in Omaha, Nebraska. Hudson was even allowed to broadcast his lines over the SAC Worldwide Radio Alert Network. Hudson later starred with John Wayne in The Undefeated, but not before the Duke made his military entertainment masterpiece The Green Berets, which enjoyed the full backing of the Vietnam Embattled Department of Defense. On the say-so of President Lyndon B. Johnson's administration, the motion picture was allowed to shoot at the Army's Fort Benning for 107 days. In addition, the Pentagon loaned airplanes, helicopters, weapons, troops, and advisors: a technical advisor to oversee matters of military assistance, a liaison at Fort Benning to arrange for equipment and men, and a liaison to oversee the progress of the production to Wayne, the co-director and star. With all that military input, the Green Berets proved to be, as Variety put it, a whammo and boffo box office success. Critics, however, almost universally panned the motion picture. One New York Times film reviewer went so far as to call it so unspeakable, so stupid, so rotten, and false in every detail. Vile and insane. 6 billion movies and no separation. 107. Denounced by anti-war protesters, who picketed theaters across the globe, the film was even attacked in the U.S. Congress after it was disclosed that the government received only $18,623.64 for the use of troops, equipment, land, and various services that might have cost taxpayers as much as $1 million. The Army countered by suggesting that troops who worked on the film derived training benefits from their participation. Wayne's Green Berets co-star, George Takei, was no stranger to the military entertainment complex, having appeared in the 1960 Marine Corps-assisted Hell to Eternity and the 1963 film version of John F. Kennedy's PT 109. Takei also once starred with Grant Williams, an actor who later showed up in Torn, 20th Century Fox's then unbelievably big-budget 1970 film. For that movie, the Department of Defense provided research assistance, stock footage, comments on multiple drafts of the script, a Navy technical advisor, an airplane hangar that had been scheduled for demolition, and use of Navy ships at Pearl Harbor. Demonstrating a new willingness to go above and beyond for Hollywood, the Navy even loaded 30 Japanese airplanes onto the aircraft carrier USS Yorktown for the attack. Military Tinseltown cooperation obviously goes back a long way, as far as the silent era. But in the 1970s there was a shift, producing a new, amped-up relationship, largely in response to a growing negative impression of the U.S. military engendered by the Vietnam War and the prospect of having to field an all-volunteer military. The military was hungry for help in rehabilitating its image, even lending support to civilian flicks, and the film industry was happy to oblige. Take 20th Century Fox's 1974 collaboration with the Navy on the non-military The Towering Inferno. The Navy lent helicopters, and the studio said thanks in the form of an acknowledgement in the credits. The film featured longtime 108. Military entertainment stalwart William Holden, who had already appeared in I Wanted Wings and the Bridges at Toko-Ri. He had also co-starred in 1948's Man from Colorado with Glenn Ford, who acted alongside Charlton Heston in Midway, a production that was allowed to use the USS Lexington aircraft carrier for 2 weeks of filming. Heston, in turn, went on to star in Grey Lady Down. The 1978 submarine thriller benefited from the use of a real submarine, rescue ships, and sailors who served as extras, all courtesy of the Navy. Grey Lady Down also featured actor Stacy Keach, who, in 1980, starred in the TV movie adaptation of Philip Caputo's A Rumor of War. Despite that film's focus on the atrocious side of the American war in Vietnam, the Marine Corps provided an advisor, the use of military facilities, and 30 Marines. Brian Dennehy, who also starred in A Rumor of War, would go on to act alongside Scott Glenn in the 1985 Western Silverado. But before he became a cowboy, Glenn played the part of Navy test pilot and NASA spaceman Alan B. Shepard in The Right Stuff. That film, an adaptation of Tom Wolfe's book, was partially shot at California's Edwards Air Force Base and used various types of aircraft and equipment as well as Air Force personnel as extras. Ed Harris, who blasted into orbit as astronaut John Glenn in The Right Stuff, moved from the space capsule to the NASA control room in the 1995 blockbuster drama Apollo 13. Beside him, in the co-pilot seat, was none other than Kevin Bacon. Apollo 13 also featured Bill Paxton, who, a year earlier, had been seen in the Arnold Schwarzenegger blockbuster, True Lies, which benefited from Marine Corps assistance. Paxton had also acted in 1990's Navy SEALs and, in 2000, would dive below the surface in a Navy-supported submarine action drama. 6 Billion Movies and No Separation 109. U-571 alongside actor David Keith. In 2000, Keith played in the Robert De Niro/Cuba Gooding Jr. movie Men of Honor. The next year Keith starred in Behind Enemy Lines. True Lies also provides another link in the military entertainment matrix. The film's co-star, Tom Arnold, had shared billing in Exit Wounds with Steven Seagal and Brew McGill, who also appeared in 2002's The Sum of All Fears. Shot on location at Whiteman Air Force Base and Offutt Air Force Base, The Sum of All Fears featured numerous U.S. Air Force aircraft and enjoyed the input of multiple Air Force technical advisors. Another one of its stars, Morgan Freeman, also had a part in 1998's Deep Impact and in Shawshank Redemption, when he played opposite anti-war activist Tim Robbins, who provides a link to the Navy-aided blockbuster Top Gun, starring Tom Cruise. Freeman's co-star in The Sum of All Fears, Ben Affleck, had a lead role in the 2001 historical drama Pearl Harbor, which was produced with the backing of the Navy and even had its premiere on the deck of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Affleck was joined in Pearl Harbor by Cuba Gooding Jr., Tom Sizemore, and Josh Hartnett. That same year, Hartnett and Sizemore appeared in Ridley Scott's blockbuster Black Hawk Down, made with the full cooperation of the Army. The Pentagon sent the film 8 combat helicopters, 100 soldiers, including members of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, and 2 technical advisors. Tom Sizemore, in turn, acted in the Vietnam War film We Were Soldiers, for which much assistance was given by the Army. One of his co-stars, Stephen Ford, had appeared in Armageddon, which was filmed, in part, at Edwards Air Force Base and Patrick Air Force Base, made use of U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds aircraft. 110. And employed Air Force personnel as extras and security personnel. The film also boasted a cast of big military entertainment guns, including Owen Wilson, Michael Clark Duncan, and William Fichtner, while the movie's biggest gun was the now familiar Ben Affleck. Another co-star in Pearl Harbor was Tom Everett, who also appeared in Air Force One, starring Harrison Ford. The latter movie utilized U.S. Air Force aircraft, Air Force personnel as extras and was filmed, in part, at both the Rickenbacker and Channel Islands Air National Guard bases. Its director, Wolfgang Peterson, also directed the George Clooney/Mark Wahlberg weather drama The Perfect Storm, which was partially filmed at the Channel Islands base, too, and involved Air Force aircraft, pilots, ground crews, and pararescue personnel. Wahlberg also had a bit part in the 1994 Danny DeVito comedy Renaissance Man. In fact, the Oscar-winning Forrest Gump received only limited help from the Army, in part because Renaissance Man and another 1994 comedy, In the Army Now, starring Pauly Shore and David Alan Grier, sucked up so much of the military attention that year. Grier went on to appear in The Woodsman with Benjamin Bratt, who had previously been cast in the 1994 Army-aided thriller Clear and Present Danger and would star in the ABC TV series Earring, a self-proclaimed pulsating drama set inside the nation's ultimate fortress, the Pentagon, whose producer and co-creator Ken Robinson had worked in the actual Pentagon over a couple decades. In case Bratt's military entertainment bona fides needed further enhancement, it's worth pointing out that at his side in the non-military The Woodsman was not only Grier but, you guessed it, Kevin Bacon. In fact, one could take many of Bacon's non-military roles and quickly find connections that lead directly to the Pentagon. For instance, have a look at Bacon's distinctly unmilitary Wild Things and you'll find movie veteran Robert Wagner, who was featured not only in such Navy-supported fare as the Frogman, 6 billion movies and No Separation 111, The Towering Inferno, and Midway, but also in the Marine Corps-aided halls of Montezuma, Stars, and Stripes Forever, and in Love and War. The Army assisted Between Heaven and Hell, the Air Force supported The Hunters, and finally in The Longest Day, an epic about the D-Day landings made with the cooperation of the full complement of Army, Navy, and Marine Corps. The point is, when it comes to military entertainment connections, Bacon isn't special. As the Bacon/Wagner example demonstrates, almost any current actor from Gwyneth Paltrow to young actress Dakota Fanning could be linked to the military by 6 degrees, if not many fewer. The reasons are simple. As David Robb, the author of Operation Lilywood, How the Pentagon Shapes and Censors the Movies, observed, Hollywood and the Pentagon have a collaboration that works well for both sides. Hollywood producers get what they want: access to billions of dollars worth of military hardware and equipment, tanks, jet fighters, nuclear submarines, and aircraft carriers, and the military gets what it wants: films that portray the military in a positive light, films that help the services in their recruiting efforts. But recruiting is just part of the equation, and the phrase, a positive light, is even a little soft. At the movies, the military gets sold as heroic, admirable, and morally correct. Often, it can literally do no wrong. Speaking about the big budget, live-action blockbuster Transformers, Ian Bryce, one of the producers, characterized the relationship this way: without the superb military support we've gotten, it would be an entirely different looking film. Once you get Pentagon approval, you've created a win-win situation. We want to cooperate with the Pentagon to show them off in the most positive light, and the Pentagon likewise wants to give us 112. The resources to be able to do that. On the military side, Air Force Master Sergeant Larry Bullen spoke of similar motivations for aiding the production of Iron Man. I want people to walk away from this movie with a really good impression of the Air Force, like they got about the Navy seeing Top Gun, he said. But Air Force Captain Christian Hodge, the Defense Department's project officer for Iron Man, may have said it best when he unabashedly opined, the Air Force is going to come off looking like rock stars. 12. H_JIRTUHL_world of LURR. I'm breathing hard as I double time it down a rubble-strewn street, hugging the outside wall of a building into which I just poured a heavy volume of rifle fire. I glance at windows and balconies for hidden snipers and holler at my fire team to move it. As we pile through a side entrance, I listen. Voices. And it ain't English. I spot a circuit breaker box on the wall, take aim with my M16A 4.2 33 caliber automatic rifle, and pump one round into it. Almost immediately, the room goes dark and a voice upstairs starts shouting. Was it Arabic? What do they speak here anyway? No matter. My team and I put on our night vision goggles, proceed to the upper floors, and come upon a hallway lined with doors. I hear feet shuffling behind the first one and whisper orders to my team to execute a room takedown. We stack in front of the door, check our weapons, get ready, and bust in. Immediately, all hell breaks loose. I see a figure in the shadows and let loose with my M16, cutting him down. To my right, my saw gunner opens up on another man with his M249 light machine gun. My official manual says that this high-powered weapon can be devastating to the enemy's morale. That guy's morale is the least of his worries now. The room is clear, and I'm about to take an AK-74 automatic rifle from one of the corpses when I hear a bullet rip right past me. Out of the corner of 114. My eye spot a muzzle flash as another shot narrowly misses a fellow team member. The shots are coming from the building across the street. A sniper. I take cover and try to zero in on him, but he's well protected and increasing his rate of fire. Up 4 has me pinned, I roar using military slang for opposing forces, or bad guys. Then more Up 4 start firing into the room, from the hallway. I guess shooting up their building, knocking out the power, and killing their comrades must have made them angry. I leave my team members to deal with them as I load my single-shot, rifle-mounted M203 grenade launcher, edge back to the window, take hasty aim at the sniper, and fire a 40mm grenade. The explosion is loud and blows out part of the wall of the building across the street. I wait and watch. Silence. I must have got him. Or at least chased him off. In the meantime, my team has made short work of a bunch of bad guys, dead on the hallway floor. I proceed to take an AK-74 from one and ammo from another. Over the next hours I lead my team through the warrens of a thoroughly bombed-out Beirut streets laden with concrete rubble, burned-out cars, and disabled armored vehicles. We take out machine gun nests set up in storefronts, call in airstrikes by Cobra gunships, slog through ancient sewer systems, and engage in firefights with fatigue-clad militiamen, turban-wearing radicals, and occasional Syrian troops and Iranian special forces soldiers in marketplaces, bombed-out bookstores, and restaurants. Suddenly, we're told that a high-value target is located in our area, Akbar al-Saud, a Lebanese militia leader. We track him to an almost totally decimated building and fight our way inside, spending ammo with abandon and mowing down one local fighter after another, until we reach al-Saud himself, cowering alone on an upper floor. His hands are clasped behind his back, and he's willing, it seems, to be taken into custody. I walk up to him, raise my rifle, and butt stroke him in the head. He crumples to the ground as my radio crackles that we've completed the operation. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but soon after, as we're appraised of the results of our mission, I discover that I killed al-Saud, the high-value target we were sent. 115. To find with my unnecessary blow. Regardless, the operation is classified as success. Almost immediately, a cable news network announces word of our triumphant mission, merely mentioning that Akbar al-Saud is no longer a factor in the conflict. Only my team knows that I killed the man after the fighting was over. Only they witnessed me smash my rifle butt into his skull. And they know as well as I do that if I kill an enemy who has surrendered, the mission is supposed to be deemed a failure. But that didn't happen here. Nobody talked. And nobody even thought to mention the many civilian-occupied buildings I fired grenades into, raked with rifle fire, or targeted for mortar strikes. In any event, instead of being thrown into the brig, rousing music is played in my honor and I'm briefed on our next mission. FM still in command. No one seems to give a damn about my war crimes. It's true. FM a murderer, a war criminal, and a U.S. Marine. At least, in the digital world I am. It was through the Microsoft Xbox game Close Combat, First to Fight, that I was sent, as real U.S. Marines were in the 1950s and the 1980s, into Lebanon. Set in 2006, this act of digital Middle Eastern meddling, according to the game's storyline, is the result of an American decision to impose its will after several groups of insurgents took over sections of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, the largest, best organized, and best funded of them being the radical Attish movement, led by Tariq Qadhan, a local religious zealot of considerable influence. My digital outfit, the 28th Marine Expeditionary Unit, is a part of America's Expeditionary Invasion Force, or as the game's promotional literature puts it, the United States 911 Shock Troops, the most feared shock troops on the planet. Of course, when you're the most feared force on Earth, you do what you want and kill who you want, as I did in virtual Beirut and as the real Marines have long done across the globe. What is most noteworthy about Close Combat, First to Fight, 116. However, is not its military theme nor its realism. Instead, it's the way it came into being. The game is typical of a recently emerging trend that has melded the video game industry with the US military in a set of symbiotic relationships that literally immersed civilian gamers in a virtual world of war while training soldiers using the hottest gaming technology available. It's the creation of a digital cradle-to-grave concept in which games created by or for the military are used as recruiting tools and also, as it were, to pret-train youngsters. Then, when they are old enough to enlist, these kids find themselves using video game-like controllers to pilot real military vehicles and are taught tactics and trained in strategy using specially designed video games and commercially available, off-the-shelf games that have been drafted into service by the military. In the late 1990s, the otherwise dreadful soundtrack for Godzilla, that blockbuster flop of a movie, featured one cut that transcended its origins. No Shelter, by rebel rap/rockers Rage Against the Machine, trashed both the movie and a consumer-driven militarized Hollywood, writ large. From the theaters to malls on every shore, the group decried, "A thin line between entertainment and war?" The line had by then grown thin indeed. Today, it hardly exists. The military is now in the midst of a full-scale occupation of the entertainment industry, conducted with far more skill than America's debacle in Iraq. Consider the genealogy of close combat, First to Fight. Originally a training tool, called First to Fight, the software was developed for the U.S. Marine Corps by civilian contractor Destiner Studios. But the game wasn't strictly a civilian venture. It was created under the direction of more than 40 active-duty Marines, fresh from the front lines of combat in the Middle East. Worked side by side with the development team to put the exact tactics they used. 117. In combat into First to Fight. That civilian-created, military-aided training tool was then recycled into a civilian first-person shooter, rated T14, with a Marine on the game's packaging and a blurb that exclaims, "Based on a training tool developed for the United States Marines. Play all that you can play." Close Combat, First to Fight was hardly the first game to blur the civilian/military gaming divide. In 2002, the Army launched America's Army, at Training and Combat the Army box at a term shooter video game that was made available online and at recruiting stations free of charge. The game was the brainchild of Lieutenant Colonel Casey Wardinsky, the director of the Office of Economic and Manpower Analysis at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. In 1999, after noting that the Army had failed to meet its recruiting goals for 2 years running, he charged his staff with the task of finding ways to entice kids to enlist. One idea that surfaced was video games. As the AA website tells it, in August of 1999 Wardinsky presented his concept for the America's Army game to hire brass and called for a game that combined single-player adventure and first-person multiplayer action genres into an online virtual army experience. In January 2000, the Modeling, Virtual Environment and Simulation Institute at the Naval Postgraduate School was chosen to develop the game under the moniker, Army Game Project. As a result, the director of MOVES, Michael Zda, teamed up with Wardinsky, and, that same year, MOVES entered into an agreement with the Army to develop a state-of-the-art video game, to educate potential recruits on the Army's missions and functions and enhance recruiting opportunities. The MOVES Institute, however, was not alone in creating the game. Along the way, such entertainment and gaming industry stalwarts as Epic Games, NVIDIA, the THX division of Lucasfilm, Dolby Laboratories, Lucasfilm Skywalker Sound, Home LAN, and GameSpy Industries also took part. 118. The game became a huge success for the Army and hit the very youth demographic it targets for potential recruits, as well as their younger siblings. AA teaches military training, weapons, and tactics by allowing players to experience army life from the on-screen rigors of boot camp to blasting away at enemy troops. It soon became one of the 5 most popular video games played online, boasting more than 2 million registered users. Since then, a plethora of new versions have been released each year offering, according to the game's website, new training and/or missions to learn from, to provide the America's Army community a careful balance between authentic realism with virtual gaming fun. As of 2007, the Army boasted that more than 8 million players registered to join the America's Army experience, participated in over 205 million hours of online play and created more than 1,100 fan websites around the world. Furthermore, the game had been downloaded over 40 million times and had been ranked as one of the top 10 online games for 5 years in a row. When America's Army was released, it was reported that the Army had spent approximately $6.3 million on the game's development. But according to a 2005 report by the DoD's Inspector General, 4 separate Army organizations paid out more than $19 million to fund research and development of the AGP. The report also found that the Moves Institute made hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of improper charges, was incapable of performing the work it pledged to carry out, violated appropriations law, disregarded travel regulations, flouted requirements to safeguard property, gave the appearance of nepotism in its hiring practices, overcharged the Army game project for software licenses that benefited other projects, and misallocated contract labor costs. While the scandal over Move's mismanagement was almost totally ignored by the media, some in the press did raise questions about using the allure of digital violence in a specially crafted game to recruit kids. Christopher Chambers, a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business, former Army major and the Deputy Director of Development for AA 119, responded by alternately admitting and denying that the game was a recruiting tool. In answer to criticisms that its scenarios of blood, violence, and killing were excessive, he insisted, the game is about achieving objectives with the least loss of life. He noted as well that AA doesn't reward abhorrent behavior, it rewards teamwork. To highlight the difference, Chambers pointed out that a player who frags his drill sergeant instantly materializes inside a jail cell. Killing non-U.S. personnel, however, is perfectly acceptable as long as it's done the Army way. The Marines' close combat, First to Fight and the Navy-produced America's Army were only the tip of the military's video game iceberg. While these games may be recruiting devices masquerading as toys, there was nothing clandestine about the parties involved in their creation. Much less evident is the military's role in Full Spectrum Warrior, a combat simulator, unveiled for the Microsoft Xbox system in 2004. FSW allows the gamer to act as an Army light infantry squad leader conducting operations in Tajikistan, a fictional nation, against a fictional but stereotypical evildoer of the Bush age, Mohammad Jabbar al-Fad, a former guerrilla leader of Mujahideen fighters. So just how was the military involved? The answer lies in Marina del Rey, California, at the Institute for Creative Technologies, a center within the University of Southern California's system. There, in 1999, the military's growing obsession with video games moved to a new level when Secretary of the Army Luis Calderas signed a 5-year, $45 million contract with USC to create ICT, says the center's website, to build a partnership among the entertainment industry, Army, and academia with the goal of creating synthetic experiences so compelling that participants react as if they are real. To accomplish their gaming goals, ICT assembled a team fit for the task, including Executive Director David Wertheimer, formerly the Executive Vice President of the Paramount Television Group, Creative Director James Corus, a veteran television writer, and Kathy Komenos, formerly the Deputy Director of Research at the Pentagon, where she oversaw the Army Basic Research Program, Simulation, Training, and Instrumentation Command, and Army High-Performance Computing Programs. In 2003, ICT rolled out Full Spectrum Command, a PC-based combat simulator, which was developed under the watchful eye of military personnel who teach at the Army Infantry School at Fort Benning. Its purpose was to teach the fundamentals of commanding a light infantry company in urban environments. Using such a game made perfect sense, said Chorus, because 35 to 40% of incoming military recruits are gamers. Through the efforts of the developer Pandemic Studios and the game publisher THQ, FSC then spawned the civilian version, Full Spectrum Warrior. The Army's expertise and cash made for a highly acclaimed game that garnered a slew of industry awards, including the most nominations and 2 wins at the prestigious Electronic Entertainment Expo 2003 and a ranking as one of the top 10 games of 2004 by PC Gamer and Computer Gaming World. That same year, ICT was richly rewarded for its video game triumphs when it signed a second 5-year deal with the Army, which more than doubled its first contract. In fact, the $100 million award was the largest research grant ever received by USC. ICT is the champion among military gaming centers, but it's only one piece of the Army's video game/simulation development puzzle. The same year that ICT was founded, a similar but lesser-known initiative called the University XXI program, a joint endeavor by the University of Texas, Texas A&M, and the Army, was created to support digitization research at Fort Hood, Texas. By mid-2004, the program had reportedly completed 29 projects. One of its main efforts has been the Digital Warrior 121 training system which incorporates advanced gaming technology features and advanced pedagogical features to train military battle captains on the use of the digital Army battle command systems in military decision-making. In 2004, capitalizing on the success of AA and interest from other government agencies in using similar technologies, the Army also created the America's Army Government Applications Office. Located in Cary, North Carolina, AAGA, now known as Virtual Heroes, consists of a team of 15 video game creators, simulation specialists, and ex-Army personnel, many of them hailing from local video game companies like Interactive Magic, Timeline, Verbs, South Peak Interactive, Vicious Cycle Software and Red Storm Entertainment. The head of the office, Jerry Hennigan, is not only a West Point graduate, who spent 13 years as an Apache pilot, but also a producer at video game developer Red Storm Entertainment, best known for its Tom Clancy-branded military simulations. Full spectrum dominance. Still, it's ICT that attracts the most attention, and with good reason. In addition to creating Full Spectrum Command and Full Spectrum Warrior, ICT is involved in a full spectrum of other military projects including Advanced Leadership Training Simulation, a partnership between ICT and the entertainment giant Paramount Pictures designed for training soldiers in crisis management and leadership skills. Think Like a Commander, a collaboration between the Army, the Hollywood filmmaking community, and USC researchers that supports leadership development for U.S. Army soldiers through software applications. Flat World, a project that melds Hollywood set design techniques with virtual reality technology, and the Joint Fires and Effects Trainer System project, which creates an immersive, location-based interactive application. 122. For the development of trainee leadership and decision-making skills in joint call-for-fire tasks. When not creating training aids to improve military lethality, ICT is at work making inroads in Hollywood. For example, its graphics lab has collaborated with Hollywood film producers and visual effects supervisors on such mega-movie blockbusters as The Matrix and Spider-Man 2. The information transfer flows both ways. In 2005, the writer-director John Milius disclosed that, at ICT, he and other Hollywood insiders engaged in very, very complex war games. For the Pentagon, and we still do that. Die Hard and Commando screenwriter Steven E. de Souza, directors Joseph Zito Delta Force One, Missing in Action, David Fincher Fight Club, SE7EN, and Spike Jonze being John Malkovich, Where the Wild Things Are, Paul Debevec, who helped to create the bullet time effects in The Matrix, and David Ayer, who co-wrote the screenplays for SWAT and The Fast and the Furious are just some of his Hollywood compatriots who have lent their talents to the Institute for Creative Technologies. As icing on the cake, ICT even brought in Star Trek set designer Herman Zimmerman to create its futuristic workspace. As part of its mission, ICT has recruited some of Hollywood's best creative minds to dream up futuristic weapons, vehicles, equipment, and uniforms for the Army. Production designer Ron Cobb's Star Wars, Aliens, Total Recall, for example, lent his creative skills to a program to design the Army's super soldier of the Future Force Warrior. The FFW is to be unlike any other soldier the Army has ever sent into battle, having been built from the ground up like other sophisticated weapons systems. The concept relies on constructing an integrated system of weapons, armor, camouflage, and electronics that will monitor a soldier's vital signs and the outside environment. Think of it as another step toward Hollywood's longtime sci-fi dream of a fully realized cyborg soldier, an integrated human/machine combat system that, says the military, will transform a man or woman into a formidable warrior in an invincible team. Owing to its Hollywood roots, the FFW is, at least, going to look the part. 123. In June 2003, General Dynamics won a $100 million contract to complete preliminary and detailed design for the Future Force Warrior project. By then, toy maker Hasbro, perhaps best known for its G.I. Joe line of action figures, had also received the specifications of the FFW concept. Why Hasbro? Perhaps because the military recognized that the world of children's toys was the place to go for blue skies thinking, or perhaps because the Army reportedly patterned its new quick-loading assault weapons on the design of Hasbro's immensely popular Super Soaker water gun. This sort of interconnectedness can get confusing, but we've barely scratched the surface. For instance, the Navy's Army Game project was transformed, in 2002, into the Army's free, PC-based recruiting tool America's Army, then re-engineered into a training simulator for the Secret Service and the Navy. In 2005, it was altered again and combined with video game technology from Laser Shot, Pragmatic Solutions, and Zombie Studios to create the Future Soldier Trainer, a portable system that helps to provide lifelike training and also generates data that can be captured and analyzed by recruiters to better understand the factors involved in identifying successful recruits and to stem the tide of attrition. Set up at recruiting stations as well as at various events geared toward potential future soldiers, FSD's realistic weapons are used to lure in kids and also to test the performance of recruits in basic rifle marksmanship. This type of technology now appears at venues like air shows in the form of the Virtual Army Experience. Termed part video game, part theme park ride and part recruiting tool by the St. Petersburg Times, it allows civilians a taste of street-level combat in Iraq by putting them inside Humvee mock-UPS facing a movie screen, where kids and their parents hunt over foam machine guns, blasting insurgents. In 2005, America's Army also morphed, thanks to gaming bigwig Ubisoft, into a civilian video game for home gaming systems like the Microsoft Xbox and Sony's PlayStation 2. For about $40, Ubisoft's first AA title, Rise of a Soldier, allowed gamers to learn to be riflemen and snipers from real active duty special. 124. A youngster tries out the Virtual Army Experience /says Army.mil. Photo by /D. Leopold. Courtesy of the U.S. Army. Forces operatives consulted with game designers. Meanwhile, in September 2006, America's Army rolled out its 20-second free, downloadable update of the PC game America's Army, Special Forces, Overmatch. In addition to allowing players to use high-powered weapons not available in earlier versions, such as Javelin missiles, Overmatch also marked the beginning of a new form of hyperrealism for the series. The game's America's Army Real Heroes program created 8 digital avatars of actual U.S. Army soldiers who survived service in Iraq or Afghanistan. These 8 specially chosen heroes of America's most recent deleterious occupations won't, however, digitally be sent back for another tour of duty. Instead, they'll be found in an interactive virtual recruiting center within the game. And that isn't the only place the heroes will be showing up. A new line of 6-inch tall Army-authorized action figures is set to be deployed in major retail outlets. These 21st-century G.I. Joes, produced by toy maker Radioactive Clown, will retail for $10 to $13 and are aimed at AA gamers of enlistment age. Additionally, in 2007, America's Army was also launched as a cell phone-based video game as well as a freestanding, coin-operated arcade game. The latter effort marked a unique Partner 125 ship between the U.S. Army and coin-op maker Global VR to create a new communication channel with young Americans. With input from U.S. Army subject matter experts and with the full cooperation of units of the U.S. Army, the coin-operated America's Army, Global VR unabashedly announced, was explicitly designed to immerse the player in the Army culture. So to recap, America's Army has morphed from a free PC video game, to a military training simulator, to a recruit testing device, to a commercial home video game, to a line of action figures, to a cell phone game, to a coin-op video game, a series of transformations that typifies the shape-shifting nature of today's military entertainment complex. Time warp, gaming goes back to the future. The U.S. military's long campaign to bring the war home in the form of video games can be traced back to at least 1929, when Edward Link, in the basement of his father's piano factory, used organ bellows to create the first flight simulator. When amusement parks turned down his machine, Link took his invention to the U.S. Armed Forces. The Navy purchased one in 1931. The Army followed suit and, in 1934, began using it as a training device. From that point on, the U.S. military has been hooked on simulation. During World War II, Link's outfit reportedly churned out some 10,000 blue box flight trainers, about one every 45 minutes. Over 500,000 pilots used the machines during the war. At the same time, the military was learning that simulation technologies could do more than teach men to fly, they could also teach them to kill. Thus was born the Waller Gunnery Trainer, a device created, under a Navy contract, by Fred Waller, the former head of special effects for Paramount Pictures. This proto-virtual reality simulator allowed 126 troops to shoot electronic guns which sounded and shook like the real thing, at a huge concave movie screen where simulated targets were projected. The military soon found that 1 hour of simulation could effectively replace 3 to 10 hours of actual, live-fire training. Studies of the effectiveness of gunnery simulators continued after the war, and by the end of the Korean War, in 1953, the United States was spending $50 million per year on all types of training devices. In 1951, Ralph Baer, an engineer working for defense contractor Laurel Electronics on computer components for Navy radar systems, dreamed up the idea of home video games, which he termed interactive TV-based entertainment. In 1958, at Brookhaven National Laboratory, one of the U.S. Department of Energy's nuclear labs, William Higginbotham created the first proto-video game, Tennis for Two, not unlike the later Pong, in which an on-screen blip was batted back and forth on one of the lab's oscilloscopes. In 1962, Steve Russell, a young computer programmer at MIT's Artificial Intelligence Lab, part of Project Mac, created Space War, a simple shoot-'em-up featuring spaceships, which ran on a 17-square-foot PDP-1 mini-computer with a rudimentary monitor. Project Mac was staffed by many game-playing programmers and, according to technology writer Howard Rheingold, was one of the most important meeting grounds of both the AI prodigies of the 1970s and the software designers of the 1980s. Space war quickly spread through computer labs across the United States. In his analysis of war and video games, from Sun Tzu to Xbox, Ed Halter notes that by 1963, Stanford University's Computer Studies department already felt compelled to ban the playing of the game during business hours. While military academic labs were pioneering video gaming, a similar revolution was occurring in the facilities of the military electronics firm Sanders Associates. After leaving Laurel for Sanders, Ralph Baer wrote his first full report on an interactive home video game system. With support and 2 assistants provided by Sanders, Baer created the hardware for the first home gaming system in 1969. His invention was eventually licensed to Magnavox as the Odyssey. By 1972, it was being peddled to the public, while larger coin-operated cousins were becoming increasingly common in bars, airports, and shopping center-based video game arcades across America. At roughly the same time, the Army also began taking military simulators to the masses. In 1968, at the height of the Vietnam War, the Army set up a weapons simulation display at Chicago's Museum of Science and Industry. There, visitors could electronically fire an anti-tank weapon or test their skills with an M16. The piece de resistance, however, was a Bell A-1D Huey helicopter simulator that, wrote the Los Angeles Times, gave visitors the chance to fire an electronic machine gun at simulated Vietnamese homes, causing lights to flash when they hit the target. While protests eventually shut down the Army exhibit, the Air Force continued with plans for a similar exhibit that would allow museum-goers to participate in simulated B-52 missions. Progress now moved along parallel military and civilian tracks. In 1971, Nolan Bushnell, who had first played Space War in a University of Utah computer lab, designed his own version of the game and licensed it to a coin-op manufacturer. The game bombed, but the next year, he founded his own company, Atari, and introduced a simpler game, Pong, which was a huge arcade hit. Soon Atari became the largest builder of coin-op video games. In 1974, there were nearly 100,000 coin-operated video games across America when Atari introduced Home Pong, its own at-home gaming console, followed in 1977 by the Atari 2600. While Magnavox's Odyssey used transistors and diodes, allowing for only the most rudimentary of graphics, the Atari 2600 was an 8-bit gaming system that used interchangeable cartridges and represented a quantum leap forward in gameplay. Atari proceeded 128 to make $5 billion over the next 5 years with a whole range of video games including the military-themed Combat, Air-Sea Battle, and Battlezone. As new civilian gaming technology surpassed his Odyssey system, Ralph Baer transitioned right back into military work, re-engineering a television-based game into a multifaceted weapons training simulator. Meanwhile, in 1979, the Department of Defense began investing in the Geometry Engine, a computer graphics technology that found its way into later home gaming systems, like the Nintendo 64. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the military began using video games in earnest. In 1977, writes Ed Halter, programmers at the U.S. Army Armor School modified Panther Plato into an obscure prototype training system for tank gunners. Panther Plato reportedly inspired Atari's Battlezone, a minimalist 3D tank simulator, released in 1980, that gave gamers a first-person perspective looking out from a tank, instead of down on it. The Army immediately saw the possibilities of Battlezone, and, in the year it was released, Its Training and Doctrine Command approached Atari about creating a military version of the game to be used as a training tool. While the game's designer originally balked at collaborating with the armed forces, the lure of military money and a possible gaming gravy train were apparently too much for Atari executives. At Atari's behest and under the auspices of THIRD, the designer modified the game into the souped-up Army battle zone, which used realistic ballistics, enemy vehicles modeled on Soviet tanks and helicopters of the time, and a realistic controller designed, according to video game expert Lauren Gonzalez, to mimic the controls of a Bradley infantry fighting vehicle. The Army then even began to talk of commissioned games to be produced especially for them, while Atari's chief of R&D showed that the technology transfer was a two-way street. The company, he said, was looking into a high-tech helmet like the one used by military helicopter gunners, which tracks the Gun-129's eyeballs and aims the weapon where the gunner is looking. By 1982, the combined annual take from arcade and home video games was an estimated $7 billion. That same year, the New York Times reported that the military was trying to decide who might best sit at the controls of their evolving electronic weapons, and, not surprisingly, video gamers came to mind since preliminary tests cited by some experts suggested that pilots with good psychomotor skills also do well at video games. The Times also included a caveat: no one is considering Pac-Man yet as a recruiting device. This wasn't exactly true. In 1981, an officer from the Army's Training Support Center at Fort Eustis, Virginia, proclaimed, "If there's a kid who can score 100,000 points on one of those games right off the start, isn't that the kind of young man who has the hand-eye coordination that could lead to a bright future as a gunner?" The answer was, apparently, a resounding yes. The next year, Brigadier General Winfield Scott Harp, the commander of the Air Force Recruiting Service, noted that all those kids buying video games were his target audience. The kids who play video games today will be the flyers of tomorrow. That same year, the Navy's top recruiter revealed her secret: stocking arcades and plunking down quarters to give potential enlistees free games. "After we played the game," she said, "I'd start asking them what their plans were after high school. And I'd point out that the Navy was a highly electronic organization. I knew they'd be into that, because they were into the games." In 1983, the military's commander-in-chief, Ronald Reagan, speaking at Walt Disney's futuristic Epcot Center, put the icing on the cake when he likened the military's computerized cockpits to the video game screens mesmerizing American youth. "Watch a 12-year-old take evasive action and score multiple hits while playing Space Invaders," he exclaimed, "and you will appreciate the skills of tomorrow's pilot." By the early 1980s, military simulators used by actual pilots had become ever more sophisticated and pricey as military corporate 130 powerhouses like IBM and McDonnell Douglas came to dominate the field. These huge high-tech standalone units often cost significantly more than the weapons systems they were designed to mimic and still only trained personnel in specific tasks, like landing on the deck of an aircraft carrier. The Defense Advanced Research Project Agency called on Captain Jack Thorpe, a flight training research scientist with the Air Force, to assess the situation. In 1978, Thorpe posited that simulators should focus on collective training. As such, tens or even hundreds of simulators would need to be networked together at a time when the Air Force could barely manage to connect to. DARPA approved Thorpe's long-term plan to create the Simulator Networking, or SIMNET, project using video game and entertainment industry technology. As a result, in 1982, a year in which a Department of Defense catalog listed an inventory of 363 war games, simulations, exercises, and models, Thorpe put together a team that included industrial and computer graphics designers to create a network of tank simulators for group training exercises. Elements of the system began their testing phase in 1987, and, soon enough, DARPA's SIMNET enabled the military to wargame, utilizing approximately 300 players in simulated aircraft and ground combat vehicles located in Europe and the United States on the same virtual battlefield. Gaming continued elsewhere in the military as well. In 1990, the Army's ROTC recruitment campaign began mailing out floppy disks bearing a short video game and interactive quiz to 25,000 college-bound high school seniors in an effort to stem falling enrollments. That same year, SIMNET became fully operational just in time to provide a virtual training environment for American troops who would soon fight in the First Gulf War. Another computer wargaming milestone was achieved during the summer of 1990 when the military began playing the coming war, digitally, in the form of a simulation known as Internal Look. In his 131 memoir, the former commander of U.S. forces, General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, wrote that at U.S. Central Command, "We played Internal Look in late July 1990, setting up a mock headquarters complete with computers and communication gear. As the exercise got underway, the movements of Iraq's real-world ground and air forces eerily paralleled the imaginary scenario of the game. As the game began, the message center also passed along routine intelligence bulletins about the real Middle East. Those concerning Iraq were so similar to the game dispatches that the message center ended up having to stamp the fictional reports with a prominent disclaimer, 'Exercise only.' But Internal Look did not go off without a hitch. The day of Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait, Michael Macedonia, the son of the man who was reportedly one of the first to introduce computer war games to the Pentagon and who, himself, had been experimenting with computerized war games since the 1980s and had become a manager of information systems for one of the military's electronic warfare centers, was flown to CENTCOM to work on its crashing computer system. Eventually, the whole CENTCOM gaming center was packed off to Saudi Arabia, where, during the war, plans developed as part of the war game were utilized in actual military operations. During the conflict, American audiences were captivated by images of tech now made bloodless in the green glow of night vision photography and carefully selected video images, provided by the Pentagon to breathless television networks, of smart weaponry hitting targets. Given this atmosphere, it is hardly surprising that Douglas Kellner, author of the Persian Gulf TV War, termed the conflict a high-tech cyber spectacle that literally took TV viewers into a new cyberspace, a realm of experience with which many viewers were familiar through video and computer games. The fact that bombs 132 were falling on Iraqi civilians and destroying their homes and social infrastructure was also obscured by the Nintendo-like video images of the pyrotechnics of modern warfare. At roughly the same time as U.S. pilots in F-15 fighters were slaughtering Iraqis from the skies, Americans on the home front were doing the same thing sort of. After selling more than 1 million copies to PC gamers, Microprose Software began offering its F-15 Strike Eagle as a coin-operated arcade game. For an initial investment of 50 cents, you can fly the plane that bombed Baghdad, was the way one newspaper article described the game. Not only was F-15 Strike Eagle reported to be a civilian version of an actual combat flight simulator, but Microprose's president, John W. Wild Bill Steele, was an Air Force Academy graduate and a retired U.S. Air Force lieutenant colonel whose previous job had been advising the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Just days into the ground combat portion of the Gulf War, the Battle of 73 Easting pitted American armored vehicles against a much larger Iraqi tank force. The U.S. troops, who had trained using the SIMNET system, routed the Iraqis. Within days, the military began turning the actual battle into a digital simulation for use with SIMNET. Intensive debriefing sessions with 150 veterans of the battle were undertaken. Then DARPA personnel went out onto the battlefield with the veterans, surveying tank tracks and burned out Iraqi vehicles, as the veterans walked them through each individual segment of the clash. Additionally, radio communications, satellite photos, and black boxes from US tanks were used to gather even more details. 9 months after the actual combat took place, a digital recreation of the Battle of 73 Easting was premiered for high-ranking military personnel. Here was the culmination of Thorpe's efforts to create a networked system that would allow troops to train for future wars using the new technology combined with accurate historical data. In late 1993, with the green glow of Gulf War victory already fading, ID Software introduced the video game Doom. Gamers soon 133 began modifying shareware copies of this ultra-violent, ultra-popular first-person shooter, prompting ID to release editing software the next year. The ability to customize Doom caught the attention of members of the Marine Corps Modeling and Simulation Management Office who had been tasked by the Corps' Commandant Charles Krulak with utilizing personal computer-based war games to help the Marines develop decision-making skills, particularly when live training time and opportunities are limited. Acting on Krulak's directive, the Marines modeling crew nixed Doom's fantasy weapons and labyrinthine locale and, in 3 months' time, developed Marine Doom, a game that included only actual Marine Corps weaponry and realistic environments. Krulak liked what he saw and, in 1997, approved the game. It's not meant to replace field time. It never will, said Project Officer Lieutenant Scott Barnett. But there's a whole lot more that you can do with this tool. The fun factor is very important. That's what makes our Marines want to use it. But it's an honest-to-God training tool. You can do mission rehearsal, mission planning. Doom was just one game in the Corps' arsenal. The Marines were also playing such games as Harpoon 2, Tigers on the Prowl, Operation Crusader, Patriot, and another ID first-person shooter, Quake, as well as hosting Doom tournaments. They also signed up with Good Times Interactive for a follow-up game, Battleside Zero, exchanging their input and combat expertise for a $1 million investment in the game. But the Marines were out for even bigger game. Back in 1990, 2 members of the original SimNet project team, Warren Katz and John Morrison, had founded Mac Technologies to develop software to link, simulate, and visualize the virtual world. In 1997, the Marine Corps signed a deal with Mac. No longer content to dabble only in off-the-shelf software, the Marines tasked Mac to create the first video game to be co-funded and co-developed by the Department of Defense and the entertainment industry. Dubbed MEU-31, the game, according to Katz, represented a major step for the DoD in that they are recognizing the benefits of 134. Collaborating with a commercial video game publisher from the beginning of the game design process. This will result in a video game which is much more realistic than any other game ever produced for this genre, making its commercial success highly likely, while at the same time, giving the DoD the cost benefit of unusually large volume sales for a military training device. The year that it inked the deal with the Marines, Mac joined forces with Zombie Studios, a company headed by Mark Long and Joanna Alexander, to publish the M1A2 Abrams battle tank simulator, Spearhead. Soon after, the Army contracted with Mac to create Spearhead 2, a SimNet simulator designed to train tank crews and commanders in tactical decision-making. Meanwhile, the Navy began using 688 Hunter/Killer, submarine simulation game. Speaking about such collaborations between the gaming industry and military, Katz accurately predicted that we are going to see more and more of this during the next several years. This is going to become a big trend. Soon enough, the Army game project was at work on America's Army. ICT was developing its full-spectrum command simulator and, in 2001, the DoD modified Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear, by game maker Ubisoft, to train military personnel on how to conduct small unit military operations in urban terrain. The rest followed, leading to the current continuous military gaming/simulation loop where commercial video games are adopted as military training aids and military simulators are re-engineered into civilian gaming moneymakers in all sorts of strange and confusing ways. For instance, in 2005, as video games climbed to $25 billion a year global industry, a website created, developed, and designed 135. With grants from both the DoD's Joint Advanced Distributed Learning Collaboratory and DARPA reported that the U.S. military was using at least 55 video games and simulators. The list spanned the gamut from custom-made training programs such as Anti-Terrorism Force Protection by Will Interactive, to military-produced fare like America's Army and commercial off-the-shelf games like the Microsoft Flight Simulator, Breakaway Games' Peloponnesian War, Activision's Soldier of Fortune, and Electronic Arts' Medal of Honor, as well as Konami's Air Force Delta Storm and Blizzard's StarCraft, where players take part in a galactic conflict between three different species on the edge of known space. On the civilian side, that very same year, you could play the Army's Navy-designed America's Army on a personal computer for free, or play a pay-to-play version on the Microsoft Xbox system, or even use your PC to take part in a special teams challenge at the Gourmet.com website. Similarly, you could use your home computer to download the National Guard's Guard Force, a real-time strategy game using modern military equipment and units. In snow-covered mountains and lush jungles, performing covert assaults, counterinsurgency, and rescue. You could run the Navy's Navy Training Exercise Strike and Retrieve game on your PC, or occupy yourself with SOCOM 2, U.S. Navy SEALs, a game produced with the assistance of the Naval Special Warfare Command, or SOCOM 3, for which the Navy provided technical support, on your Sony PlayStation 2 system. At Air Force recruiting centers you could fly the U.S. Air Force's F-22 Raptor, a Predator unmanned drone, or a C-17 Globemaster III transport while playing U.S. Air Force, Air Dominance. At the Air National Guard website there were three possibilities: Sky Tank, Air Battle, or Parachute Mission. And if you weren't already sated, the good news was, the Marine Corps simulator turned video game Close Combat, First to Fight had just released for play on the Xbox and PCs. 136. Children at work, do not disturb. The U.S. intelligence agencies have not been shy about forging their own connections with the toy entertainment and video game industries. In recent years, ICT has hooked up with the CIA to develop a game to help agency analysts think like terrorists/CIA spokesman Mark Mansfield explained. For out-of-the-box thinking, we are reaching out to academics, think tanks, and external research institutes that are critical in the fight against terrorism. CIA counterterrorism officials who traveled to ICT headquarters were given VIP tours of Hollywood movie studios. In 2003, the agency landed Jennifer Garner, then playing the role of a secret agent on ABC's popular CIA drama Alias, to star in its recruitment videos. Said the CIA's liaison to the entertainment industry, Chase Brandon, if Jennifer ever decides she doesn't want to wear dark glasses of the celebrity status, she can put on dark glasses and be a spy. She's got what it takes. In the meantime, Michael Clark Duncan, who co-starred with Garner in the movie Daredevil, lent his voice to the Navy-aided Sony PlayStation game, SOCOM 2, U.S. Navy SEALs. That same year Alias itself, complete with Garner's voice, was turned into a video game by Acclaim Entertainment, a company that had donated 10,000 handheld video games to U.S. troops sent to the Middle East during the Gulf War. Another game to emerge alongside SOCOM 2 and Alias was Kuma War, developed by Kuma Reality Games in cooperation with the U.S. military. Billed as the first commercial shooter game that allowed players to recreate actual military missions with each combat operation introduced by television footage and a cable-style news anchor, the game also provided players with video news shows and extensive intelligence gathered from news sources around the world. Like any good entity in the complex, Kuma linked itself to the military through the Pentagon's revolving door of employment. A retired Marine Corps Major General serves as one of its top consultants. In fact, Kuma boasts a board of military veteran advisors whose job it is to make sure the missions 137 put out are as realistic as possible. By mid-2007, Kuma had released 83 missions, ranging from the killing of Saddam Hussein's sons, Hidayi and Qusay's last stand, to a digital recreation of the May 22, 2004, battle in Sadr City between U.S. troops and the Iraqi cleric Muqtada al-Sadr's Mahdi army and, owing to U.S. failures in Iraq, Sadr City. If its website is to be believed, Kuma War has a hardcore following not only among civilian gamers but also among soldiers. One Iraq War veteran quoted on Kuma's homepage confesses, "This game actually makes me flash back and think about the war. But that's not necessarily bad. Being that I will be going back to Iraq for a third tour, I'll say that it's much better fighting from my PC behind a desk than actually slinging lead at each other." Of course, such games are increasingly seen as a means to prepare soldiers to sling lead. In 2006, David Bartlett, the former head of the Defense Modeling and Simulation Office and a co-creator of Marine Doom, told The Washington Post, "The technology in games has facilitated a revolution in the art of warfare." One Iraq War veteran cited in the article suggested that video gaming was key to his ability to unleash a .50 caliber machine gun on a human enemy. A devotee of the video games Full Spectrum Warrior and Halo 2, he proclaimed, "It felt like I was in a big video game. It didn't even faze me, shooting back. It was just natural instinct. Boom. 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 I couldn't believe I was seeing this. It was like Halo. It didn't even seem real, but it was real." When the time came for him to fire his weapon, Bartlett commented, he was ready to do that. And capable of doing that. His experience leading up to that time, through on-the-ground training and playing Halo and whatever else, enabled him to execute. His situation awareness was up. He knew what he had to do. He had done it before or something like it up to that point. Lieutenant Colonel Scott Sutton, the director of the Technology Division at Quantico Marine Base, agreed, asserting that troops 138 raised on first-person shooters probably feel less inhibited, down in their primal level, pointing their weapons at somebody, and noted that video game training provides a better foundation for us to work with. The relationship between video games and the military, however, hardly ends there. Gaming machinery is allowing troops to operate other military toys with minimal training. For instance, the Dragon Runner, a small remote-controlled car-like vehicle designed to travel inside buildings and spy for marine patrols waiting outside, is a case in point. Developed by researchers from the Naval Research Laboratory and Carnegie Mellon University's Robotics Institute, working with the Marine Corps' War-Fighting Laboratory, the Dragon Runner is guided by a 6-button keypad, modeled after Sony's PlayStation 2 video game controller. Major Greg Hines, a Marine attached to the War-Fighting Lab project, says it was chosen because that's what these 19-year-old Marines have been playing with pretty much all of their lives, FSO they will pick up in a few minutes. Another Marine had a similar experience with a prototype Gladiator tactical unmanned ground vehicle, a 4-foot tall, 1,600-pound tele-operated, semi-autonomous vehicle, noting that it took him just 5 minutes to learn to operate the vehicle. It's like a video game. You have a joystick and you drive it forward, backward, right or left. According to Michael Macedonia, when soldiers were asked what they'd like to use to control guided missiles, they picked the PS2 controller. As a result, it has, indeed, become the preferred model device. The Army's iRobot PackBot EOD tactical mobile robot is also guided by what looks like the handheld video game control often attached to a PlayStation. One soldier using the robot proudly told the Associated Press, "My family thought it was a waste of time playing those video games. I finally proved them wrong." Colonel John Burke, the project manager for the Army's Unmanned Aerial Vehicle program, noted that teenage troops are able to learn to launch and fly the Army's drones in a 139 mere 8 hours time because the controls look very much like a PlayStation controller. In 2005, Wired magazine's military tech expert Noah Schachtman described a 19-year-old Army UAV operator, noting that he had been prepping for the job since he was a kid. He plays video games. A lot of video games. Back in the barracks he spends downtime with an Xbox and a PlayStation. When he first slid behind the controls of a Shadow UAV, the point-and-click operation turned out to work much the same way. The Air Force even recruits by using a war-as-play/weapons-as-toys approach, with a website feature showing a young camo-clad airman standing in front of a UAV, beneath graphics that equate flying drones to playing with radio-controlled toy airplanes. The military has also reworked one of its most successful civilian toys for training purposes. America's Army technology has now been re-engineered to train soldiers in the use of remote-controlled Talon robots for operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Additionally, Virtual Heroes and Zombie Studios collaborated to re-engineer AA to teach soldiers convoy skills for missions like those in Iraq, including VIP transport, pick UPS or drop-offs, and trying to reach a checkpoint to hand off their vehicles. On the civilian front, beginning in 2007, America's Army also became, not surprisingly, one of the games featured at the Army Gaming Championships, a tournament for hardcore gamers, ages 17 and up, where over $200,000 in cash and prizes were up for grabs. There was, however, a catch. To take home the loot for playing any of the 12 martial games such as AA, Halo 2, Call of Duty 3, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, Vegas, or the ultra-violent Gears of War, players had to give permission to be contacted by an Army recruiter. That same year, the Army signed a $2 million deal with Global Gaming League, an online gaming community, as a way to tap into the 9.2 million players who visit the site each month. Today, the military, toy, and gaming worlds are completely entangled, and the future promises only more interpenetrations and 140 complex collaborations that would have made Dwight Eisenhower's head spin. With defense spending hovering in a $555 billion range annually, with the U.S. toy industry registering $22 billion annually, annual video game software and hardware sales in the U.S. topping $12.5 billion, and U.S. sales of PC games reaching over $1 billion each year, with an overstretched all-volunteer military, multiple unpopular wars abroad, a global war on terror in full swing, and no outcry from the public over the militarization of popular culture, who knows what the future holds? Certainly, the day is not far off when most potential U.S. troops will have grown up playing commercial video games that were created by the military as training simulators, will be recruited, at least in part, through video games, will be tested, post-enlistment, on advanced video game systems, will be trained using simulators, which will later be turned into video games, or on reconfigured versions of the very same games used to recruit them or that they played as kids, will be taught to pilot vehicles using devices resembling commercial video game controllers, and then, after a long day of real-life wargaming, head back to their quarters to kick back and play the latest PlayStation or Xbox games created with or sponsored by their own, or another, branch of the armed forces. More and more toys are now poised to become clandestine combat teaching tools, and more simulators are destined to be tomorrow's toys. And what of America's children and young adults in all this? How will they be affected by the dazzling set of military training devices now landing in their living rooms and on their PCs, produced by video game giants under the watchful eyes of the Pentagon? After all, what these games offer is less a matter of simple military indoctrination and more like a near immersion in a virtual world of war, where armed conflict is not the last, but the first and indeed the only resort. 13. Pimp My Pentron. At least as far back as the 1970s, heading to the hot rod track meant a Pentagon sales pitch. There, one of the top drag racers, Don Snake Prudhomme, smoked the competition in a nitro-fueled, red, white and blue funny car with U.S. Army painted on its sides. When not burning up the track, Prudhomme visited high schools on behalf of the Army, signing autographs for the kids ogling his recruiting poster on wheels. So as not to be left in the dust, the Marine Corps got into the act, paying out handsome sums to get its recruiting slogans painted on cars racing in International Hot Rod Association competitions, while the Navy cheaped out and took only donated advertising space. Back then, the idea was to grab the attention of young gearheads and get them to join the armed forces. Today the Pentagon has really revved up its engine. Head down to the drag strip today, and you'll find the screaming yellow and black U.S. Army top-fuel dragster driven by Tony the Sarge Schumacher, the 2004, 2005, 2006, and 2007 National Hot Rod Association top-fuel champion. An honorary sergeant in the Army, according to Government Executive magazine, Schumacher, who has been on the Pentagon payroll since 2000, is unabashed about his role. He told the webzine Jelf in no uncertain terms, "I'm a recruiter." And each week, uniformed Army recruiters give cash-strapped youths free 142 tickets to racetracks to see the Army dragster and hear a pitch from their hot rod idol. There, Schumacher fills their heads with talk of good-paying jobs, apparently successfully selling the Army, even in a time of disastrous war experiences. Schumacher isn't alone. The Army racing team also includes Engel Sampi and Antron Brown, two NHRA pro stock bike pilots, motorcycle drag racers. These easy-riding recruiters tool down the track on Army emblazoned Suzuki bikes to similar effect. The best-known component of Army racing is its Chevy Monte Carlo driven in the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series. NASCAR has long been in league with the U.S. military, the close relationship between the two having been formed by the association's founder, Bill France. But only since 2000 has the Pentagon been putting on the hard sell to racing fans. In addition to the Army, the other services, the Navy, Marines, and Air Force, all have NASCAR teams. There are even Army National Guard/Army Reserve, Marine Corps Reserve, and Air National Guard/Air Force Reserve cars. In 2004, the Pentagon's lavish ad dollars, aimed at 8.5 million NASCAR fans between the ages of 18 and 24, generated a reported 30,000 qualified leads for the Army alone. In 2005, the military spent more than $38 million in taxpayer money to fund various race cars. Along with eyeing up young red state whites with NASCAR dreams, the Pentagon has also turned to pimped-out rides to secure more minority cannon fodder. In an effort to nab urban recruits, the Army hits the streets with a totally pimped-out ride. Bearing the Army's Spanish-language advertising slogan, the Yo Soy El Army custom Hummer H2 is billed as one tricked-out vehicle. While the war in Iraq showed that the Army's Humvees were no match for Iraqi guerrillas' roadside bombs, stateside the Army tools around in a chrome-laden, custom-painted Hummer H2 with a custom leather interior and a souped-up entertainment system complete with a Pioneer in-CD/DVD player and a state-of-the-art video package boasting a total of 15 TV screens. The Yo Soy El Army Hummers, and the similarly painted, flashy big rigs that carry them, are actually part of a multi-pronged Pimp My Pentagon 143. The Army Chevrolet and Navy Dodge at the 2005 USG Sheetrock 400 NASCAR race. Photo courtesy of the U.S. Army. Recruiting offensive undertaken for the Army by Latino Sports and Entertainment Marketing of San Diego. This firm boasts of being the Latinos speaking to Latinos company in the field of Latino sports and entertainment marketing, event management, experiential marketing, and consulting. Tasked with generating qualified leads of potential Latino recruits nationwide, in just 1 year's time, Latino Sports and Entertainment Marketing arranged for the Army to sponsor fairs on 16 college campuses to tout active duty and ROTC service and set up booths at 40 Major League Soccer games. The Hummers, however, were its piece de resistance. The two customized vehicles, according to the company, toured markets across the country and 144 were showcased at car shows, Hispanic festivals, concerts and sporting events, driving traffic to the Army's information booth. All told, Latino Sports and Entertainment Marketing claimed that its staff traveled more than 100,000 miles covering more than 25 key cities across the nation, providing the Army exposure at hundreds of events, reducing the Army's cost per lead for recruiters by 29% and increasing lead generation by 31%. One high school student, in an excerpt from an editorial for his school newspaper, republished in the Los Angeles Times, recounted his underwhelming real-world experience with the effort. The Army managed to get a Hummer rolling on 24-inch dubs, blasting rap, lined with flames on the side, outside of room 061. As for the pitch, dressed in Army uniforms, recruiters stood outside telling people that if they signed up, they receive a t-shirt that said, in Spanish, Yo soy el Army. In addition to these Hummers, the Army deploys an entire fleet of flashy SUVs to college campuses and various youth-oriented special events. Meanwhile, the Marines roll out their own flashy Hummer, which they call an enhanced marketing vehicle, at events like college football's Outback Bowl. They also take it to other high-traffic venues, where, parked alongside an inflatable giant-sized drill instructor, its custom paint job, fully loaded sound system, and a video game console are designed to draw youths to for Marine drill instructors manning what they call an enhanced area canvassing event. The Air Force, too, has taken a similar tack. In late 2002, it got its own pimped-out ride, a 2003 GMC Yukon XL that it calls the Raptor SUV after the Air Force's F-22 lighter jet. Custom painted in blue, white, and gray, replete with Air Force logos, backlit grills, custom rims, leather interiors, entertainment centers featuring a 42-inch plasma screen TV, DVD player, full-range sound system and even a Sony PS2 thrown in for good measure. 31 Raptor SUVs function as mobile marketing tools. Deployed across the Pimp My Pentagon 145 country, they are meant to attract youth at local fairs, air shows, and extreme sports events like the Do Action Sports Tour. In 2005, they were even joined by a tricked-out motorcycle courtesy of Orange County choppers to be used at recruiting venues. The 10-foot-long bike, modeled after the F-22 Raptor, sports a 31 cubic inch displacement engine capable of generating 150 horsepower, custom rims bearing the Air Force logo, rear-view mirrors in the shape of jets, and even an attached cannon round. When the military sends its tricked-out rides to events like Hot Import Nights, a popular traveling car show and entertainment expo, it tends to send along eye candy, as well. At the 2003 Winter Music Conference in Miami Beach, the Army deployed, according to Celeste Delgado and David Holthaus of the Miami New Times, a street team of hot enlisted chicks in camouflage who distributed mock dog tags to spring breakers. These women are generally enlisted in modeling agencies and hired out to the Army. For example, one Army model said her agency arranged for her to join 6 to 8 other women, all wearing black t-shirts emblazoned with the Army logo, at an interactive setup designed to raise awareness and possibly recruit people. Her job was to attract people to the setup and guide people through the display. Instructing people how to operate an interactive video game, signing people up to receive information, and operating a machine to make faux dog tags for people with their name on it. Hundreds of thousands of young people attend these lifestyle car shows to ogle fast cars and sexy models. Between June 2006 and March 2007, the Army appeared at 13 Hot Import Nights events, while its National Guard brethren sponsored all 20 Hot Import Nights events in 2006 and signed on for 21 more in 2007. And Hot Import Nights is only one of the car shows that the military now frequents. In 2004, the Yo Soy El Army Hummer also showed up at the Las Vegas Lowrider Super Show as sign of a new military emphasis on the once California-centric phenomenon. 146 of shined up, tricked out customized cars. With the success of MTV's Pimp My Ride and Lowrider magazine's eponymous Sony PlayStation 2 video game, the military decided to make more place for the attention of lowrider aficionados and wannabes, sponsoring Lowrider magazine's 15-city evolution tour. The writer Julianne Shepard notes that by enmeshing itself in a traditionally Latino car subculture, originally pioneered by Mexican-American migrant workers, the U.S. Army is using lowrider and lowrider culture to specifically target and recruit Hispanic Americans. The Army has also specifically targeted African American youths. As part of its Talking It to the Streets effort, which was created by an African American-owned PR firm, the Army sends its Hummer-driving street teams to such events as NAACP conventions, select schools, malls, and national events like Missouri's Black Expo and Spring Bling, Black Entertainment Television's signature Spring Break Hip-Hop Festival. There, a motion simulator display, a rock wall, and a customized Army of One Hummer, specially outfitted with a regulation height basketball hoop attached to the rear of the vehicle, are used to catch the attention, says the Pentagon, of African American high school, college, and workforce prospects. In 2007, the Army co-sponsored the Essence Music Festival, an event celebrating African American music and culture, and also sent its elite step team. And, as Crane's New York Business noted that same year, the Army even began stocking its Hummers with rap CDs and other goodies, while its street teams hit the pavement with glossy flyers as if they were promoting a rap concert. Obviously, the Pentagon's automotive-themed efforts are effective in getting at least some hot rod-loving, NASCAR-watching, or lowrider-obsessed youths to consider the military. Of course, as soldiers, they end up riding in less flashy, non-tricked-out vehicles unless you count the scavenged scrap metal armor plating that soldiers were forced to weld onto unarmored Humvees in Iraq. Part V. The complex goes recruiting. In June 2007, the Army quietly pulled one of its television recruitment ads after receiving a complaint that it contained a blatant lie about the type of real-world training available in the Army. The commercial claimed that Army training could set soldiers up to become civilian pharmacists when their tours ended. Not so, according to David Work, the former president of the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy, who noted that the Army doesn't offer a 6-year program at a school of pharmacy necessary to become accredited. They knowingly, intentionally put a lie out there, only to get a teenager to sign up, said Work. Any teenager will find a 6-figure job attractive. Work was right. Slick productions, promises of big money, and lies have become the cornerstones of military recruitment efforts. For the complex to function and wage wars, it needs bodies, and it's increasingly pulling out the stops to get them from forays into the world of online social networking and the creation of civilian-looking career guidance websites to recruiters who sign up autistic teens, recent psychiatric ward discharges, and convicted felons. These days, the only real question is, how low will they go? With the U.S. military bogged down in a seemingly interminable mission in Iraq, supposedly accomplished years earlier. The armed forces are in tough recruiting shape, but you wouldn't know it from the internet. There it's still a be-all that you can be world of advanced career choices, peaceful pursuits, and risk-free excitement, a digital world increasingly dotted with websites of every sort, lying in wait for curious teens who might be surfing by. In addition to raising the maximum enlistment age, no longer dismissing new recruits out of hand for drug abuse, alcohol, poor fitness, and pregnancy, allowing those with criminal records in, and wielding hefty sign-up bonuses along with tens of thousands of dollars of mortgage assistance to lure the cash-strapped into enlisting in the all-volunteer military. A favorite method of bolstering the rolls is the time-tested targeting of teens to fill the ranks. To this end, the Pentagon engages companies like Teenage Research Unlimited, TRV, which received more than $720,000 from the Pentagon from 2001 to 2006, offers clients virtually unlimited methods for researching teens, in order to get inside kids' heads. In addition, the Department of Defense through its Joint Advertising Market Research and Studies Program 152 and Mullen Advertising, as well as Mullen's subcontractor, the private marketing firm B Now, has created what is arguably the largest repository of 16 to 25-year-old youth data in the country, containing roughly 30 million records. One key component of this data set is Jammers's High School Master File, which contains a list, updated 5 times a year, of the contact information. About 90% of the high school population, armed with names, birth dates, addresses, social security numbers, individuals' email addresses, ethnicity, telephone numbers, students' grade point averages, field of academic study and other data, the Pentagon now has excellent ways of accurately targeting teens. The Pentagon has another prime way of gathering information as it seeks out the youth market: military websites. In recent years, these have proliferated, functioning not only to attract new, youthful recruits but as interactive multimedia environments where the military can gain intel on those potential recruits. Says the fine print on one of the Navy's sites, information the United States Navy collects on you from Navy Chat, a message board session or email message, will be used for the purpose of recruiting enlisted personnel and officers into the United States Navy and Naval Reserve. We've been waiting for you. To win over the kids, multimedia sites are the order of the day. The Air Force's airforce.com, one of a number of official U.S. Air Force sites, uses a banner that announces, "We've been waiting for you," above interactive, eye-catching content designed to appeal to kids, including an inside-the-cockpit shot that shows an Air Force pilot in a full G-suit looking over his shoulder at another sleek fighter jet. "I used to play tag at the park, now I play tag at Mach 2, reads the caption. Kids who search the phrase "Cool Air Force" using Google's search engine will find another teen-friendly site, U.S. Air Force's DoSomethingAmazing.com, a site devoted to the culture of cool. Viewers are immediately hit by a barrage of 153 8 video clips playing simultaneously: an Air Force Security Force attack dog knocking a man to the ground, the massive explosion of a bomb, an F-22 Raptor, men jumping out of planes, and eye-popping aerial acrobatics, among others, offering never-before-seen glimpses of what they describe as awesome skill and fighting power. There's even a link to a cool stuff section of another Air Force website. Anyone who follows that cool stuff link is greeted with a site full of U.S. Air Force screensaver and desktop wallpaper downloads. Their teens can read about special ops units, learn about HIGFI-tech weaponry, and watch the latest Air Force TV commercials, such as a montage of extreme snowboarding and supersonic bombers set to a driving rock beat. The website even offers a direct link to get in touch, by email, not with a recruiter, mind you, but with an advisor. And those who can't wait can even log in for an instant live chat with a recruitee. Advisor. In the Navy. In the war for America's youth, the Navy does the Air Force One better with an interactive site that allows teens access to a virtual recruiter. It's About You interactive feature has a Who Am I section where you view images and pick the one that best represents you. Because I chose, among others, a picture of people playing volleyball over one of someone working out alone on a treadmill and clicked on a picture of a man in a jacket and tie getting sprayed by a sprinkler over a guy buying movie tickets, the Navy declared, "You're down with the team. You'll do whatever it takes. You have a brain and you use it. You read books without pictures in them. You like living on the edge. Snowboarding, rollerblading, and mountain biking. You're down with extreme sports. You're into a living life and doing your thing." Then I moved on to the Navy's trademarked Life Accelerator V2.0, which maps your likes and dislikes to 6 skill and interest profiles. After I told it that, among other things, I'd like to write a short story, dislike restoring antique furniture, and would enjoy 154. A career as a journalist, the Navy put together a bar chart for me displaying my supposed aptitudes that I was encouraged to share with family and friends or send to a recruiter. Finally, the Navy's interactive recruiter gave me a chance to decide who I could be after my first 12 to 18 months in the Navy, or even what I could accomplish after 4 to 6 years. In the near term, the Navy said I'd be heading off for warfare designation training and might be jumping off a 12-foot tower in full gear or even receiving small arms training. And while I could be learning about and training on board a nuclear attack submarine or flying an F/A-18 Super Hornet, such activities paled in comparison to the fun I'd have during time off on weekends and at day's end, including intramural sports, hitching rides on military aircraft, scuba diving, and deep-sea fishing. The Navy even offered me a downloadable video game, training exercise, strike and retrieve, reinforcing the fun ethos. The Navy also offers a bit of fun for the more junior set. Ostensibly created to provide information about oceanography, Neptune's Web is a cartoon-laden site geared toward the elementary and middle school crowd. However, the benign-sounding Naval Meteorology and Oceanography Command that created the site isn't dedicated to scientific discovery but instead tasked with providing an asymmetric war-fighting advantage through the application of oceanographic sciences. Not surprisingly, the site makes a none too subtle appeal to youngsters. Today's high-tech Navy is focused on the advanced technology of tomorrow. A tomorrow that can include you. The Marine Corps. While the Navy's recruiting website offers a vision of military life as easy living from fishing to surfing, the Marine Corps take a different tack. As with all the armed forces websites, there's evidence that military marketing research indicates extreme sports play well with likely recruits, so there are the obligatory shots of rock climbing, but above all the Marines use their website to sell a 155 swagger that's perfect for the volatile male teen itching to kick ass and take names. For this testosterone-drenched segment of the recruitable population, the Marines' website is locked and loaded with macho hyperbole. The Marines are the battering ram that smashes the enemy's door. Marines are collectively and individually lethal. We are warriors. Built to conquer. We are fierce in a way no others can be. You will pose a true threat to your enemies. In fact, even the Marines' digital camouflage uniform is so badass that it alone can inspire fear in the hearts and minds of all enemies. Still, if the lure of being an arrogant killer and intimidating threats isn't enough, the website has one last secret weapon: trinkets. Anyone who requests information for the first time gets a free Marine Corps carabiner keychain. An army of fun. While the Marines foster a murderous mystique, the Navy offers visions of fun in the sun, and the Air Force makes it seem like it's forever playtime. The ground-pounding Army's web world really has it all. The Army offers a plethora of websites and web pages geared toward the youth demographic. There's Who4Kids, a website filled with games, including a memory card game where the reverse side is, of course, camouflage, and an online coloring book that allows for printable patriotic play. Young science-minded teens searching the web may stumble across ECYBERMISSION, a site devoted to a web-based science, math, and technology competition for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th grade teams that offers the chance to compete for regional and national 156 awards and win thousands in savings bonds. You wouldn't know it from the site's name, but if you click on a tiny sponsor's icon, you'll find only one: the Army. The U.S. Army wants you, and your friends, to accept the ECYBERMISSION challenge, proclaims the site. But why? While the Army disclaims any benefit except the opportunity to give back to America, by helping youth learn more about the areas of science, math, and technology. Its personnel gain access to youngsters, serving as cyber guides, online experts who will communicate over the web, and ambassadors who visit schools to promote the competition and award prizes to regional winners. As the largest of the service branches, it's hardly shocking that the Army tries to be all things to get all the people. Its lavish gourmet.com website has a complete range of bells and whistles, as well as links to plenty of other kid-friendly Army web pages, including those of the Army Bull Riding and Rodeo Team, the U.S. Army All-American Bowl, the Army Marksmanship Unit, the Army-sponsored Arena Football League, the Golden Knights Parachute Stunt Team, the Talkeetna to the Streets Urban Street Team Tour, Army NASCAR Auto Racing, the Army's National Hot Rod Association Top Fuel Dragster and Pro Stock Bikes, and the Army Auto Super Show. The site, not surprisingly, is also loaded with ways for youths to interface with the Army, including the ability, with a click of the mouse, to request an information packet, email a question, enter a chat room to talk with a recruiter, locate a flesh and blood recruiter, or learn how to enlist. But perhaps the most powerful recruiting tool on the site is a page devoted to the America's Army's video game website. Obviously, the video game and its official website are prime recruiting tools, but that doesn't stop the Army from claiming otherwise. Its site explains it this way. 157. The game is designed to provide young adults and their influencers with virtual insights into entry-level soldier training in units and Army operations, so as to provide insights into what the Army is like. Therefore, the game is designed to substitute virtual experiences for vicarious insights. It does this in an engaging format that takes advantage of young adults' broad use of the internet for research and communication, and their interest in games for entertainment and exploration. Christopher Chambers, the Deputy Project Director for America's Army, seems to have been equally disingenuous. The Army started this project as a means of connecting with America. We look at the game as a first step in an information gathering process, not as a tool to bring in new recruits. But if it isn't paying recruiting dividends, it would be hard to fathom why the Army spent $19 million creating the game and continues to pour in $5 million per year to keep the game current. In fact, for a game specifically not designed for recruiting purposes, there's a whole lot of recruiting going on. For example, AmericasArmy.com offers links to the gourmet.com recruiting website and advice on how to initiate contact with an Army recruiter. In the game itself, there are, says the website, web links through which players can connect to the Army of one homepage. On gourmet.com you can explore Army career opportunities or contact a recruiter. Players who request information and reveal their nom de guerre to recruiters may have their gaming records matched to their real-world identities for the purpose of facilitating career placement within the Army. It's an approach that's paying off. While it's impossible to know how many people have enlisted as a direct result of the game, a 2004 study by the public relations research firm I2I suggested America's Army was more effective than all other Army branding efforts combined in exposing young people to the idea. 158. Of a career in the military. According to Chambers, the America's Army brand became so powerful that 29% of young people in the U.S. not only recognize the brand, but claim that the America's Army game is their primary source of information about the Army. What this tells us, he says, is that we are having a very large impact on getting information about the Army out to young people. Culture jammers. While the military's websites work their magic, Be Now, True, and other private contractors continue working with jammers. The DOTS program for joint marketing communications and market research and studies to fill the ranks. Jammers claims that it's only developing public programs more than doubled since 2001. Future shock. Jammers' partner Mullen Advertising works with it on an array of marketing communications, planning, and strategic initiatives. One Mullen effort is the very unmilitary-sounding myfuture.com, a slick website with information on such topics as living on your own, writing a cover letter, and finding a job. It even includes tips on dressing for success. My Future offers what seems like civilian career advice. You can, for instance, take its work interest quiz in order to discover if you should go to college or look for a job. However, this site, too, is naturally all about steering youngsters toward the armed forces. For example, when you take that quiz, you are prompted to ask your school guidance. 161. Counselor about taking the ISVOB Career Exploration Program if you'd like to know more about your aptitudes, values, and interests. Although it goes unmentioned, the acronym ISVOB actually stands for the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, a test developed during the Vietnam War, that has been called the Admissions and Placement Test for the U.S. military by the American Friends Service Committee. In fact, while the ISVOB website publicly claims that the test assesses academic ability and predicts success in a wide variety of occupations, an Army manual states that it is specifically designed to provide recruiters with a source of pre-qualified leads. When I took the quiz, I was told, based on your responses to the activities listed, here are the work styles that may be appropriate for you: investigative, artistic. Following up on my investigative aptitude, myfuture.com offered 8 civilian career suggestions, ranging from veterinarian to meteorologist. It also recommended 8 military counterparts, including law enforcement and security specialist. For my artistic aptitude, my future suggested that I may like activities that allow to be creative FET work according to own rules / apparently, there are 8 military jobs that will allow me to stretch my imagination and do just what I want, artistically speaking. Who knew, for example, that the perfect move for an artistic freethinker would be joining an organization based on authority and conformity and then becoming a food service specialist? Tomorrow's military, today? Another Mullen Advertising created site is aimed at a different population. Today'sMilitary.com announces that it seeks to educate parents and other adults about the opportunities and benefits available to young people in the military today. In jammers speak, that means it's a public site targeted at influences. Today'sMilitary.com is filled with information on financial incentives available to those who join the military and web pages devoted to what it's like to be in the armed forces and how the 162 military can turn young diamonds in the rough into the finest force on the face of the earth. We learn that Army basic training is more than just push-ups and mess halls. In fact, quite the opposite of a torture test, it's actually a 9-week-long journey of self-discovery. Scanning through the pages, we even learn that in their off time, military folk go for walks. And they even shop for antiques. Today'sMilitary.com even takes the time to dispel myths like people in the military are not compensated as well as private sector workers. According to the site, They are just don't tell it to the group of resentful Marines who, in 2005, reportedly roughed up their highly paid mercenary counterparts in Iraq. One Marine gets me on the ground and puts his knee in my back. Then I hear another Marine say, "How does it feel to make that contractor money now?" Reported a former Marine working as a private security contractor in the war zone. Armed private contractors in Iraq generally rake in $100,000 to $200,000 per year. That same year, under pressure from Congress, the Pentagon announced that it, too, would start paying out this type of cash. One caveat: you had to be dead. Fighting soldiers from the sky. Fearless men who jump in. At such military websites, unpleasant rides like death and danger typically go unmentioned. At todaysmilitary.com, for instance, the only such allusion is on a web page that coaches parents on ways to push their children to consider the military. Among the tough issues a child might raise is a simple fact, driven home nightly on the news: it's dangerous. The site offers the following answer to parents: there's no doubt that a military career isn't for everyone. But you and your young person may be surprised to learn that over 80% of military jobs are in non-combat operations. A military career is often what you make of it. Tell that to non-combat troops like the late Corporal Holly Charette and her 163 fellow 16 casualties from a suicide car bomb attack on a Marine Corps Civil Affairs team in Fallujah during the summer of 2005, or the hundreds upon hundreds of other troops in support roles who have found themselves directly in harm's way in Iraq. As a Voice of America article put it, increasingly, there is a fine line between combat and non-combat jobs, especially in a place like Iraq, where there is no front line, and any unit can find itself in a firefight at any moment. Assault and battery. In 2005, Major General Michael Rochelle, head of the Army Recruiting Command, stated, "Having access to 17 to 24-year-olds is very key to us. We would hope that every high school administrator would provide lists to us. They are terribly important for what we are trying to do." But as The Nation magazine editor Katrina Vanden Heuvel wrote, some parents aren't so gung-ho. The debacle in Iraq has made recruiting an impossibly difficult job, and recruiters are sinking to new lows in the face of growing pressure to fulfill monthly quotas, as well as fierce opposition from parents who don't support the president's botched Iraq war mission. One of the military's new lows brings us back to the subject of the ASVAB and the methods of the Vietnam era. Faced then with the need for expendable troops, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara instituted an unholy coupling of the war on poverty and the war in Vietnam, Project 100,000. It called for the military, each year, to admit 100,000 men who had failed its qualifying exam. Those who failed to meet minimal mental standards, men McNamara called the subterranean poor, would be offered an education and training that would be useful upon their return to civilian life. Instead of acquiring skills useful for the civilian job market, however, McNamara's Moron Corps were trained for combat at markedly elevated levels, were disproportionately sent to Vietnam, and had double the death rate of American forces as a whole. Today, the 164 Pentagon is increasingly turning to recruits scoring in the lowest level on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, accepting enlistees who would have been rejected a few years earlier. Stop and sell with flowers. Other lows are unabashedly showcased in the U.S. Army Recruiting Command's September 2004 School Recruiting Program Handbook. In the guide, designed to provide recruiters with the single source document for making inroads with a teen set, the military lays out its plan of attack for schools. According to the handbook, recruiters must convince school officials that they actually have their students' best interests in mind. To do this, the manual suggests engaging in old-fashioned brown-nosing. Tips include: never forget to ask school officials if there is anything you can do for them. Be so helpful and so much a part of the school scene that you are in constant demand. Cultivate coaches, librarians, administrative staff, and teachers. By directing your efforts toward other faculty members, you may be able to obtain information necessary to effectively communicate with students. The guide also recommends that recruiters become vital assets to a high school's sports programs by joining the coaching corps. Other methods include acts of bribery using flowers and donuts to sweeten the deal. Your goal is to develop as many coys as possible. Don't forget the administrative staff. Have something to give them, and always remember Secretary's Week with a card or flowers. 165. Deliver donuts and coffee for the faculty once a month. This will help in scheduling classroom presentations. The Army even recommends enlisting kids in the recruitment effort. While the handbook concedes that some influential students like the school president or captain of the football team may not enlist, they can and will provide you with referrals on who will enlist. To this end, it exhorts recruiters to identify student influencers, lobby them, and even hand out promotional items to win them over. Obviously, the Pentagon thinks that America's youth couldn't really pass a basic intelligence test or can be bought off with cheap trinkets. Its websites downplay danger and offer bloodless scenarios filled with adventure and heroism that don't square with news coming home from Iraq. Its methods are just one more example of how the complex works to sustain itself by whatever means necessary. 15. Those young years can be hard ones. The acne, the awkwardness, the angst. That may be one reason why, if you're between 13 and 30, you're probably already making friends in the cozy cyber confines of MySpace.com, the social networking website which bills itself as an online community that lets you meet your friends' friends. At MySpace, each user can create a customized web page or profile, upload photos, blog around the clock, and most important of all, court those friends. In an eerie reflection of the very world that many MySpace scenesters undoubtedly plunge into cyberspace to avoid, the measure of success at the site is how much you can increase your page's popularity. You do this by posting attention-grabbing content, breathlessly soliciting other users, putting up provocative pictures to attract attention, sending out bulletins to your existing friends and asking them to whore you out to their list of friends. With its multimillions of friends to garner, the site is wildly popular, and not just for insecure teens either. MySpace has become a magnet for those who want, for one reason or another, to draw young eyeballs. Colleges, corporate products like Toyota's Yaris and the 167 Honda Element, even fictional characters like Ricky Bobby from the movie Talladega Nights or fast food outlet Wendy's minimalist cartoon Pitchman Smart have already gotten into the MySpace act. Early in August 2006, the site hit a major milestone, 100 million profiles. Even including those corporate-sponsored sites and fictional pages, that's still a whole lot of would-be friends. That same month, Fortune magazine reported that MySpace, bought up by Fox News mogul Rupert Murdoch in 2005 as part of a $580 million deal, passed Google in terms of traffic and now ranks second only to Yahoo in page views with 1 billion daily. Already home to 2.2 million bands, 8,000 comedians, thousands of filmmakers, and millions of striving, attention-starved wannabes, the magazine reported that, on a typical day, it signs up 230,000 new users. In fact, as of April 2007, according to internet ratings agency Hitwise, MySpace received 79.7% of all visits to social networking websites. Obviously, the site has shown special skill in recruiting people since its launch in 2003. In the same years that MySpace has become an internet superpower, the U.S. Armed Forces have sustained substantial losses. Little wonder then, with 80% of MySpace users reporting they are over 18 years old, that the military set its sights on occupying some virtual territory in search of fresh-faced recruits who might be thrown into the Afghan and Iraqi breaches. In February 2006, the Marine Corps launched its MySpace profile. A thoroughly predictable page, it boasted a streaming video that might best be termed boot camp on speed and the usual downloadable desktop wallpapers, mainly Marine Corps anchor and globe emblems or photos of World War II vintage Marines. By July 2006, according to an Associated Press report, a modest 430 people had asked to contact a Marine recruiter through the site, including some 170 who reconsidered leads or prospective Marine recruits. By September of the next year, the Marines had nearly 56,200 MySpace friends endorsing their page, less than 168. Half the friends of Senator Hillary Clinton and over 6,000 fewer than the Yaris, but a respectable number nonetheless. Not to be left out, in August 2006, the Air Force launched its own page. Colonel Brian Mattis, the Air Force Recruiting Service's Strategic Communications Director, was blunt about the reasons in an interview with the Air Force's own news agency. In order to reach young men and women today, we need to be in tune and engaged in their circles. One-upping the Marines, the Air Force also launched a cross-promotional effort with the Fox network television show Prison Break. Visitors to its MySpace profile page were offered 5 slick rough cuts of Air Force commercials on which to vote their preferences. The winning ad ran during the September 18, 2006, episode of the prison escape drama. But the next day, in an abrupt about-face, the Air Force shut down its MySpace page over concerns that association with inappropriate content might damage the service's reputation. As Mattis told the Air Force Times, the danger with MySpace is we got to the point where we weren't real comfortable with the potential for inappropriate content to be posted a friend of a friend. We didn't want to be associated with that and tarnish our reputation. In February 2006, the Army also expressed reservations over MySpace and cancelled an advertising contract with the site after just 1 month, due to reports of child predators approaching youths via the site. Then Attorney General Alberto R. Gonzales had only recently called attention to an incident in which a man used MySpace.com to lure an 11-year-old girl into having illicit sexual relations, and the House of Representatives passed a measure to ban MySpace.com and other social networking sites from schools and libraries by a lopsided 410-15 vote. Then, during the summer of 2006, an Army sergeant, based in Fort Drum, New York, was caught in a sting operation soliciting a sheriff's detective, posing as a 15-year-old girl on MySpace, for sex. He pleaded guilty to criminal solicitation and attempted rape in the 3rd degree. In the end, despite these developments, the Army decided to embrace MySpace in a bigger way. According to Louise W. Eden, 169. The service's advertising media and web chief, MySpace production teams worked with Army web designers and a team from McCann Erickson, the Army's ad agency, to create an interactive site complete with all the necessary bells and whistles along with several ways to contact a recruiter. While the Army's designers are primarily after the eyeballs of enlistment prospects between the ages of 17 and 24, she recognized that a younger set might also be taking a look. It's all right for younger people to see it, it's not propaganda, she commented. According to Eden, the Army's MySpace.com profile page is entirely devoted to shuttling people to the official Go Army website. Taking a page from then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld's book, she defined success in this case online, not in Iraq in terms of metrics. For her, 3 were key: page views, people who contact the Army for more information, and traffic to goarmy.com. We'll be very interested to see how many people register as our friend, she confessed, suggesting that she expected them to be very, very, very many in number. In fact, By September 2007, the Army had nearly 26,000 friends, far fewer than the unofficial Noam Chomsky page's over 51,000, but still a substantial figure. The Army's MySpace effort had lured them in with a page rich with features, a discussion board, an interactive virtual Army guide, wallpapers, photos, video clips, links to the America's Army video game and gourmet.com, as well as a Contact the Army link. The Army's eyes were also on the blogosphere. Eden noted that many military people unofficially participate, and we're studying that and trying to figure out where to go with that. By November 2007, the Army decided that one way to go was the G.I. Jill blog, an official Army site devoted to SGT. Jill Stevens, a member of the Utah National Guard's 211th Aviation Regiment, the reigning Miss Utah, and a contestant in the 2008 Miss America pageant. In addition to regular postings written by Stevens, and links to the Army's own website, the blog even offered a downloadable pin-up of the sergeant, all made up, seated on the hood of a military vehicle, cradling her automatic rifle with her crown sitting beside her. M.O. The Pentagon's new focus on finding friends on social networking sites is a symptom of how hard-pressed its officials really are as the military continues to invade new media territory, from text messaging to Pentagon podcasting. What all this means is that sexual predators aren't the only ones trolling the internet for young bodies. MySpace claims to be taking steps to safeguard children from a certain type of cyberstalker. But what kind of friend looks to enlist you in a potentially life-threatening enterprise, like the war in Iraq, already considered a catastrophe by most Americans? The role of friendly MySpace.com taking a desperate military's money to target hordes of young friends searching for popularity online is troubling. It's also typical of the business side of the complex, because it's the civilian firms that allow the military to function as it does. In the case of MySpace, the company is thoroughly involved in producing the Army's page and will, says Eden, be doing the daily maintenance on it. If bios at the site are to be believed, there are young Iraqis on MySpace. What if an American kid with an Iraqi MySpace friend checks in with that friendly Marine Corps recruiter, enlists, and is sent to Iraq, where his/her MySpace military friend orders him/her to kill the former? What then? 16. The Murty Dozen. Even in the midst of the disastrous war in Iraq, military recruiting has been marked by upbeat pronouncements from the Department of Defense, claims of success by the White House, and periodic press reports touting the military's ability to meet its woe/manpower goals. But the armed forces only found success through a fundamental transformation and not the one former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had in mind before the invasion of Iraq. While his long-standing goal of transforming the planet's most powerful military into its highest tech, most agile, most futuristic fighting force melted away, according to the Washington Post's David Von Dretel, the very makeup of the armed forces has, indeed, been mutating, even if in an unexpected fashion. In 2005, despite spending at least $16,000 in promotional costs for each soldier it managed to sign up, the Pentagon failed to meet its recruiting goals. After that, recruitment methods were ramped up in 12 critical areas, some of which turned the old Army ad line, "Be all that you can be," into material for late-night talk show punchlines. 172. 1 Hard sell. When not trolling for potential soldiers via video games, websites, MySpace.com, and text messaging, the armed forces began mobilizing recruiters who used old-fashioned hard sell tactics to cajole impressionable teens into enlisting. In 2006, one New Jersey mother told her local newspaper about the Army's persistence in targeting her 17-year-old daughter. When the mother finally asked the Army to stop calling, the recruiter argued vigorously against it. The mother, who otherwise praised the military, was aghast at the recruiter's tactics. That's what frightened and enraged me. This military person telling me that I have no rights over my child. Teens have also been subject to military advertising and high-pressure tactics at school. In 2006, the Boston Globe wrote that recruiters were now setting up booths in cafeterias in high schools across the nation. That same year, the State Journal-Register of Springfield, Illinois, reported that local recruiters were visiting each school about every 3 to 4 weeks. At one school, administrators were forced to clamp down on aggressive recruiters. At least one was barred from ever returning to campus. 2 Green to Gray. The military has always filled its roles primarily by targeting the young, but under the pressure of Iraq the old made it into its sights as well. In 2005, the Army Reserve increased its maximum enlistment age from 35 to 40, then, later that year, to 42. The next year, regular Army Green went grayer with a similar two-step increase that boosted active duty enlistment eligibility to 42 years. 3B Actor Draft. Another group of old-timers was also targeted by the military, the Marine Corps Individual Ready Reserve troops who had left. The Dirty Dozen 173. Active duty status and transition back into civilian life. In August 2006, the Marines announced that they would begin making up for a shortage of volunteers by dipping into a rarely used pool of troops to fill growing personnel gaps in units scheduled to deploy in coming months. As the Boston Globe noted, it was the first time since the invasion of Iraq 3 years before that Marine commanders had taken the extraordinary step of drafting back into uniform those who have left the ranks. For its part, according to a 2006 CBS News report, the Army had called to active duty approximately 14,000 soldiers on status from the Army Reserve since March 2003, and over half were deployed to Iraq. 4 Rubber stamp promotions. In 2006, the Army admitted that, to maintain desperately needed numbers, it was sacrificing almost any measure of quality when it came to its officer corps. According to 2005 Pentagon figures, 97% of all eligible captains were being promoted to major, a significant jump from the already historically high average of 70 to 80%. The problem here is that you're not knocking off the bottom 20%, one high-ranking Army officer at the Pentagon told the Los Angeles Times. Basically, if you haven't been court-martialed, you're going to be promoted to major. Despite near-guaranteed promotions, USA Today reported, in 2007, that the Army faced not only an impending shortage of entry-level officers, lieutenants, but also their superiors. We are short about 3,000 mid-grade officers, particularly majors, and we will be for the next several years, acknowledged Army spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Brian Hilferty. In fact, an annual shortage of 3,000 mid-level officers is expected through 2013. 5 Foreign Legion. Testifying before the Senate Armed Services Committee, in July 2006, Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. 174. David S. C. Chul listed a series of inducements then being offered to get foreigners to risk life and limb for Uncle Sam. These included, President Bush's executive order allowing non-citizens to apply for citizenship after only 1 day of active-duty military service, a streamlined application process for service members, and the elimination of all application fees for non-citizens in the military. While noting that approximately 40,000 non-citizens were already serving in the armed forces, Chu offered his own solution to the immigration crisis in the United States. With the services denied the possibility of a draft, he made a pitch for creating a true foreign legion from the estimated 50,000 to 65,000 undocumented alien young adults who entered the U.S. at an early age. Chu then talked up legislation like the DREAM Act, which would give illegal aliens the opportunity to, among other options, join the military as a vehicle to conditional permanent resident status. In addition to proposing a possible source of undocumented cannon fodder that might prove less disturbing to Americans than their own sons and daughters, Chu noted that the military also has initiated several new programs, including opportunities for those with language skills, which may hold particular appeal for non-citizens. Just in case non-citizens are thrilled by the chance to serve, the Army promises expedited citizenship, quick advancement, and a host of other perks including a small boatload of cash. In addition to foreign language proficiency pay while on active duty, those willing to use their Middle Eastern language skills and join the U.S. Army as a translator aide in Iraq and Afghanistan were to receive enlistment bonuses of $10,000, a sizable sum given yearly per capita incomes in the countries being targeted. 6. Mercenary military. To staunch its recruitment wounds, the military has also enhanced its offers in the form of more financial incentives. In sum, the dirty dozen 175 cases, this can mean enlistment bonuses as high as $40,000 for documented but poor Americans looking to put themselves in harm's way for 3 years as Army infantrymen or explosive ordnance disposal specialists, markedly more than per capita yearly income in 2005 for African Americans, Hispanics, and non-Hispanic whites. Even those not interested in volunteering for the most dangerous jobs can reap big bonuses. In the summer of 2007, in a bid to rapidly shove drastically needed recruits into the breach, the Army increased its enlistment bonus to $20,000 for those willing to sign on for a quick ship provision that slashes the usual 40-day delay between sign-up and basic training. This was followed, in November, by a pilot program offering recruits $45,000 toward buying a house or starting a business upon completion of their military service. According to the Associated Press, the Army was also doling out fistfuls of dollars for re-enlistees in 2006, an average bonus of $14,000, to eligible soldiers, for a total of $610 million in extra payments. By the next year, the Army had raised the figure to $33,500 for certain critical specialties, with some soldiers eligible for lump sum payments of up to $25,000. In July 2006, Major Jerry Morgan, who runs the Marine Selective Re-Enlistment Bonus Program, told Stars and Stripes that the maximum bonus had been raised to $60,000 for those serving in 5 critical military occupational specialties. Less than a year later, some Marine Corps bonuses reached the $80,000 level. Add to these sums promised benefits of up to $71,424 and $23,292 for active duty and reserve personnel to help pay for college, and you've got a potentially life-changing bribe, provided you still have a life when that college acceptance finally comes through. 7. Abuse of power. More recruiters waving more money has its pitfalls, though. In 2005, amid a swirl of complaints as recruiters struggled to meet monthly goals, the Army suspended all 176 recruiting activities for a one-day nationwide stand-down to re-examine its methods and retrain its personnel. No wonder. A Government Accountability Office report later indicated that between fiscal years 2004 and 2005, allegations and service-identified incidents of recruiter wrongdoing increased, collectively, from 4,400 cases to 6,500 cases. Substantiated cases increased from just over 400 to almost 630 cases, and criminal violations more than doubled from just over 30 to almost 70 cases. In August 2006, it was also revealed that more than 100 young women who expressed an interest in joining the military in the past year were preyed upon sexually by their recruiters. According to one of the victim's lawyers, a recruiter said to her, outright, "If you want to join the Marines, you have to have sex with me." She was a virgin. She was 17 years old. Another teenage victim spelled out the situation quite clearly. The recruiter had all the power. He had the uniform. He had my future. I trusted him. 8 civilian headhunters. Not surprisingly, given an administration that never saw anything it couldn't imagine privatizing, the private headhunter also joined the military recruitment landscape. According to Renee Merle of the Washington Post, as part of a pilot program that began in 2002, 2 Virginia-based companies, Serco and MPRI, had more than 400 recruiters assigned across the country, and signed up more than 15,000 soldiers. They were, she reported, paid about $5,700 per recruit. While these companies took in Pentagon dollars, the private recruiters themselves received cash bonuses, free gas cards, and suede jackets, and could augment their base salary by about $30,000 a year if they successfully shuttled large numbers of potential recruits into the armed forces. As has been true with the DoD's use of private contractors in all sorts of roles in recent years, this step drew some congressional ire. According to Representative The Dirty Dozen 777, Jan Schakowsky, the use of contractors for this sensitive purpose, dealing with the lives of young people, is troublesome. She was particularly worried by the lack of oversight, while an Army report that recommended continuing the $170 million program also noted that the civilian headhunters enlisted a lower quality of recruit. Despite these quality control issues, in August 2006, Army officials announced that they had awarded MPRI a base contract of $11,196,996, potentially worth over $34 million in total, for recruiting services to be performed at any of the Army's 1,700 recruiting stations nationwide. And then, in February 2007, they awarded MPRI yet another multimillion-dollar recruiting services contract. 9. How low can you go? In this period, lowered standards have been typical of more than the privateers. Even Under-Secretary of Defense Chu admitted that nearly 40% of all military recruits in 2006 scored in the bottom half of the Armed Forces' own aptitude test. Other how low can you go indicators of the military desperation regularly surfaced in news reports. For example, in 2005, the New York Times reported that 2 Ohio recruiters were quick to sign up a recruit fresh from a 3-week commitment in a psychiatric ward. Even after the man's parents told them he had bipolar disorder, a diagnosis that would disqualify him. After senior officers found out, the mentally ill man's enlistment was cancelled, but in interviews with more than 24 recruiters in 10 states, the Times heard others talk of concealing mental health histories and police records, among other illicit practices. In May 2006, the Oregonian reported that Army recruiters, using hard sell tactics and offering thousands of dollars in enlistment bonus money, signed up an autistic teenager for the Army's most dangerous job, cavalry scout. The boy, who had been enrolled in special education classes since preschool and through a special program for disabled workers, Hoskin heads to join the Army and insist on being assigned to light infantry units. As the magazine explained, the coming race war and the ethnic cleansing to follow will be very much an infantryman's war. It will be house to house, until your town or city is cleared and the alien races are driven into the countryside where they can be hunted down and cleansed. Apparently, the recruiting push has worked. Barfield reported that he and other investigators identified a network of neo-Nazi active-duty Army and Marine personnel spread across 5 military installations in 5 states. They are communicating with each other about weapons, about recruiting, about keeping their identities secret, about organizing within the military. Little wonder that Aryan Nations graffiti is now apparently competing for space among American inner-city gang graffiti in Iraq. Forced transformation. When the American war in Vietnam finally ground to a halt, the U.S. military was in a state of near disintegration. Uniformed leaders vowed never again to allow it to be degraded to such a point. A generation later, As the ever-worsening wars in Iraq and Afghanistan grind on, an overstretched Army and Marine Corps, at a remarkable cost in dollars, effort, and lowered standards, are fighting to maintain their numbers. As a result, U.S. ground forces are increasingly made up of a motley mix of underage teens, old-timers, foreign fighters, gangbangers, neo-Nazis, ex-cons, inferior. The Dirty Dozen 181. Officers and near-mercenary troops, lured in or kept in uniform through big payouts and promises. In the years when the breakdown was occurring during the Vietnam War, American troops began to scrawl U on their helmet liners, an abbreviation that stood for the unwilling, led by the unqualified, doing the unnecessary for the ungrateful. The U.S. ground forces of this era may come to increasingly resemble the collapsing military of the Vietnam War, the band of fictional criminal misfits sent behind enemy lines in the classic Vietnam-era film The Dirty Dozen, or even the Janissaries of the old Ottoman Empire. In fact, a new all-volunteer generation of Us may be emerging, the underachieving, unintelligent, unsound, unhinged, unacceptable, unhealthy, undesirable, uncivil, and even un-American, all led by the unqualified, doing the unnecessary for the ungrateful. This wasn't the new military Donald Rumsfeld was promising all those years, but there's no denying the depth of the transformation. Part 6. The MHD, RIRD world of the military. Why now the military telecom complex is old hat to you, but did you know that you could tie it to the military golf complex? You could also tie it to the military's media empire and to the highest paid athlete in the world. On July 4, 2007, Randall Stevenson, the chairman of AT&T, took to the links for a pre-tournament practice round with an Army sergeant, an Air Force sergeant, and sports legend and General Motors pitchman Tiger Woods. Former President George H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush even joined the foursome for a few holes. This was all dutifully reported by the American Forces Press Service, the Pentagon's very own propaganda arm, because Woods donated 30,000 tournament tickets to military personnel to attend the Earl Woods Memorial Pro-Am, a tournament named after Woods' late Green Beret father. While it didn't take place on one of the scores of military golf courses located worldwide today, Woods did mention the existence of this vast complex of links, explaining that he had played a lot of military facilities around the country. Fye also claimed that if he hadn't been making $100 million per year, he'd probably end up going into the military. "I don't know what branch," said Woods, "but I'd certainly want to be in the special operations community." Instead of black ops, however, Woods took part in photo ops that found their way onto numerous military websites, from America's UpPortsU.com to DefenseLink.mil. These news outlets and the military's golf courses are just part of a mad world. The military has made a world of tax-subsidized golf courses, propaganda posing as news, and press the flesh conferences brimming with generals, as well as plenty of barbecued pork. You couldn't make this stuff up if you tried. 17. Back in 1975, Senator William Proxmire decried the fact that the Department of Defense spent nearly $14 million each year to maintain and operate 300 military-run golf courses scattered across the globe. In 1996, the weekly television series America's Defense Monitor noted that Pentagon elites and high government officials teeing off at taxpayer expense at some 234 golf courses maintained by the U.S. Armed Forces worldwide. In the intervening 21 years, despite a modest decrease in the number of military golf courses, not much had changed. The military was still out on the links. Today, the military claims to operate a mere 172 golf courses worldwide, suggesting that over 30 years after Proxmire's criticisms, a modicum of reform has taken place. Don't believe it. In actuality, the military has cooked the books. For example, the Department of Defense reported that the U.S. Air Force operates 68 courses. A closer examination indicates that the dot counts the 3 separate golf courses, a total of 54 holes, at Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, D.C., as one course. The same is true for the Navy, which claims 37 courses but counts, for example, its Admiral Baker Golf Course in San Diego, which boasts 2 18-hole courses, as a single unit. Similarly, while the DUT claims that the Army operates 188 56 golf facilities, it appears that this translates into no fewer than 68 actual courses, stretching from the US to Germany, Japan, and South Korea. Moreover, some military golf facilities are mysteriously missing from all lists. In 2005, according to the Pentagon, the U.S. military operated courses on 25 bases overseas. A closer look, however, indicates that the military apparently forgot about some of its golf courses, especially those in unsavory or unmentionable locales. Take the unlisted 18-hole golf course where hot pink balls are used so as not to lose them in the barren terrain at the U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Also absent is the Army's Tournament Players Club, a golf course built, in 2003, by Army personnel in Mosul, Iraq. Another forgotten course can be found in the Republic of the Marshall Islands, at Kwajalein, a little-discussed island filled with missile and rocket launchers and radar equipment that serves as the home of the U.S. Army's Ronald Reagan Ballistic Missile Defense Test Site. Similarly, 189 unlisted is a 9-hole golf course located on the shadowy island of Diego Garcia, a British Indian Ocean territory occupied by the U.S. military and long suspected as the site of one of the CIA's post-9/11 secret ghost prisons. But even courses not operating on secret sites, in war zones, or near prisons and possible torture centers have been conveniently lost. For example, while the Pentagon lists the Navy's Admiral Nimitz Golf Course in Barrigueta, Guam, in its inventory of overseas courses, it seems to have skipped Anderson Air Force Base's 18-hole Palm Tree Golf Course, also on the island. And you'd think the Pentagon would be proud of the U.S. Air Force's Island Links. After all, it was the runner-up, in 2002, for the title of Guam's most beautiful golf course. Whatever the true number of the military's courses, at least some of them are distinctly sprucing up their grounds. Take the Eaglewood golf courses at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. In 2004, the Pentagon paid out more than $352,000 to George Golf Design to refurbish its 2 courses. George Golf Design considerately worked on the courses one at a time, so that local duffers would not be left linkless. This was of critical importance since if both courses were out of commission, Virginia would have been left with only 9 military golf facilities with a total of 14 courses. Even though the military operates so many courses, apparently these still aren't enough to satisfy the insatiable golfing appetites of the armed forces, at least judging by the number of golf resorts to which the Pentagon paid out American tax dollars in 2004. For instance, the Del Lago Golf Resort and Conference Center, in San Antonio, Texas, which offers an 18-hole championship golf course home to some of the region's most challenging and beautiful holes, received over $19,000, and the Lakeview Golf Resort and Spa in Morgantown, West Virginia, which boasts 2 championship golf courses, received $16,416 from the Army in 2004. When asked what exactly the Army was up to at Lakeview, a resort spokesperson declined to disclose any information and stated 190 that she was unable to confirm activities of the military at the resort if, in fact, they occurred at all. At the Arizona Golf Resort and Conference Center in Mesa, Arizona, which boasts fine accommodations, great dining, and a host of amenities, including a championship golf course, surrounded by beautifully maintained grounds, the Army dropped a cool $48,620 in 2004. That resort wasn't, however, the top recipient of military funds among Arizona Gulf resorts. That year, according to documents, the U.S. Army paid $71,614 to the Arizona Gulf Resort located in sunny Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. A Saudi homage to the American Southwest that claims to offer the only residential Western expatriate golf resort in Riyadh with activities for all ages, the resort actually boasts an entire entertainment complex, complete with a waterslide-enhanced megapool, gym, bowling alley, horse stables, roller hockey rink, arcade, amphitheater, restaurant, and even a cappuccino bar, not to mention the golf course and a driving range. It's the perfect spot, in the so-called arc of instability, for military folks to play a few rounds with other Westerners. For those in the Persian Gulf who prefer their links on a smaller scale, there are also miniature golf courses at such military bases as Ahmed I Jaber Air Base and at Camp Doha, both located in Kuwait, Balad Air Base in Iraq, and the Air Force's base at Eskin Village, near Riyadh Air Base, in Saudi Arabia. But mini golf isn't the only activity for duffers stationed at Eskin. In 2002, the U.S. General Accounting Office investigated seemingly unneeded expenditures by the military and found that $5,333 had been spent on golf passes for folks from Eskin Village. In fact, the GAO reported, Air Force units purchased several golf items during their deployments to Southwest Asia that included a golf cart for $35,000, a corporate golf membership at $16,000, and a golf club/bag set costing nearly $1,500. The military's ardent love affair with golf carts hardly ended with that $35,000 model. In 2004 alone, according to the Pentagon's own documents, the DoD paid $6,860 to Golf Car Company, $6,900 to Golf Cars of Riverside, $9,322 to Golf Cars of Louisiana, $16,741 to Southern Golf Car, and a whopping $37,964 to Golf Car Special 191. Ties. Similarly, in 2006, two golf cart concerns were paid a combined $58,644 by the DoD, while a German golf equipment supplier, Continental Golf Associates, received more than $88,000 from the Pentagon. Despite base closures and the work of committed environmental and community groups, which have thinned out some of the military's links, the Department of Defense continues to exhibit an obsession with golf, golf carts, and, above all, golf courses. Apologists, both within and outside of the military, often counter criticisms of DoD golf expenditures by claiming that military golf courses are not simply a drain on taxpayer money but revenue earners, through greens fees. They, however, never make mention of the fact that these facilities are located on public land and pay no taxes, that they require funds for security, and that in all likelihood the public pays for the roads, water, and electric lines that service the courses. Sore points raised by former Arizona Senator Dennis D. Concini in the mid-1990s when Andrews Air Force Base was sinking $5.1 million into its third course. Such a defense also fails to address why the Pentagon is in the golf course business in the first place. According to its officially stated mission, the DoD engages in war fighting, humanitarian, peacekeeping, evacuation, and homeland security missions and, says the Pentagon, provides the military forces needed to deter war and to protect the security of the United States. Everything we do supports that primary mission. How, exactly, golf courses ensure that primary mission is a little murky, especially since the United States has more than 8,100 public courses and over 3,500 semi-private courses. A more apt explanation is the fact that when it comes to golf, like much else, the Pentagon does what it wants, no matter who gets TD off. 18. Patriotic pork. When you think of food and the U.S. military, you undoubtedly picture a long chow line where a grunt serves up chipped beef on toast, lowly privates peeling potatoes on KP duty, and semi-inedible old sear rations or more modern military field fare like palate-numbing meals ready to eat. But that's the old military, not the new, modern variant, and not just because private corporations like Kellogg Brown and Root have taken over the mess halls from construction to cooking. These days, like the rest of America, the Army loves to eat out. No messy preparation. No dishes to clean up. Not a chip of beef in sight. And, best of all, it's on someone else's tab. The U.S. taxpayers. Judging by the Pentagon's own accounting, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines have been very hungry and they've been chowing down. As it happens, the Army has definite gastronomic tastes. Some ethnic foods, for instance, just about never make it to the table. Due to the arcane nature of the Pentagon's accounting, it is almost impossible to know for sure, but the tally on Asian food appears to be. And don't even ask about Afghan food. But while it's a no-go on sushi, cooked fish is another military matter. In 2004, for instance, the Army spent more than $5,000 at Chic AD's Cajun Chicken and Catfish restaurant in Winsboro, Louisiana. That same year, the catfish-hungry Army dropped $6,500 at Captain Morgan's Steak and Catfish restaurant in D'Iberville, Mississippi, and over $7,300 at Kenny's Catfish Depot in DeQuincy, Louisiana. But since, as Napoleon once observed, an army marches on its stomach, the U.S. Army cannot live on catfish alone. Sandwiches are, apparently, also a must, so Army eaters plunked down $13,845 at a Quiznos Classic Subs in Louisiana. In Arkansas, the military dropped significant sums at such natural state restaurants as Rodeo Cafe, Molly's Diner, Annie's Family Restaurant, and the Crispy Taco Mexican Grill, among other establishments. While these 2004 figures were impressive, they paled in comparison to the combined sum paid out to just two El Nopal restaurant locations in Arkansas in 2006. And for dessert, perhaps, the Dod spent a whopping $7.9 million at Arkansas's own White Dairy Ice Cream Company that same year. But Arkansas was only a drop in the proverbial bucket. Military folks also sampled the fare at numerous other eateries across the country. Just a few examples from 2004. While the military clearly savors its catfish and tacos, what it really loves is barbecue. In fact, the military has sampled barbecue all across the United States, from Shotgun's Barbecue Restaurant in Texas and Bo's Pit Barbecue in Missouri to the Pig and Whistle in Tennessee and Longhorn Barbecue in Washington State. In 2004, the Army shelled out at least $164,828 to get its fingers greasy. In 2005 and 2006 combined, the Pentagon spent over half this amount at Corky's Barbecue of Memphis, Tennessee. While U.S. taxpayer dollars have regularly morphed into barbecued wings and ribs, the Dod wasn't completely gastronomically timid. In their travels abroad, military officials apparently did manage to sample foreign cuisine, supping at, among other places, Restaurant Skinvelderhaven in the Netherlands and Restaurante El Escudo Sociedad in Guatemala, and evidently the Grand Champion Singapore's First Street Cafe, where the Dod reportedly spent $151,883 in 2004, $216,646 in 2005, and an astounding $310,776 in 2006, eating who knows what. Mostly though, it's home-style comfort food and red meat in red states. In 2004, for instance, the Army reportedly paid Shoney's, a purveyor of such eats as country fried steak, chili cheese fries, and its signature half-o-pound, more than $82,000. Just don't ask anyone to go over the top, or parachute from a plane, while that half-o-pound is settling. The secret of courageous cuisine. In 2004, the Pentagon handed over $154,000 to the Secret Garden Cafe in Loma Linda, California. A call to the Secret Garden Cafe revealed that it was no longer a restaurant at all, but strictly a Cater 195 Inc. company, due to high demand from guess who? Its new name? Courageous Catering and Special Events. A manager at the new catering business offered the following explanation for its popularity: "We get recommended a lot because we use, like, real butter, and we bring really good desserts, and we only use Black Angus beef. And so they like us, and we use, like, name brand sodas instead of generics." The Army Reserve's 374th Chemical Company, she said, had just hired Courageous Catering to provide post-maneuver sustenance. For their inaugural menu, they roughed it with country fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and gravy, beans, corn on the cob with butter for dipping, fresh fruit salad, corn muffins with butter, sodas, bottled waters, iced tea, and assorted cookies and dessert bars. Hold the chipped beef, but pass the Black Angus and those chocolate chip cookies, sir. Tommy Franks rides the Rotsiri. In February 2003, U.S. News & World Report's website reported that then four-star General Tommy Franks was said to have actually enjoyed eating MREs, but when he had his druthers he-na-she at the Tex-Mex restaurant Chevy's. Franks's crowning culinary moment, however, may have been in 2002 when, as CENTCOM commander and the leader of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, he and Outback Steakhouse CEO Chris Sullivan decided to ship 6,700 steaks, 30,000 shrimp, and 3,000 giant onions, as well as 13,400 cans of Odell's non-alcoholic beer, all of it donated to members of the 101st Airborne Division, based in Kandahar. The stunt garnered Outback some meaty press coverage, so it was perhaps less than startling when Franks's decision to leave the military was quickly followed by his decision to take a spot on Outback Steakhouse's board of directors. By 2005, it was reported that he was receiving an annual retainer of $60,000 in cash and stock, in addition to the $100,000 in restricted stock he received for joining the board. For years, the complex has been typified by a revolving door between the armed forces and big-time defense contractors. Franks, 196, may be pioneering a new version of this for a new military moment. Think of it as the revolving rotisserie of the military gastronomic complex. Others may soon join him. In May 2005, just over a month after Franks officially enlisted at Outback, fellow former four-star general and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Colin Powell was the keynote speaker at the National Restaurant Association's annual conference. And the amusement park/pizzeria chain Chuck E. Cheese also seems like it's angling for a top general to join up. In fact, in 2005, it was found that all of the nearly 500 Chuck E. Cheese franchises were screening a montage of military footage, put together by the Pentagon, that even a company spokesman admitted could be interpreted as prower. 19. STRRS and HBPE. The Los Angeles Times reported, in late 2005, that the Pentagon was secretly paying Iraqi newspapers to publish stories written by American troops in an effort to burnish the image of the U.S. mission in Iraq. It turned out that the DoD contracted a small Washington-based firm called Lincoln Group, whose employees and subcontractors sometimes even impersonated reporters, to pay the newly freed Iraqi press to run the propaganda as legitimate news and mask any connection with the U.S. military. After the scandal came to light, the Pentagon launched an investigation and subsequently cleared itself of wrongdoing. According to the New York Times, the DoD's Inspector General's report said that the secret program, was lawful and that it did not constitute a covert action designed to influence the internal political conditions of another country. But Tom Engelhard, writing at TheNation.com, had his own theory on just whose opinions the Pentagon was attempting to influence. He wrote, "The goal of administration officials was always to win the war at home above all else. With that in mind, perhaps the Pentagon hired the Lincoln Group to slip those good news pieces into the Iraqi media, not to influence Iraqis, but Americans." Perhaps T. 198. Hope was that the free Iraqi media would be the royal route back to the American press. Such covert ops appear to be just one front in an endless Pentagon media war. In February 2006, then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld launched an assault on the American media, blasting it for perceived slights against the military, such as drawing attention to the Pentagon/Lincoln Group propaganda program through an explosion of critical press stories. The next month, he was at it again, taking the media to task for what he called a steady stream of errors. All seemed to be of a nature to inflame the situation and to give heart to the terrorists and to discourage those who hoped for success in Iraq. Then in April, appearing on the Rush Limbaugh show, he complained that top terrorists Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, Osama bin Laden, and Ayman al-Zawahiri have media committees. They are actively out there trying to manipulate the press in the United States. They are very good at it. They are much better at managing those kinds of things than we are. Listening to Rumsfeld's drumbeat of downcast remarks, you'd think that Al-Qaeda was running the most sophisticated media empire on the planet and the US military was reliant on a fourth estate that regularly acted more like a fifth column. As a result, Rumsfeld put out a call, according to the Washington Post, to create 24-hour media operations centers and multifaceted media campaigns using the internet, blogs, and satellite television that will result in much less reliance on the traditional print press to serve the Pentagon's interests. From Rumsfeld's remarks, you'd never guess that the giants of the mainstream American media and oft-maligned news sources regularly turn up on the military's payroll. We can't be sure what the monies are for, perhaps for advertisements or just subscriptions to monitor the enemy, but the fact that the Pentagon is willing to fork over money to the mainstream media is at least a curiosity worthy of some reporters' attention. For example, in 2002, according to documents, the military paid out thousands of dollars to the Washington Post and anteed up tens of thou. Stars and Hype 199. Sends to CNN's parent company, the Turner Broadcasting System. The next year, the Washington Post again received thousands of Pentagon dollars from the Army, while the Navy sent tens of thousands to Reuters America. In 2004, the Army paid out thousands of dollars to the New York Times Syndication Sales Corporation, while the Air Force paid tens of thousands in taxpayer dollars to the Public Broadcasting Service. In 2005, the Pentagon sent tens of thousands of dollars to the Tribune Company, the parent corporation of the Los Angeles Times and New York's Newsday, among others. It also paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to ABC radio networks, sent the international media company Pearson more than $1.8 million, including tens of thousands earmarked for The Economist magazine, and paid tens of thousands to the National Newspaper Publishers Association, a 65-year-old federation of more than 200 black community newspapers from across the United States. While some might not be surprised to learn that, in 2006, the DOD paid Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation over $500,000, it's also true that the Washington Post Company, the Tribune Company, Reuters, and New York's Daily News received money from the Pentagon as well. And in October of that year, a full-page ad showing uniformed members of the armed forces announced that the New York Times had partnered with the Department of Defense's employer support for the Guard and Reserve, along with the USO, American Legion, and others, for an upcoming job fair. Obviously, even an irritated Pentagon continues to deal with the press on a financial basis. That may seem odd, but it gets stranger still. It turns out that the Pentagon runs a major media empire of its own. When people think about the military press, they tend to recall Stars and Stripes due to its World War II origins. That daily newspaper is still published today for the U.S. military, civilians, contractors, and their families. According to its own assessment, Stars and Stripes is unique among the many military publications because it is free of control and censorship. That's an important point too. 200. Remember when delving deep into the Pentagon's mammoth propaganda machine? The Army, alone, publishes scores of newspapers, at posts all over the world, from Bagram, Afghanistan, to Camp Zama, Japan, including Advisor, Alaska Post, American Endeavor, APG News, Army Flyer, Army Reserve Magazine, Arsenal Accents, At Ease, Azure, Banner, Bavarian News, Bear Facts, Belvoir Eagle, Blue Devil 2, Blue Ridger, Buckeye Guard, Bill to Serve, Bulletin, Can Wonder, Casemate, Castle Comments, Charger, Checkerboard, Citizen, Command Post, Community Report, Constellation, Core, Pondent, Countermeasure, Cross Currents, Desert Star, Desert Voice, District Dispatch, District Observer, Dugway Dispatch, Eagle, El Mono, Engineer Update, Environmental Update, Esprit, Falcon Flyer, Fir Tree, Flagship, Flaming Blade, Flash, Flight Facts, Flight Line/Aircraftsman, Fort Campbell Courier, Fort Dix Post, Fort Jackson Leader, Fort Leavenworth Lamp, Fort Lee Traveler, Fort Riley Post, Freedom Watch, Frontline, Georgia Guardsman, Globe, Golden Acorn, Griffin, Grizzly, Guard Detail, Guard Me, Guard Times, Guardian, Guidon, Hawaii Army Weekly, Headwaters Highlights, Herald Post, Herald Union, Hub, Indian Head, Inscom Journal, Inside the Tunet, Iowa Militiaman, Iraq Reconstruction Update, Iron Man, Kenny Letter, Kwajalein Hourglass, Little Rock Dispatch, MCAAP News, McPherson Sentinel, Met Communicator, Mercury, Message, Meteor Hirot, Minuteman, Missile Ranger, Mobile, Monitor, The Morning Weekly, Mountaineer Defender, New York District Times, News Leader, Newscastle, Northwest Guardian, Outlook, Outpost, Pacific Connection, Pentagram, Phoenix, Plains Guardian, The Point, Pointer View, Prospector, Public Works Digest, Poo Poo Kahi, The Railsplitter, Raleigh Bulldog, Redstone Rocket, Riverside, Scout, Signal, Sound Off Flow, Standard, Stripe, Tar Heel Minuteman, Team 19. Magazine, Typher Telegraph, The Tobyhanna Reporter, Tory, Tower Times, Triad, Tulsa District Record, Up and Down the Hill, The Voice, Voice of the Rock, Folk State Guard, Warrior, Wheel, and the Yankee Engineer. The Army even has its own official magazine, Soldiers. The Marines have their own offering, the cleverly titled Marines Magazine, while the Navy has All Hands, the Air Force Reserve, Citizen Airman, and the Defense Logistics Agency, Dimensions, and these are just a few of the plethora of official and quasi-official military magazines out there. But if you think that these publications are only plying an already indoctrinated audience with so much faux news pap, you're wrong. Officially sanctioned, thoroughly controlled, and censored military journalism forms the core of a vast public relations effort also aimed at the general public via the organs of the mainstream media. To this end, the military pushes its internal propaganda through programs like the Soldiers News Service, in which Army public affairs officers proactively engage the media to tell the human interest stories of /the. Also has its own TV news network, the Pentagon Channel Television Service, which is distributed 24/7 and is available to all stateside cable and satellite providers, via American Forces Radio and Television Service, overseas, and via webcast worldwide. An unabashed propaganda effort, the channel advertises that it broadcasts Department of Defense news briefings, military news, interviews with top defense officials, short stories about the work of our military in order to enhance Department of Defense communications. The individual armed services turn out to be in on the TV act as well. For example, Navy/Marine Corps news is distributed via satellite and videotape to all Navy and Marine Corps units worldwide and, claims the Navy, to more than 320 commercial cable outlets broadcast a show, giving it a huge shadow audience of family members, reservists, retirees, and civilians with an interest in the U.S. Navy. Not to be left out in the cold, the Army offers soldiers radio and television. There's also the DoD's American Forces Radio and Television Service. A descendant of the World War II-era Armed Forces Radio, AFRA's mission is to communicate Department of Defense information to the internal audience. AFRA's Armed Forces Network, which is run out of the military's broadcast center, part of the Defense Media Center, at March Air Reserve Base near Riverside, California, provides 7 separate television services. These include AFN Prime. Actually 2 networks that function like U.S. network affiliates, complete with American soap operas, game and talk shows, network sitcoms, dramas, reality shows, movies and late-night talk shows. Stars and Hype 203. AFN Spectrum. An alternative network that provides counter-programming to AFN Prime, including hit network shows as well as popular reruns, for the fickle military viewer. AFN News. Borrowing from ABC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, and PBS, this news station spices up civilian programming with its own propaganda. AFN Sports. Drawing on Fox Sports Channel, ESPN, FX, Speed, TBS, TNT, ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, this channel provides MLB, NFL, NASCAR, NHL, NCAA, and PGA sporting events. AFN Family. Kids programming targeted at ages 2 to 17. Offering a selection of shows from broadcast and cable networks to firmly ground Junior in American culture even when living abroad. AFN Movie. Cleaned up films and TV movies. AFN Extra. An extreme network devoted to action sports events like wrestling, talk shows, video gaming programming, and youth culture. These networks can be viewed by military folks in 177 countries around the world. Then there's AFRA's radio network with content supplied by ABC, CBS, CNN, ESPN, Fox, National Public Radio, the Associated Press Radio Network, Premier Radio Network, Westwood One, Jones Radio, Air America and USA Radio Network, and AFN's own All News and Features channel and 2 sports talk format channels. While the overall operation is large enough to make even right-wing media mogul Rupert Murdoch drool, it's still only a fraction of the military's vast media empire. Add to this the many publications by private organizations, veterans associations, like-minded front groups, and assorted fellow travelers catering to the military, such as the Air Force Association's Air Force Magazine, the National Guard Association of the United States National Guard Magazine 204, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars VFW Magazine, among many others, and you've got a propaganda machine par excellence. But perhaps nothing drives home the immensity of the military's media holdings more strongly than the simple fact that every year, the Army, alone, hands out awards for 20 distinct categories of broadcast journalism as well as 20 different types of print journalism. In late August 2006, in the midst of Bush administration criticism of the American media for coverage of the war in Iraq, award-winning Washington Post national security reporter Walter Pincus called attention to a Pentagon request for bids for a 2-year, $20 million public relations contract that calls for extensive monitoring of U.S. and Middle Eastern media in an effort to promote more positive coverage of news from Iraq. Sounds like an effort worthy of one of the Pentagon's journalistic awards. 20. The military to protect inference. EDIT1PLEX. PSSST. Ever wonder where to go to press the flesh with a genuine Air Force general? Or whisper sweet nothings into the ear of the Chief Information Officer of the FBI? Or tell a key congressman on the House Armed Services Committee about the latest $2,000 cup holder retrofit for a tank? Generally, the place to be is a hotel in the greater Washington, D.C., area. While it's rarely spoken of, there is a thriving trade in corporate-sponsored conferences starring personages from, or connected to, the U.S. military and intelligence communities who can be heard FR0M and met for a modest price. One major player in the military corporate conference complex is the Institute for Defense and Government Advancement, an organization that professes to be dedicated to the promotion of innovative ideas in public service and defense. To this end, IDGA brings together speaker panels comprised of military and government professionals while attracting delegates with decision-making power from military, government and defense industries. There, at the conferences, military big shots and the corporate cronies can cozy up to each other all weekend long. For example, from February 28 to March 1, 2006, IDGA hosted a whole series of conferences including Precision Strike 2006, a two-day affair. 206. At the Hilton, Washington, D.C., that first and foremost, according to the glossy flyer mailed to those in the know, allowed attendees to meet military leaders and key industry players who are at the forefront of developing precision strike capabilities, systems, and technologies. For $999, an enterprising executive could get access to Major General Jeffrey Reamer, commander of the Air Armament Center at Eglin Air Force Base, Major General David Edgington, the Director of Global Power Programs for the Office of the Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition, John S. Wilcox, the Assistant Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Precision Engagement, DOD, Colonel Daniel Johnson, the Deputy Director for Targets, Joint Staff, and Congressman Curt Weldon, the Chairman of the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee, among others. Weldon showed up again, as the keynote speaker, at IDGA's May 22 to 24, 2006, Ground Combat Vehicles Conference. There, he joined a host of armed forces brass from the Army and Marine Corps, military academic superstars from Penn State and Georgia Tech, and even Frederick W. Kagan, a former West Point professor serving as a resident scholar at the right-wing American Enterprise Institute. In April 2006, IDGA hosted a three-day military robotics conference, in cooperation with iRobot, Mobile Robots, Northrop Grumman, and Foster Miller, an engineering and technology development firm whose clients include a long list of defense contractors and the U.S. Navy. There one might rub shoulders with retired military personnel working in the private sector, active duty officers from the Army and Navy, program managers from DARPA, and academics from MIT and Caltech, as well as attend presentations on topics ranging from technology development of unmanned systems to support naval warfighters to unmanned ground vehicles for armed reconnaissance. Closing the conference was a presentation straight out of the world of dystopian science fiction or the Terminator movies, Robots. The Military Corporate Conference Complex 207. Armed with new technology as the latest weapons in fighting the war. While January's Network-Centric Warfare 2006 boasted such high-rolling attendees as former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Richard Myers and former U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft, the event of the 2006 Spring Military Corporate Conference season had to be May's GID 2006, the Geospatial Cross-Intelligence Conference for Defense at the Westin Arlington Floatel in Arlington, Virginia. Organized by Worldwide Business Research, a concern that boasts organizing highly focused conferences that facilitate informal information gathering and network creation. The three-day conference brought some of the biggest players in the military corporate complex together with the professed goal of advancing geospatial intelligence across all agencies to seamlessly support the warfighter. What GID 2006 really offered, boldly in fact, was unfettered access to representatives of the CIA, FBI, Defense Intelligence Agency, Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, among others. Specifically promised was equal opportunity for all in attendance to gain access to DOD, federal and private sector intelligence leaders. Sponsored by the military corporate powerhouses Microsoft, BAE Systems, and SGI Federal, the conference included sessions hosted or co-hosted by 15 currently serving admirals or generals, as well as the Pentagon's top civilian players of that moment like Dr. Stephen Cambone, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, and Chuck Williams, the Assistant Deputy Undersecretary of Defense, not to mention such intelligence community heavyweights as Zalesmi, the Chief Information Officer of the FBI, and John Cringen, the CIA's Director of Intelligence. The glossy conference brochure, complete with headshots of the celebrity generals in attendance, featured a picture of a military officer, drink in hand, surrounded by a bunch of guys in suits highlighting the welcome cocktail reception, where attendees 208 would have the opportunity to relax, unwind, and network face-to-face with the delegates and speakers. The cost, just $1,498. If testimonials on the IDGA website are any indication, the pay-for-play world of networking conferences is a hit with the complex's core members. Here are but a few of the rave reviews. Very informative. It is great to have so many and serious high-level personnel to present a unified view in NCW. Edwin Lee, SR. Principal Engineer, Raytheon. Good use of time. It was very interesting hearing the various examples and lessons learned across DOD. There are a lot of common issues/lessons learned. Kevin Fogarty, Manager, Boeing. On target outstanding. Perry Garrett, Head Engineer, Rockwell Collins. One attendee, who declined to offer his/her affiliation, may, however, have said it best, excellent. Definitely a payback on the investment. The military corporate conference complex represents just another facet of the mutually reinforcing system that undergirds the complex. It offers a place for military brass to network with their corporate partners, to line up post-service employment contacts and paid speaking engagements after they leave their chairmanship of the Joint Chiefs or their top perch in one of the branches of the armed forces. It gives military corporate giants a place to hold court and wannabes, of all sorts, a chance to rub shoulders with influential military figures and congressional bigwigs. It's the ultimate backstage pass to the military corporate complex, and in this world, IDGA is the roadie that, for a price, will take you back to service the band. Part V. In 2007, DARPA began soliciting the scientific community for proposals regarding chemical robots/or chembots, soft, flexible robots that, if ever brought to fruition, are more likely to resemble Gumby than R2-D2. The idea behind the project was simple. Often the only available points of entry are small openings in buildings, walls, as a laboratory. We have teams out there looking at equipment requirements of this kind of guerrilla warfare. But as Raymond pointed out, most U.S. officials were loath to make such claims for fear of comparison to the Nazis, who had, only 3 decades earlier, used the Spanish Civil War as a training ground for both the weapons and tactics to be used in World War II. These days, the U.S. military is even less vocal about using the planet as a living laboratory, but there's no doubt that America's 214 recent wars, from Grenada in 1983 to Iraq in 2003, have tumbled upon each other so regularly that the military and its industrial partners have come to rely on them for battle testing and improving their weaponry. Military analyst William Arkin reported in the Los Angeles Times in 2004 that Marines being deployed in Iraq were bringing along the newest high-tech gadget in America's ever-expanding arsenal to try out on whatever resistant Iraqis they happen to run into. The long-range acoustic device emits a powerful tone that brings agonizing pain to those within earshot. While Woody Norris, chairman of the American Technology Corporation, which manufactures the device, refuses to call it a weapon, he claims, it will knock on their knees. But Arkin asked a crucial question seldom heard these days: is actual combat in a foreign country the appropriate place to test a new weapon? The military and its corporate partners sure think so. As the fears of the Vietnam era continue to fade, early versions of weapons are regularly rushed into battle for real-world testing, retooling, and perfecting on what increasingly seems to be a global assembly line for the military corporate complex. For example, by 2006, press releases from American Technology Corporation noted LPAD's capability of emitting powerful warning tones to influence behavior, gain compliance, and determine intent, citing detailed reports from Iraq received from Marine Corps, Army, and Navy forces using the sonic blaster. Other weapons follow a similar trajectory. In the mid-1990s, the Balkans became the first proving grounds for the Predator drone, an intelligence-gathering unmanned aerial vehicle. Though a contract for the Predator had only been awarded to manufacturer General Atomics in January 1994, a first-generation Predator was already in the skies over Bosnia by 1995. The drone then saw service in Kosovo and by 2001 had been armed with Hellfire laser-guided missiles. The Predator soon began living up to its name. In February 215, April 2001, it successfully fired one of its missiles in a flight test. Later that same year, the upgraded and armed UAV was off to the Balkans and then Afghanistan for real-world combat testing. By 2002, the Hellfire-equipped Predator drone was being used as a judge, jury and executioner assassination weapon in Yemen, where it attacked a civilian vehicle, incinerating 6 occupants, all allegedly al-Qaeda terrorists. In 2006, a Predator operating in Pakistan reportedly killed 4 or 5 other foreign Islamic extremists but also 13 to 18 civilians, including women and children. Today, the Predator operates in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere. Says Major Russell Lee of the Air Force, there is always a Predator airborne around the world. In 2007, another drone entered the proving grounds, the MQ-9 Reaper. These jet fighter-sized, turboprop hunter-killer UAVs, each capable of carrying 1.5 tons of bombs and missiles, were heralded by the Associated Press as part of aviation history's first robot attack squadron, whose deployment would be a watershed moment even in an Iraq that has seen too many innovative ways to hunt and kill. In actuality, Reapers were reportedly slated for battle testing in Afghanistan first, before being sent on to occupied Iraq. In both war zones, their deployment will mark a leap forward in lethality as, in addition to being able to fly twice as high and fast as the Predator, Reapers can carry some 14 Hellfire missiles compared to the older drone's maximum of 2. Not surprisingly, between May and August 2007, alone, the Pentagon awarded over $291 million in Reaper-related contracts to General Atomics. While the Predator has already seen plenty of service in Iraq and the Reaper is reportedly on its way, the so-called mother of all bombs, the 21,500-pound massive ordnance air blast superbomb, arrived just barely too late for the March 200.5 shock and awe assault on that country, despite a very public rush to ready it for the war. As the BBC noted, the weapon, which was 40% more powerful than the next largest conventional bomb in the 216 U.S. arsenal, spreads a flammable mist over the target and then ignites it, creating a highly destructive blast, which experts say packs the force of a small nuclear bomb. Unfortunately only for Moab's makers at the Air Force Research Laboratory, the advance on Baghdad happened too swiftly. Although a single bomb was readied for use in April 2003 and sent to an undisclosed forward base in the Iraq theater, it didn't reach the region in time to vaporize anyone or anything. Since then, however, it has reportedly been sitting in the Iraq War region, presumably waiting to be unleashed on the next evildoer nation or regional rogue state. In 2007, however, even the Moab was bested by a new Boeing product, the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP. In October of that year, some $300 million, part of a $42.3 billion presidential appeal to fund for the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, was specifically requested to fund technologies including this 30,000-pound megabunker buster that can, reportedly, blast through 200 feet of concrete. During the Vietnam War, the U.S. military tried out all sorts of half-baked high-tech weapons systems, such as Robert McNamara's famed electronic battlefield of remote sensors and landmines and the various people-sniffing devices. These were tested in the field with less than stellar results. But there were notable successes as well, such as the M16 rifle and a new generation of enhanced anti-personnel munitions. Basically, whatever could be tried out in action was. Still, the military was forced, by the rise of an anti-war movement, to engage in a debate, of sorts, about the weapons it was using and felt the weight of negative public opinion when employing chemical gases, napalm, and defoliants. Today, the military is remarkably unintimidated, and there's almost no debate about using the United States' seemingly endless string of wars. 277. As so many proving grounds for whatever UAVs, super bombs, or sonic scream devices the complex can come up with. Thanks to nearly non-stop conflicts, interventions, engagements, and attacks during the presidential administrations of both parties, what was once taboo is now the norm. In fact, Gary J. Gilmore of the American Forces Press Service, in discussing the statements of a senior Defense Department official, used a stock phrase from the Vietnam War to make the case for employing new LRAD-type technologies. These were, he said, meant to win hearts and minds during 21st century military operations / no uproar followed. It is worth remembering that some of the same chemical gases unleashed in Vietnam were also used, at home, on demonstrators at street protests and on college campuses. The same may well turn out to be true of today's technologies. The New York Police Department was ready with a long-range acoustic device for the 2004 Republican National Convention protests in the Big Apple. In 2005, it was sent to areas hit by Hurricane Katrina for crowd control purposes, and by 2006 LRAD was in the hands of U.S. Border Patrol agents. The only question now is, when will its eardrum-shattering tones be brought to bear on civilians in the U.S. homeland? 22. The Wildlands FDR-RPR. When, in October 1957, the USSR launched the first man-made satellite, the basketball-sized Sputnik, it caught the United States off guard and sent the government into fits. Not only had the Soviets exploded an atomic bomb years before the United States predicted they would, but now they were leading the space race. In response, the Defense Department approved funding for a new U.S. satellite project, headed by the former Nazi rocket scientist and SS officer Wernher von Braun, and created, in 1958, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency to make certain that the United States forever after maintain a lead in applying state-of-the-art technology for military capabilities and to prevent technological surprise from her adversaries. Half a century later, the United States stands alone as the globe's sole hyperpower. Yet DARPA, the Agency for an Arms Race World, seems only to be warming up to the chase. There may be no country left to take the lead from the United States, the nearest military competitor being China, which reported $45 billion in defense spending in 2007, while real U.S. national security spending approaches $1 trillion per year. In 2003, when China put its first takeonaut into outer space, the United States was spending about as much on weapons development as any other nation was spending on its 219 entire military budget. Undaunted, DARPA continues to develop high-tech weapons systems for 2025 to 2050 and beyond, some of them standard fare like your run-of-the-mill hypersonic bomber, others more exotic. In 2003, the Los Angeles Times reporter Charles Piller noted that DARPA had put forth some of the most boneheaded ideas ever to spring from the government, including a mechanical elephant that never made it into the jungles of Vietnam and telepathy research that never quite afforded the United States the ability to engage in psychic spying. As former DARPA director Charles Hertzfeld noted in 1975, when we fail big. Little has changed. According to DARPA's current chief, Anthony J. Tether, some 85 to 90% of its projects fail to meet their full objectives. Still, Piller pointed out, DARPA has been behind some of the world's most revolutionary inventions, including the Internet, the Global Positioning System, stealth technology, and the computer mouse. DARPA's spectacular failure rate and noteworthy successes stem from its high-risk ventures. For years, DARPA has funded extremely unconventional, sometimes beyond the pale, research in all realms of science and technology. It is, perhaps, the most creative place in the U.S. government for a scientist who wants to stretch his or her mind in adventurous directions and be well paid to do so. If you have a wild idea, DARPA's the place to try it out, said the Harvard University pathologist Donald Ingber in 2001. DARPA funded things that a lot of people thought were ridiculous, and some that people thought were impossible. They make things happen. There's only one caveat: in one way or another, just about every project, however mind-stretching, invariably must aid, directly or indirectly, in the injury or death of people the world over. Consequently, the projects are often some of the most lethal ever conceived. Over the years, DARPA research has led to a plethora of products designed to kill, among them the M16 rifle, Hellfire missile-equipped Predator drones, stealth fighters and 220 bombers, surface-to-surface artillery rocket systems, Tomahawk cruise missiles, B-52 bomber upgrades, Titan missiles, Javelin portable fire-and-forget guided missiles, and cannon-launched Copperhead guided projectiles. A question seldom asked is why unfettered, blue skies creativity is fostered only in the context of lethal technologies. As the United States continues its mad dash into a post-Cold War, one-nation arms race, the answer can't be fears of a missile gap or the menace of a technologically advanced foreign foe. Nor can it be a general rush to keep skills from falling behind the rest of the world. Just look at the state of education in America. On UNICEF's 2002 list of teens in industrialized countries falling below international academic benchmarks, the United States ranked 7th worst out of 24 nations. In 2003, U.S. teens tested in math scored lower than 20 of 29 industrialized nations. Despite the poor showing, no one rushed to set up an advanced education research agency. The United States is the largest single emitter of carbon dioxide from the burning of fossil fuels, according to the CIA's annually published World Factbook, yet the Environmental Protection Agency's National Center for Environmental Innovation is a far cry from a DARPA-like entity. In 2007, for example, it doled out a mere $1.62 million in 7 state innovation grants in 2007. DARPA, by comparison, spends about $3 billion each year on some 200 projects that range from human performance enhancement to unmanned aerial vehicles. But just because the government isn't pouring money into the projects of scientists eager to attack environmental problems doesn't mean it's not interested in environmental research. In fact, DARPA has taken up the torch and is funding a rigorous research program aimed at finding novel ways to weaponize the natural world. As evidenced by its Vietnam-era mechanical elephant project and a more recent grant to researchers developing a robotic canine called Big Dog for the Army, DARPA might be said to have some 221 thing of an animal fetish. Recent ventures whose very names evoke the ethos of the Wild Kingdom include Cormorant, an unmanned aerial vehicle program to examine the feasibility of a UAV that may be deployed from the sea without carrier support. Falcon, a program to develop and demonstrate hypersonic technologies that will enable prompt global reach missions via a reusable hypersonic cruise vehicle capable of delivering 12,000 pounds of payload a distance of 9,000 nautical miles from Conus in less than 2 hours. Hummingbird Warrior, a program to produce a helicopter-like vertical takeoff and landing UAV. Piranha, a project to enable submarines to engage elusive maneuvering land and sea targets. Panda, a project that seeks to locate maritime vessels deviating from their normal, expected behavior in ways that may be indicative of an emerging threat. Walrus, a program to develop a very large airlift vehicle, capable of hauling a payload capacity of approximately 500 tons over global distances. Wasp, a hand or bungee-launched micro-air vehicle of less than 200 grams with a 12-inch wingspan. Wolfpack, a group of miniaturized, unattended ground sensors that are meant to work together in detecting, identifying, and jamming enemy communications. The agency also embraces the imagery of the natural environment in its organic air vehicles in a trees project, which sounds downright green, although it's actually meant to create tiny UAVs. 222. That will fly through forests, over hills, and around cities searching for enemies. There's also the eco-friendly sounding Forester, a program to design, fabricate, integrate, and test a system that can detect and track moving dismounted soldiers under foliage to a range of at least 30 kilometers. Allusions to the natural world, however, are the least of it. While the military is well versed in employing all sorts of creatures to do its bidding from Army guard dogs to Navy dolphins trained to locate sea mines, DARPA is keen on branching out from or improving on the class Mammalia. One way is through its Biorevolution program, which seeks to harness the insights and power of biology to make U.S. warfighters and their equipment more effective. Willard and his wild pals. Killer bees. After all those years of warnings about sinister African killer bees inexorably heading toward the United States, in 2002 DARPA decided to draft bees into military service, launching projects to examine the performance of honeybees trained to detect explosives and locate other odors of interest. Since then, DARPA has been creating insect databases while increasing efforts to understand how to use endemic insects as collectors of environmental information. DARPA says it has already tested this endemic insect system in key operational demonstrations here and abroad. Flow long until it starts thinking about weaponizing insects as well. Instead of your plain old, garden variety stinger missiles, you could have a swarm of missile stingers, giving you the fish eye. DARPA's Bio-Optic Synthetic Systems program seeks to demonstrate new bio-inspired concepts in optics for use in military optical systems such as UAVs or missile guidance components. One of the program's inspirations, crystalline fisheye lenses. 223. Pie-in-the-sky camouflage. According to the agency's 2003 strategic plan, DARPA-supported researchers are studying how geckos climb walls and how an octopus hides to find new approaches to locomotion and highly adaptive camouflage. The idea is to let nature be a guide toward better engineering. Imagine the ink-squirting, suction cup-covered frogman of the future. Remote control roborats and mechanical moths. In 2002, DARPA researchers demonstrated that, using a laptop computer, they could remotely control the movements of a rat with electrodes implanted in its brain. In 2003 and 2004, DARPA's RoboLife program researchers turned their attention to the performance of rats, birds and insects in performing missions of interest to DoD, such as exploration of caves or covert deposition of sensors. By early 2006, DARPA had put out a call for proposals to develop technology to create insect cyborgs, possibly enabled by intimately integrating microsystems within insects, during their early stages of metamorphoses. According to the solicitation, while DARPA was particularly interested in flying insects, such as moths and dragonflies, it would also accept proposals focusing on hopping and swimming insects implanted with microphones and video sensors. The next year, news broke that DARPA researchers were raising cyborg beetles. A 2007 article in the Times revealed that moths would, in the not-too-distant future, be implanted with computer chips while still in their cocoons, allowing their nervous systems to be remotely controlled. These cyborg moths could then be flown into homes, bases, or anywhere else the Pentagon might want to spy and beam back video and other data. "This is going to happen," said Rodney Brooks, director of the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab at MIT, which is working on the project. "In fact, I might even have already happened." Later that year, the Washington 224 Post reported on accounts, stretching back to 2004, of dragonflies spotted at political protests that some believe are insect-sized spy drones deployed by the Department of Homeland Security or other government agencies. Even if the robobugs haven't been deployed yet, they are certainly on the way. Brooks, also the co-founder and chief technology officer of defense contractor iRobot, notes, "It's not science like developing the nuclear bomb, which costs billions of dollars. It can be done relatively cheaply. The insects might even be weaponized. Imagine a swarm of cyborg suicide moths." Brooks went on to note, "The DoD has said it wants 1/3 of all missions to be unmanned by 2015, and there's no doubt their things will become weaponized, so the question comes, should they given targeting authority?" He continued, "Perhaps it's time to consider updating treaties like the Geneva Convention to include clauses which regulate their use." Militarizing the animal world, however, carries its own risks. Take World War II's Project X-Ray, in which bats with incendiary explosives strapped to their bodies turned on their military masters and set fire to a U.S. Army airfield. Just imagine what an army of infantry insects or army rats might do. Anybody remember the movies Them? Or Willard? Sharkbot? In 2006, New Scientist magazine revealed that DARPA researchers had perfected a neural implant designed to enable a shark's brain signals to be manipulated remotely, controlling the animal's movements, by which they hope to transform the animals into stealth spies, perhaps capable of following vessels without being spotted. Their plan was to implant the device into blue sharks and release them into the ocean off the coast of Florida. Call Police Chief Brody back to duty. 225. Fauna. DARPA's Stealthy Sensors program seeks to exploit the revolutionary sensing and mobility of animal sentinels for unique defense applications and the natural ability of animal systems in training and learning to track, detect, and deliver to targets. Little shop of horrors. There seems to be no end to DARPA's inventiveness. Through the Biological Sensory Structure Emulation Program, researchers are attempting to create synthetic versions of nature's sensory structures that detect stimuli like changes in temperature and pressure. The majority of these stimuli are of great military relevance, they claim. DARPA has also held a workshop to help researchers in various disciplines self-assemble into teams capable of developing plant-inspired actuation systems that will ultimately have application in military adaptive or morphing structures. What's on the horizon then? a brigade of Swamp Thing warriors? Finally, there's also a new Cold War being planned out in DARPA's Special Projects Office through its Polymer Snow project, a program to create a polymer-based synthetic snow, with a look and feel of natural snow, that is tailored to revisibly control vehicle and personnel mobility. This faux snow will turn whatever areas the military chooses into a winter wonderland where movement is impeded and people are left snowed in. The wildest of apes. Perhaps the most frightening of DARPA's weaponized science projects are those that deal with militarily enhancing that most violent of apes, man. In 2003, for instance, DARPA touted the enhanced human performance component of its biorevolution program, whose aim was to prevent humans from becoming the weakest link in the US military, lest rats, bees, and trees become 226. Dominant Warriors, Enhanced Human Performance proclaims it will exploit the life sciences to make the individual warfighter stronger, more alert, more endurant, and better able to heal. Yes, what now captivates DARPA researchers once captivated comic book readers, the dream of creating a real-life Captain America, that weakling turned Axis-smashing super patriot by way of super soldier serum. Just say no to no dose, but yes to endless combat. The US military has long plied its fighting men with uppers. In Vietnam, medics satisfied soldiers' need for speed by doling out government-issue amphetamines. In 2002, U.S. pilots under the influence of Air Force Go pills killed 4 Canadian soldiers and injured 8 others when they dropped a laser-guided bomb on a Canadian military training exercise in Afghanistan. Today, DARPA's Continuous Assisted Performance Program is aimed at creating a 24/7 trooper by investigating ways to prevent fatigue and enable soldiers to stay awake, alert, and effective for up to 7 days straight without suffering any deleterious mental or physical effects and without using any of the current generation of stimulants. This is your brain on DARPA. Any questions? DARPA researchers are also at work on a brain-machine interface project, designed to allow mechanical devices to be controlled via thought power. Thus far, researchers have taught monkeys to move a computer mouse and a telerobotic arm simply by thinking about it. With up to 96 electrodes implanted in their brains, the monkeys are able to reach for food with a robotic arm. Researchers have even transmitted the signals over the internet, allowing remote control of a robotic arm 600 miles away. In the future they hope to develop a non-invasive 227 interface for human use. Says DARPA, the long-term defense implications of finding ways to turn thoughts into acts, if it can be developed, are enormous. Imagine US war fighters that only need use the power of their thoughts to do things at great distances. For years, the US military has been improving its ability to reach out and kill someone. Is its mantra for the future, if you think it, they will die? Life Sciences. Speaking about a bio-optics project to enhance weaponry, Leonard J. Buckley, a program manager in materials chemistry at DARPA's Defense Sciences Office, said, "Inspiration from nature will allow more lifelike qualities in a system." DARPA spokeswoman Jan Walker elaborated more generally, "We're interested in investigating biological organisms because they have evolved over many years to be particularly good at surviving in the environment. And we hope to learn from some of those strategies that Mother Nature has developed." Poor Mother Nature. What hope has she when faced with yearly real defense spending edging toward $1 trillion? What can she do when the most powerful thing driving free-thinking US scientists is the urge to weaponize her offspring? Under DARPA, the life sciences have become a fertile area for furthering the science of T. In the words of the DARPA Defense Sciences, the frailties of life to achieve super physio slaughter in an effort, in office, to overcome the logical performance. How superbly Nietzschean. Such is the state of government-sponsored innovation MTE. 228. Space-launched weapons, which the United States already does quite well with current technology, it's hard to fathom why the government is still locked in a Cold War-style arms race in a single hyperpower world. The only possible explanation other than the mountain climber's mantra because it's there lies in the driving will of the ever-expanding military corporate complex. This would certainly help explain why, for instance, the Environmental Protection Agency's entire 2006 research and development budget was $622 million while the DOD's was $73.7 billion. For today's researchers, DARPA is, both intellectually and financially, a fabulous and alluring gravy train. The freedom to dream and create, DARPA's mandate, is seductive and, as such, so dangerous that it's hard not to suspect that war-making is now America's most advanced product. 23. Cryptron RRPRFTLERICR. Even if you never read the comic book or watched the hopelessly low production value 1960s cartoon, chances are you've at least seen the image of Captain America, the slightly ridiculous-looking superhero in a form-fitting, star-spangled bodysuit who was killed off by Marvel Comics in 2007. If you're still hazy on Cap, he was Steve Rogers, a 4F weakling during World War II who, through the miracles of modern science, became an Axis-smashing powerhouse, the pinnacle of human physical perfection and the ultimate American fighting man. In the 1940s comic, Rogers had taken part in a super-soldier experiment, thanks to the interventions of an army general and a scientist in a secret government laboratory. He was to be the first of many American super-soldiers, but due to poor note-keeping methods and the efforts of a Nazi assassin, he became the sole recipient of the serum. Today, however, the dream of Captain America turns out to be alive and well and lodged in the Pentagon. The U.S. Terry aims to succeed where those in the four-color comic book war D failed. By using high technology and cutting-edge ICI, military hopes to create an entire army of Captain America fighting force devoid of Steve Rogers or even average Joes and made up instead of super soldiers whose messy, laggard humanist has been all but banished. 230. 24-hour soldiers. The military has long been interested in creating an always-on, 24-hour fighting man. During the Vietnam War, the Army undertook extensive studies on the effects of sleep deprivation. At the time, however, all the military could offer was copious amounts of amphetamines to keep men wired for combat. Today, with the military again stretched thin and a manpower crisis looming on the horizon, the quest for a two for the price of one soldier who never needs to sleep is even more urgent. To this end, DARPA started a preventing sleep deprivation program. Its aim was to work on ways to enable a pilot to fly continuously for 30 hours, a Green Beret to carry out 48 to 72 hours of sustained activity, or advancing ground troops engage in weeks of combat operations with only 3 hours of sleep per night, all without suffering from cognitive or psychomotor impairments. Scientists in the complex are hard at work on this line of research. At Wake Forest University, for instance, researchers are studying a class of medicines known as amphetamines, which are thought to protect against the cognitive deficits ordinarily associated with sleep deprivation. At Columbia University, new imaging technologies are being employed as part of a program to study the neuroprotective and neuroregenerative effects of an antioxidant found in cocoa. Who's conducting this line of research for DARPA? Why, researchers at the Salk Institute and also at that all-chocolate all-time company Mars. Yes, the folks who bring you M&Ms and Snickers. At the same time, the Air Force Research Laboratory's Warfighter Fatigue Countermeasure program is looking into a drug called modafinil, which can reportedly keep people awake for up to 231. 88 hours, while researchers at the Naval Health Research Center, the Space and Naval Warfare Systems Command, the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, and the U.S. Army Aeromedical Research Laboratory, among others, are working on sleep-related projects. This despite the fact that in 2007, another team from Walter Reed published a study demonstrating that a lack of sleep clouds moral judgment. Major morality, you're demoted. We're promoting corporal punishment. Sleepless soldiers are all well and good while the fighting goes on, but how does one prevent sleepless, anxiety-filled nights after those missions end? Once upon a time, it seems, most soldiers felt a great revulsion at close quarters killing. During World War II, it has been estimated, as few as 15 to 20% of American infantry troops actually fired their weapons at the enemy. By the Vietnam years, the military had managed to bring that number up into the 90 to 95% range. Obviously, the armed forces had found ways to turn American men into more efficient killers. But how to deal with the pesky problems of regret, remorse, and post-traumatic stress disorder? Journalist Eric Bard raised the specter of the creation of a guilt-free soldier, noting that researchers from various universities across the United States including Harvard, Columbia, New York University, and the University of California at Irvine were working on various methods of fear inhibition and also memory numbing by using propranolol pills, as a means to nip the effects of trauma in the bud. He further reported that at Columbia, the lab of Nobel laureate in medicine Eric Kandel discovered the gene behind a fear-inhibiting protein, a vision of fight or flight at the molecular level. Whence Bard if he was funded by DARPA, Kandel answered, "No, you're welcome to call them and tell them about me." 232. Remote-controlled soldiers? As noted in a 2004 New Yorker article, the military, searching for perks to retain troops, began offering free cosmetic surgery to anyone wearing a uniform. So right now bigger breasts are the type of implants the US military is specializing in. However, if DARPA scientists have their way, the implants JOUR of the future may be the product of the Brain-Machine Interface program, and its new high-density interconnects for brain-machine interfaces that will allow IO monitor the brain patterns associated with a wide variety of behaviors and activities relevant to DARPA already has all sorts of programs designed to improve humans. Take the NeoVision program whose goal is using synthetic materials for a retinal prosthesis to enable signal transduction at the nerve/retina interface, that is, creating devices to technologically enhance or even reconceptualize human vision as we know it. Or how about the biologically inspired multifunctional dynamic robotics program, which aims to develop robotic capabilities, inspired by biology such as the movements of arms and legs for national security applications? Foodless fighters? Water-free warriors? But what good is an always-on, morals-free cyborg soldier if he's caught in a classic quagmire of having recurring desires to eat and drink, which simply must be met? How pathetically human. Not to worry. Today's soldiers might complain about choking down MREs, but if all goes well, tomorrow's troops won't worry about missing a meal. Typical adults require about 1,500 to 2,000 calories per day, but Special Forces troops may require as many as 6,000 to 8,000 calories per day while in the field. Taking time to eat, however, wastes time, so DARPA's Peak Soldier Performance Program is investigating. 233. Ways of optimizing metabolic performance to achieve metabolic dominance and allow future soldiers to operate at continuous peak physical performance and cognitive function for 3 to 5 days, 24 hours per day, without the need for calories. At the same time, the DARPA crew has instituted the Water Harvesting Program, which seeks to eliminate at least 50% of the minimum daily water supply requirement of the Special Forces, Marine Expeditionary Units, and Army medium-weight brigades through initiatives such as deriving water from air. Perhaps someday soldiers will be able to forego water altogether for long periods of time thanks to the efforts of the Combat Feeding Directorate of the U.S. Army Soldier Systems Center in Natick, Massachusetts. Yes, The lab that created the indestructible sandwich has since come up with a dried food ration that troops can hydrate by urinating on it. And you thought military food was piss poor to begin with? Super suits, can I get this in? Star-spangled spandex? What can you say about Captain America's outfit? While certainly distinctive, his red, white, and blue threads were always a bit light on function. But what of the Captain Americas of the future? They won't be clad in jingoistic jumpsuits. The Army's Natick Soldier Systems Center is currently supervising a 7-year, $250 million Future Force Warrior program, set to be rolled out in 2010, which will outfit soldiers with new, lighter body armor, an onboard computer, e-textile clothing, a helmet with built-in night vision, a computer screen monocle, and bone conduction microphones. Fast forward a decade to the military's Vision 2020 Future Warrior system and you'll find an all-black, sci-fi, stormtrooper outfit that looks LRKEM came from a B-movie prop trailer. Sadly, both 2010 and 2020 are already looking so last year, before they've even had a chance. In case a military body. 234. Future Warrior Concept. Photo by Sarah Underhill. Courtesy of the U.S. Army Natick Soldier Systems Center. In 2004, Stephen G. Wax, the director of DARPA's Defense Sciences Office, addressed members of the academic, corporate, and military communities and told them that the mech suit worn by Sigourney Weaver in the movie Alien was fast becoming a reality. While various clunky exoskeletons have been produced since the 1960s, Wax indicated that breakthroughs in structures, actuators, and power generation with a bit of help from advanced microelectronics have now made it possible to create a workable external structure that can move unobtrusively with a soldier and still carry more than 100 pounds with no effort by the wearer. Through its Exoskeletons for Human Performance Augmentation program, DARPA claims to be en route to creating even more advanced self-powered, controlled, and wearable exoskeleton devices and/or machines specifically designed, of course, to increase the lethality of U.S. soldiers. 235. Food for thought. There's no DARPA-esque organization involved in actually solving the most pressing global problems. In a world where many still lack access to adequate clothing, DARPA is pouring massive sums into building costly robotic suits. In a world where 800 million people suffer from malnutrition and 1 billion lack access to potable water, DARPA is spending vast amounts of money to figure out how a few people in the global north can do without food or water on military missions. And yes, while some in the developing world could benefit from possible DARPA spin-off and trickle-down innovations like futuristic prosthetic limbs, many more could benefit from low-cost, low-tech public health initiatives. Of course, many would have no need for high-tech prosthetics if, for so many years, the U.S. military hadn't pumped so much money into weaponry development, especially landmine research and production. DARPA's chunk of the vast Pentagon budget is a cool $3 billion, a sizable hunk of which is now being devoted to creating real-life Captain DARP Americas. Like so many of the agency's projects, its efforts to craft the super soldiers of tomorrow typify the ultimate sci-fi thinking. In reality, however, most DARPA projects fall far short of meeting their ultimate goals. During the Vietnam War, massive amounts of money, firepower, and high-tech weaponry proved unable to stamp out an enemy that regularly used punji sticks as a weapon. In Iraq, billions upon billions of dollars in military and intelligence spending for satellites, state-of-the-art surveillance devices, stealth bombers, fighterlets, UAVs, tank, Bradley fighting vehicles, Humvees, heavy weapons, MGHTV devices, high-tech drones, experimental weaponry, and all the trappings of the complex's signature brand of tech Nauer, UG. 236. Capable of killing large numbers of people, have not stopped insurgents who lack heavy armor, air power, spy satellites, body armor, and high-tech gear and fight with AK-47s, a rifle designed in the 1940s pickup trucks, and bombs detonated by garage door openers. As a key player in the complex, DARPA imagines the future through the lens of the present. Strangely enough, its projects, however scientifically visionary, are hampered, at their core, by the very opposite of blue sky thinking and inability to get beyond the military mindset and premises of today. Where Pentagon seers envision an army of unstoppable comic book heroes, they may well find overwrought, strung-out soldiers, suffering from the still unknown side effects that are sure to come from interfering with basic human functions like sleeping and eating. The superhero they've togged out in high-tech gear may well prove vulnerable to as yet undeveloped, but sure to be cheap, crude, and effective jamming devices and countermeasures. Odds are, the Pentagon would be better off investing in actual Captain America outfits. Not only would it be infinitely cheaper, but who's gonna mess with a platoon clad in star-spangled spandex? 24. BHGHDRD, 2DE5. So you think that American troops, fighting in the urban maze of Baghdad's huge Shiite slum, Sadr City, reflect nothing more than a horrible strategic mistake, an unexpected fiasco? The Pentagon begs to differ. For years now, its planners have believed that guerrilla warfare, not against Guevarist focos in the countryside of some recalcitrant land but in the urban jungles of the vast slum cities that increasingly cover the planet, is where the future lies. Take this description of combat in an urban labyrinth. Indigenous forces deploying mortars transported by local vehicles and ready to rapidly deploy, shoot, and recover are common. An infantry company as part of the U.S. Rapid Reaction Forces has been tasked with the mission to secure several objectives including the command and control cell within a 100-square block urban area of the capital. Is it Baghdad? It's certainly possible, since the passage was written in 2004 with urban warfare in Iraq's capital already an increasingly grim reality for Washington's military planners. But the actual report by a DARPA official focused on cities of TF future, of the year 2025 to be exact, as part of a new DARPA thrust into urban combat. 238. Fear of urban warfare has long been an aspect of American military planning. Planners remember urban killing zones of the past where U.S. forces sometimes suffered grievous casualties. These included Hue, South Vietnam's old imperial capital, where devastating losses were incurred by the Marines in 1968, the Black Hawk Down debacle in Mogadishu, Somalia in 1993, where local militias inflicted 60% casualties on Army Rangers, and, of course, the still ongoing catastrophe in Iraq's cities. Prior to the Bush administration's 2003 invasion of Iraq, American newspapers were full of largely military-leaked or inspired fears that, as Rajiv Chandrasekaran wrote in the Washington Post in late September 2002, Saddam Hussein would respond to a U.S. invasion by attempting to draw U.S. forces into high-risk urban warfare. It was feared that the taking of Fortress Baghdad, as then Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld termed it, might prove costly indeed. On April 8, 2003, however, the Washington Post reported that U.S. Army troops rolled into Baghdad, and conventional wisdom, in and out of the administration, held that victory, the very name given to the first major base the United States established in Iraq, right at the edge of Baghdad International Airport, was close at hand. That was then, of course. On October 8, 2006, the Post confirmed that the worst pre-invasion fears of military planners had, in fact, come true, even if somewhat belatedly and with Saddam Hussein imprisoned somewhere in the confines of Camp Victory. The number of U.S. troops wounded in Iraq, wrote reporter Ann Scott Tyson, has surged to its highest monthly level in nearly 2 years as American GIs fight block by block in Baghdad. In fact, Aside from the Sunni stronghold of Anbar province, Baghdad had, by then, become the deadliest location for U.S. troops in Iraq, and urban warfare in a slum city, involving snipers, IEDs, suicide car bombs, and ambushes of all sorts had, it seemed, become America's military fate. Midway through the next year, Tyson would note that, as more U.S. troops surged into Baghdad, Iraqi urban guerrillas began employing increasingly sophisticated and 239 lethal means of attack, resulting in greater numbers of American fatalities relative to the number of wounded, making May 2007 the third deadliest month for U.S. troops since the invasion. DARPA's future war on the urban poor. In Planet of Slums, Mike Davis observes, the Pentagon's best minds have dared to venture where most United Nations, World Bank, or State Department types fear to go. They now assert that the failed cities of the Third World, especially their slum outskirts, will be the distinctive battle space of the 21st century. Pentagon war-fighting doctrine, he notes, is being reshaped accordingly to support a low-intensity world war of unlimited duration against criminalized segments of the urban poor. In October 2006, the Army issued an updated Urban Operations Manual. Given the global population trends and the likely strategies and tactics of future threats, it declared, Army forces will likely conduct operations in, around, and over urban areas not as a matter of fate, but as a deliberate choice linked to national security objectives and strategy, and at a time, place, and method of the commander's choosing. Global economic deprivation and poor housing, the hallmarks of the urban slum, are, the manual asserted, what makes urban areas potential sources of unrest and thus increases the likelihood of the Army's involvement in stability operations. The manual's authors were particularly concerned about idle urban youth loosed, in the future slum city, from the traditional social controls of village elders and clan leaders, and, thus, prey to manipulation by non-state actors. Given the assumed need to fight in the Baghdads of the future, the question for the military quickly becomes a practical one: how to deal with cities as battle zones. That's where DARPA and other dreamers come in. According to DARPA's 2004 report, WA was needed were new systems and technologies lower prosecution of urban warfare. New operational methods for our DERs, Marines, and Special Operations Forces. 240. These days, DARPA and other Pentagon ventures like the Small Business Innovation Research Program and the Small Business Technology Transfer Program are awash in urban operations-oriented programs. These go by the acronym of UO and are designed to support tomorrow's interventions and occupations. The director of DARPA's Information Exploitation Office put it this way: conflicts in high-density urban areas. Against enemies having social and cultural traditions that may be counterintuitive to us, and whose actions often appear to be irrational because we don't understand their context. Such programs include a wide range of efforts to visualize, map out, and spy on the global megafavelas that the United States had, until now, largely scorned and neglected. A host of unmanned vehicles are also being readied for surveillance and combat in these future hot zones, while all sorts of lethal enhancements are in various stages of development to enable American troops to more effectively kick down the doors of the poor in 2025. Spider-Man and exploding frisbees. So let's take a closer look at the Pentagon's current UO-oriented systems under development. VISI building. This program is aimed at addressing a pressing need in urban warfare, seeing inside buildings by developing technology that will allow U.S. forces to determine building layouts, find anomalous quantities of materials, and locate people within a building. Think of it as a high-tech military peeping Tom system that lets U.S. troops spy inside foreign homes and make judgments about whatever they might deem anomalous inside. While VISI building is being perfected, troops will have to be content with radar scope, which allows them to sense through 12 inches of concrete to determine if someone is inside a building. 241. Camouflaged long-endurance nanosensors. This real-time ultra-wideband radar network will detect, classify, localize, and track dismounted combatants in urban environments. In translation, a system of palm-sized, networked sensors will monitor an area, day in, day out, for weeks at a time. This is what DARPA likes to call persistent surveillance. The U.S. military has headed down this particular surveillance path before via the ill-fated McNamara line of the Vietnam era, a collection of devices that proved incapable of differentiating between armed combatants and civilians. There's little reason to believe anything will change in future urban slums, despite the increasing technological sophistication of such systems. Urbanscape. This program aims to make the foreign city as familiar as the soldier's backyard by providing the war fighters patrolling an urban environment with an up-to-date, high-resolution model of the urban terrain that can be viewed, manipulated, and analyzed. Specially outfitted unmanned aerial vehicles and Humvees will gather data about a target city and then translate it into 3D visuals. These images will then be available to troops for use in navigating through and conducting combat operations in tomorrow's labyrinthine slums. Urban Photonic Santable Display. This program seeks to develop a large holographic display to facilitate rapid and clear communication of intelligence for team-based mission planning and rehearsal, visualization, and interpretation of real-time data, and training. In other words, a 3D rendering of a potentially hostile urban environment, a high-resolution holographic image with extremely realistic detail is to be created, allowing an entire team of soldiers to view it at the same time. Heterogeneous Urban RSTA Team. With the apt acronym HERT, this program will network together a squadron of small, low-altitude UAVs sending video footage to handheld devices for the immediate use of urban RSTA troops. This high-tech system is designed, according 242. To DARPA's director, Anthony J. Tether, to provide U.S. forces with unprecedented awareness that enables them to shape and control conflict as it unfolds. It is meant to improve the odds when American counterinsurgency warriors take on war fighters in a mountain environment or any ragtag slum militia of tomorrow. The Air Force is, in turn, seeking the ability to continuously track, tag, and locate asymmetric threats in urban environments using sensors across the tiers of airborne assets. In other words, a slew of UAVs loitering long-term above hostile cities and slums, ready at a moment's notice to spot a target and begin tracking it. Such targets might be commercial vehicles or individuals identified through a hyperspectral imaging video camera that allows for the frequency spectrum of clothes, hair, and skin be exploited, thus providing targeting level accuracy to weapon delivery assets. Think of it as the high-tech urban hunter-killer system for the neo-colonial future. The Air Force not only sees this as a way to target and kill anti-occupation forces in Baghdad in 2025 but also envisions it doing double duty in the homeland, where, they say, law enforcement requires urban target tracking. Nano-air vehicle. Imagine a world in which mechanical gnats infest a city, buzzing through people's homes, filming whatever they choose with tiny cameras, and transmitting the data back to U.S. troops. This program aims to develop and demonstrate an extremely small, ultra-lightweight air vehicle system, to provide the war fighter with unprecedented capability for urban mission operations. Multi-dimensional mobility robot. In a nutshell, this robot will traverse complex urban terrain. Micro-air vehicle. A small, vertical takeoff and landing UAV that will be employable in a variety of war-fighting environments including urban areas. 243. Urban hopping robots. An intriguing but shadowy program whose project manager, Michael Obel, declined to answer inquiries about the project. In an email, Jan R. Walker of DARPA's External Relations Office indicated that there is very limited information available on the Urban Hopping Robots program, but suggested that the program is developing a semi-autonomous hybrid hopping/articulated wheeled robotic platform that could adapt to the urban environment in real time and provide the delivery of small payloads to any point of the urban jungle while remaining lightweight, small to minimize the burden on the soldier. The proposed hopping robot, she noted, would be truly multifunctional in that it will negotiate all aspects of the urban battlefield to deliver payloads to non-line-of sight areas with precision. Z-Man. Trademark infringement was probably the only thing that stopped this DARPA program from being called the Spider-Man Project. Basically, Z-Man seeks to develop climbing aids that will enable an individual soldier to scale vertical walls constructed of typical building materials without the need for ropes or ladders. The Pentagon is aiming to find methods similar to those employed by geckos, spiders, and small animals scale vertical surfaces, that is, by using unique biological material systems that enable controllable adhesion. This weaponized wall crawler, assumedly capable of creeping into some 2025 apartment window in Baghdad, Beirut, or Karachi carrying a combat load, is definitely not meant to be your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Modular Disc-Wing Urban Cruise Munition. Yes, you read it right, the Air Force has green-lighted Trident systems to create a MEFP-armed lethal Frisbee UAV. That is, a flying disc that WRLL locate defilated combat ants in complex urban terrain and annihilate them using a bunker-buster warhead. Unlike your run-of-the-mill WEM, however, this Frisbee will probably be thrown using a device resembling a skeet launcher. 244. Close Combat Lethal Recon. This deadly, loitering explosive expressly for use in urban landscapes is known in DARPA's budgetary documents as the Confirmatory Hunter-Killer System. It will expand a soldier's killing zone by reaching over and around buildings, onto rooftops, and into open building portals. Think of it as a smart grenade or, according to DARPA Director Tether, a tube-launched cruise munition that can be used by a dismounted infantryman in an urban area to attack a target, perhaps spotted by a UAV, which is beyond his line of sight. It's like a small mortar round with a grenade-sized explosive in it. A fiber optic line unreels from its back end and provides the data link that allows the soldier to see the video from the munitions camera and to fly it into the target. Training for tomorrow's urban occupations. A glance at Pentagon expenditures makes clear the heavy emphasis on training the men and women who are slated to use DARPA's high-tech urban weapons against slum dwellers in the coming years. In March 2006, the Army signed a nearly $25 million contract for construction of a combined arms collective training facility/urban assault complex at Fort Carson, Colorado. In August, the Navy inked an $18.5 million deal for the design and construction of a combined arms military operations and urban terrain facility at 29 Palms, California. In September, the Army approved a contract for the construction of the Urban Assault Course at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. In November, the Navy awarded a $12,500,000 contract for construction of a Special Operations Force military operations on urban terrain training complex at San Clemente Island, California. And in December 2006, the Army agreed to pay $11,838,998 for a new military operations urban terrain facility for Fort Irwin, California. In 2007, such efforts were ramped up further. In April, the Navy, on behalf of the Marines, continued its efforts at 29 Palms, California, signing a startling $461,635,454 contract for the ERE-245. Of a combined arms military operations and urban terrain training system to provide a realistic environment to support a variety of training tasks related to the deployment and maneuvering in an urban setting of a Marine Expeditionary Battalion and its constituent elements. The Pentagon has even exported its urban warfare training centers to sites closer to tomorrow's prospective targets, such as the Army's custom-made MOUT facilities at Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan, and at Camp Bushehr, Kuwait. In November 2006, the Army also awarded General Dynamics a $17 million contract to construct an urban combat training site as part of the King Abdullah II Special Operations Training Center in Jordan, a facility that will, according to an Army spokesman, be available to all friendly nations that support the war on terror. American Terminators vs. Drug dealing. Serial killer guerrillas. As both the high-tech programs and the proliferating training facilities suggest, the foreign slum city is slated to become the bloody battle space of the future. Curiously, the Pentagon's conceptualization of urban space mimics Hollywood's Escape from New York meets Blade Runner meets Zulu meets RoboCop style vision of the third world city to come. For example, the U.S. Navy/Marine Corps launched a program seeking to develop algorithms to predict the criminality of a given building or neighborhood. The project, titled Finding Repetitive Crime Supporting Structures, defines cities as nothing more than a collection of urban clutter, affords considerable concealment for the actors that we must capture. The hostile behavior bad actors, as the program terms them, are defined not just as terrorists, today's favorite catch-all bogeymen, but as a panoply of nightmare archetypes, insurgents, serial killers, drug dealers, etc. For its part, the Army's recently revised Urban Operations Manual offers an even more extensive list of persistent and evolving 246 urban threats including regional conventional military forces, paramilitary forces, guerrillas, and insurgents, as well as terrorists, criminal groups, and angry crowds. Even the possible threat posed by computer hackers is mentioned. To deal with such dystopian megacities where serial killers, drug lords, hackers, and urban guerrillas may have joined forces, only the Terminator will do. And indeed, DARPA is intent on developing a program worthy of a direct-to-video sci-fi thriller. In a recent solicitation, it offered a vision of a human-robot military SWAT team busting down doors in a favela of the future. The challenge is to create a system demonstrating the use of multiple robots with one or more humans on a highly constrained tactical maneuver. One example of such a maneuver is the through-the-door procedure often used by police and soldiers to enter an urban dwelling. One kicks in the door, then pulls back so another can enter low and move left, followed by another who enters high and moves right, etc. In this project, the teams will consist of robot platforms working with one or more human teammates as a cohesive unit. The robots should be under autonomous control rather than remote/tele-operated. This urban scenario of tomorrow already seems well launched. The military has, in fact, been obsessed with the idea of sending to war heavily armed, tele-operated robots such as the Special Weapons Observation Reconnaissance Detection System, or SWORD's Talon, a small, all-terrain track vehicle, used by the U.S. military since 2000, that can be outfitted with M240 or M249 machine guns, Barrett 50 caliber rifles, 40 mm grenade launchers, and anti-tank rocket launchers. Noah Schachtman, writing for Wired**'s Danger Room blog, reported in 2007 that, for the first time, SWORD's robots armed with M249 machine guns had been deployed to Iraq. They had yet to fire their weapons by August, but, said the SWORD's program manager Michael Zecca, that'll be happening soon. 247. Pentagon to global cities, drop dead. In late 2006, the Pentagon's U.S. Joint Forces Command engaged in a $25 million, 35-day, computer-based simulation exercise involving more than 1,400 soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors. A year in the making, Urban Resolve 2015 had one simple goal: to test concepts for future combat in cities and, not surprisingly, It was set in Baghdad in 2015. An article put out by the Pentagon's American Forces Press Service was quick to point out, however, that this virtual exercise could really be taking place in any urban environment. And the reason why was clear in the words of Dave Ozolek, the executive director of the Joint Futures Lab at the Joint Forces Command. Urban zones, he said, are where the fight is, that's where the enemy is, that's where the center of gravity for the whole operation is. While the Joint Forces Command may already be wargaming the 2015 battle for Baghdad, right now it looks like the US military will have trouble hanging on there for even a few more years. Still, if present plans become reality, odds are US military planners will be ready once again to occupy some city, in some fashion, come 2015 or 2025. In the future, as the Army's new Urban Operations Manual puts it, every soldier regardless of branch or military occupational specialty must be committed and prepared to close with and kill or capture threat forces in an urban environment. The way the Pentagon seems to envision the future, its human-robot expeditionary forces will spend increasing amounts of time dropping in on third world super slums armed not only with heavy weaponry but also with gadgets galore. They will be able to read instant 3D maps of the buildings they are approaching and see our real-time video of the most intimate activities in the urban zone they've been tasked to subdue. As tiny flying UAVs blanket an impoverished neighborhood, a squad of special ops Spider-Man and Gecko warriors will crawl and slither up apartment building walls, while teams OR 248 simultaneously hop through first-floor windows and Terminator human teams kick down front doors to capture an enemy drug kingpin. Nearby angry crowds of politically minded youth will be engaged by heavily armed tele-operated swords Talon robots, while a few up-armored cyborg troops, at a safe distance, will fire their loitering smart grenades at a gathering crowd of armed slum dwellers who believe themselves well hidden and protected in nearby alleyways. Of course, no matter the fantasies of Pentagon scientists and planners, such futuristic solutions will not replace U.S. reliance on massive firepower, even in labyrinthine cities, as was true with Tokyo during World War II, Pyongyang during the Korean War, Ben Tre in Vietnam, and Fallujah during the current war in Iraq. As Major Tim Karcher, the operations officer for the Army's Task Force 2-7 Cavalry, recalled of the American assault on Fallujah in November 2004, we sat there for a good 6 or 7 hours, watching this death and destruction rain down on the city, from AC-130 howitzers. You name it, everybody was getting in the mix. Given the military's fear of sending large numbers of American troops into the enemy-friendly landscape of the urban mega-slum, where significant casualties are almost unavoidable, this form of Pentagon-preferred urban renewal is unlikely to be replaced, no matter what technologies come down the pike. The military and the metropolis. In 2005, DARPA's Deputy Director, Robert F. Leheny, announced, "Over the past year, we've begun more than 35 study efforts on ideas received in response to our agency-wide Urban Operations Broad Agency announcement. And we've launched a number of new programs across all DARPA offices and programs. We're targeted to spend more than $340 million on urban operations programs in the coming year, and we anticipate these programs will grow to over $400 million in the out years." 249 cities are obviously on the Pentagon's hit list. Today, it's Baghdad. Tomorrow, it could be Accra, Bogota, Dhaka, Karachi, Kinshasa, Lagos, Mogadishu, or even a perennial favorite, Port-au-Prince. Yet even with high-tech exploding frisbees, Spider-Man suits, and numerous urban training facilities coming online, the outlook for the U.S. military is not upbeat. In the wars begun since the U.S. High Command moved into its own self-described virtual city, the Pentagon, a distinct inability to decisively defeat any but its weakest foes has been in evidence. Korea in the early 1950s, Vietnam in the 1960s and 1970s, Lebanon in the early 1980s, and Somalia in the early 1990s were all failures. More recently, victory in Afghanistan has proved worse than elusive, and a ragtag insurgency in Iraq has fought the Pentagon's much-hyped technological dominance and superior firepower to a standstill. While able to cause massive casualties and tremendous destruction, the Pentagon war machine has proven remarkably ineffectual when it comes to achieving actual victory. Now, the Pentagon has decided to prepare for a fight with a restless, oppressed population of slum dwellers already 1 billion strong and growing at an estimated rate of 25 million people per year. To take on even lone outposts in this multitude like any of the 400 cities of over 1 million people that exist today or the 150 more estimated to be in existence by 2015 is a recipe for both carnage and quagmire. Part 7. Defending the American Homeland 1993-2003, a document from the U.S. Air Force's Counterproliferation Center, notes that national security was once the concern of the Departments of Defense, State, and the intelligence community. By 2003, however, national security had been joined by Homeland Security and picked up a few more concerned agencies and departments of various sorts. To be exact, according to the report, there were 57 federal agencies, 50 states, 8 territories, and 3,066 counties involved. 87,000 different governmental jurisdictions that will play roles in homeland security. Beyond these, the document explained, the private sector will play a major role in homeland security, and this role will not be limited to logistical support. Corporate America will be required to play a major operational RNLP in homeland security / Homeland are often, not surprisingly, fueled the military corporate complex. For instance, in 2005, it was NRP that Lockheed had been awarded a $212 million con on American citizens in crowd control SI used on the battlefield. This gives new. In the wake of September 11, 2001, the United States was almost instantly transformed from a nation into a homeland and a previously diminutive arm of the complex. The domestic security component began to grow at an exponential rate. Since then, the military has increasingly come to see the United States as akin to one of its garrisoned, if not fully occupied, nations overseas. But like so much else in the complex, the creation of a homeland security state isn't strictly a military effort. As historian Andrew Bijvik, a West Point graduate who spent 20 years in the Army, noted, the question that arises is whether, in fact, we are not already experiencing what is in essence a creeping coup d'etat. But it's no. People JL. Whoa. Trademark who conceive of the world as such a dangerous place that military power has to predominate, that constitutional constraints on the military need to be loosened. The ideology of national security has become ever more woven. These militarized civilians and the government, among the NLIC and in the corpora.ec.or are busy expanding and further. 256. Empowering the complex within the United States in new and profound ways. The new Homeland Security complex they are creating exhibits many of the characteristics of its big brother. Its civilian centerpiece, the Department of Homeland Security, has its own DARPA-like Blue Skies outfit, the Homeland Security Advanced Research Projects Agency, or SARPA. The DHS also now has ties to Hollywood as exemplified by its behind-the-scenes assistance to the CBS television shows CSI, Miami and NCIS as well as the 2004 film The Terminal, featuring military entertainment star Tom Hanks. In 2006, the DHS's Border Patrol began sponsoring a NASCAR team to help its recruiting efforts. It even sent troops, just like Big Brother, to aid in the occupation of Iraq. Of course, the new Homeland Security complex has also created its own lucrative revolving door. In 2006, Eric Lipton of the New York Times reported that at least 90 officials at the Department of Homeland Security or the White House Office of Homeland Security, including the department's former secretary, Tom Ridge, are executives, consultants, or lobbyists for companies that collectively do billions of dollars worth of domestic security business. By 2006, the Homeland Security field had become not only a major component of the complex but a mega-industry in its own right. It instantly dwarfed such long-established and lucrative enterprises as the motion picture and music industries. The biggest customer, not surprisingly, is the Department of Homeland Security, created in 2002 as an amalgam of 22 agencies and bureaus, ranging from the Immigration and Naturalization Service and the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Secret Service, and the Coast Guard. It now has 180,000 employees, working in 4 major directorates. 257. With a self-professed mission to secure America and protect against and respond to threats and hazards to the nation, a job that an actual Department of Defense might otherwise be tasked to do, the DHS acts as a second Pentagon within the complex. According to data compiled by Veronique de Rudy of the American Enterprise Institute, Homeland Security spending by the U.S. government increased exponentially from $9 billion in 1995 to $58.2 billion in 2007. In 2002, the year it was established, the DHS was allocated $14.1 billion. In 2005, it was receiving double that, $28.9 billion. By 2007, its share of appropriations reached $42.7 billion. For 2008, President Bush requested more than $46 billion, a 7% increase. Such growth is likely to continue, according to Brian Ruttenber of the investment firm Morgan Keegan. In 2006, he told the Christian Science Monitor that he expected the DHS's budget to increase by 5 to 7% annually over the next 10 years. Industry watcher Homeland Security Research of Washington, D.C., expected Homeland Security spending to nearly double by 2010. And the Civitas Group, a strategic advisory and investment firm serving the homeland and national security markets, predicted in 2007 that the U.S. security market would be worth $140 billion over the next 5 years. With this kind of money up for grabs, it's hardly surprising that the Homeland Security complex is composed, in large part, of familiar faces from the complex. We look at the changing budgets for defense and space-related activities. Gordon McElroy, the Vice President of Lockheed Martin's Intelligence and Homeland Security Systems Division, noted in 2005 and see that the growth engine is going to be in Homeland Security and Law Enforcement. The company's website gave an indication of exact why Lockheed Martin is a partner with our government in the Homeland Security, namely the opportunities state and low means as well as the private sector. Including YI/NRIT, these range from transportation to that support national security. TG, such finance, and Tomacall.ut. TH. Opportunities have been a boon to big contactos. Cotton. 258. Dan Verdon, a former Marine Corps intelligence officer and founder of the website Homeland Defense Week. The big winners of the Homeland Security windfall have, as usual, been the big contractors. The accompanying chart lists a selection of contractors, their rankings, and total contract dollars from the DHS and DOD, respectively, in 2006. Dollars. Defense giant Raytheon, for example, did $38 million in Homeland Security business in 2001, $106 million in 2002. By 2005, its Homeland Security sales had reached about $445 million. Similarly, a Northrop Grumman advertisement boasted that the company's Homeland Security revenue had soared from $500 million in 2003, to approximately $1 billion in 2005. In 2006, both companies went head-to-head with fellow military corporate stalwarts, including Boeing and Lockheed, for a DHS border security contract worth about $2.5 billion over 4 years, which Boeing eventually won. 259. With the big-name military contractors have come familiar-sounding scandals. For instance, according to the Washington Post, Boeing leaped into the homeland security market by installing explosive detection systems at more than 400 airports in less than 6 months following the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks. But that contract was criticized by the Homeland Security's Inspector General's office, which found that Boeing received $49 million in excess profit on a deal that was supposed to be worth $508 million but ballooned to $1.2 billion. Investigators also found that Boeing had subcontracted 92% of the work, and that the machines had high false alarm rates. In 2006, according to a bipartisan congressional report, 32 separate DHS contracts, worth a total of $34 billion, experienced significant overcharges, wasteful spending, or mismanagement. The report went on to note that from 2003 to 2005, the total value of contracts awarded without full competition reached $5.50 billion, a 739% increase over a mere 3 years. Familiar stories of profligate, pork-laden spending also surfaced. The Washington Post reported that a review by the Defense Contract Audit Agency of a DHS contract with Pentagon supplier NCS Pearson to hire airport screeners uncovered at least $297 million OT questionable costs, including luxury hotel rooms. Meanwhile, it was also reported that 2 TSA employees used government purchase cards to buy $136,000 worth of personal items, including leather briefcases. Northmen, the alphabet soup of agencies. Military contractors aren't the only mainstays of the Homeland Security complex. The U.S. military, itself, is playing a mod or role. 2002, the Pentagon established the USFNORTHCOM, whose area of operations is invades. Northcom is much more forthright about WA. 260. Doesn't do than what it actually does. Its website repeatedly notes that Northcom is not a police auxiliary and that the Reconstruction-era Posse Comitatus Act prevents the military from meddling much in domestic affairs. Nevertheless, Northcom readily, if somewhat vaguely, admits to being involved in a cooperative relationship with federal agencies and information sharing among organizations. Northcom's initial commander, General Ralph Ed Eberhard, who, the Wall Street Journal noted, was the first general since the Civil War with operational authority exclusively over military forces within the U.S., was even more blunt when he told PBS's NewsHour, "We are not going to be out there spying on people. We get information from people who do. Those people who do are increasingly moving into Northcom's neighborhood." Northcom, it turns out, is co-located with the North American Aerospace Defense Command at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs, Colorado, only a short drive away from Denver. In 2005, the Washington Post reporter Dana Priest broke the story of the CIA's plans to relocate the headquarters of its domestic division, which is responsible for operations and recruitment in the United States, from the CIA's Langley headquarters to Denver. The next year, the Post's William Arkin announced that the National Security Agency was in the process of building a new warning hub and data warehouse in the Denver area, realigning much of its workforce from Ft. Meade, Maryland to Colorado. Other agencies have also sent agents to Colorado to work with Northcom. In a 2005 speech, Northcom's second commander, Admiral Timothy J. Keating, shed light on the agencies that were collaborating with his command. "At our headquarters in Colorado Springs, We have a combined intelligence and fusion center, a unique combination of talented professionals and sophisticated capabilities focused on sharing information and analysis with intelligence and law enforcement agencies, the whole gamut, FBI to CIA, NSA to the Coast Guard, from the National Counterterror. 261. ISM Center, newly stood up in Virginia, to the counterintelligence inauguration. The Pentagon had deployed super-secret commandos with state-of-the-art weaponry in the nation's capital. This was done using government directives that undercut the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878. According to the Times, the Black Ops Cadre, based at the ultra-secretive Joint Special Operations Command at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, were operating under a secret counterterrorism program codenamed Power Geyser. The program was brought to light in Code Names, a book by the former Army intelligence analyst William Arkin, who revealed that special mission units and extra-legal missions, in the United States on the author. 263. ITY of the Department of Defense's Joint Staff and with the support of the DOD's Special Operations Command and Northcom. Power Geyser isn't an anomaly. In fact, since 1989, in the name of the war on drugs, there has been a multi-service command known as Joint Task Force 6, providing support to federal, regional, state and local law/enforcement agencies throughout the continental United States. Just how many such commando squads exist and exactly what they are doing can't be known for sure, since spokespersons for the relevant military commands refuse to offer comment, and Pentagon spokesman Brian Whitman would only say that at any given time, there are a number of classified programs across TNE government and that Power Geyser may or may not exist. The military has been creeping into civilian life in the United States in all sorts of ways. In 2006, Arkin reported that a secret initiative begun in 1999, known as Able Danger, used state-of-the-art information technology and advanced analytic techniques to try map out the Al-Qaeda network. Not only was the effort, which eventually took up residency at a Raytheon facility, a failure, but, as Arkin noted, one part of the project illegally gathered material on American citizens that found its way into U.S. government files. In 2003, Torch Concepts, an Army subcontractor, was given JetBlue's entire 5.1 million passenger database, without the knowledge or consent of those on the list, for data mining, a blatant breach of civilian privacy that the Army nonetheless judged not to violate the Federal Privacy Act. That same year, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Office of Naval Intelligence had badgered the U.S. Customs Service to hand over its database on maritime trade. At first, the Customs Service resisted the Navy's efforts, but eventually it caved into military pressure. In an ingenious message sent to the Wall Street Journal, the Commissioner of the Department of Homeland Security's Bureau of Customs and Border Protection, Robert C. Bonner, excused handing over the civilian database Y. 264, stating that he had received Navy assurances that the information won't be abused. In 2004, the FBI, in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security, launched its October Plan. According to a CBS News report, this program consisted of aggressive, even obvious surveillance techniques to be used on people suspected of being terrorist sympathizers, but who have not committed a crime, while other persons of interest, including their family members, may also be brought in for questioning. In late 2005, the NSA warrantless wiretapping scandal broke, followed, in early 2006, by the disclosure of information about secret rooms that were reportedly set up inside AT&T switching centers. The rooms, perhaps 15 to 20 around the country, were created by the military apparently to allow the National Security Agency to monitor electronic voice and data communications moving through the AT&T facilities. In 2006, The new scientist also discovered that the NSA was bankrolling research to collect all the personal information available on MySpace.com and other social networking sites. In 2007, it came to light that the warrantless surveillance of emails and phone calls that was revealed in 2005 was, according to the Washington Post, part of a much broader operation of secret spying. The 2005 disclosure, by the ACLU, of documents that showed the FBI had investigated several activist groups, including People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals and Greenpeace, supposedly in an effort to discover possible eco-terror connections, was soon followed by a military analog. In 2006, it was revealed that Army analysts from CIFA, the Pentagon's Force Protection Unit that tracks threats against military installations, had collected information on nearly 4 dozen anti-war meetings or protests, including one at a Quaker meeting house in Lake Worth, Florida, and a Students Against War demonstration at a military recruiting fair at the University of California, Santa Cruz. They had even spied on peace activists protesting outside the Houston headquarters of Halliburton, the massive defense contractor once headed by Vice President Dick Cheney. According to a Newsweek 265 expose, a Pentagon official admitted that the number of reports with names of U.S. persons could be in the thousands, and a 2007 Inspector General's report found that the Pentagon improperly retained information it had amassed. In 2006, it was also revealed that KBR, the former Halliburton subsidiary responsible for building prison facilities at Guantanamo Bay and for a series of scandals stemming from work in the Iraq War Zone, received a $385 million contract from the Department of Homeland Security to build detention centers, according to the New York Times, for an unexpected influx of immigrants or new programs that require additional detention space. The long history of detention measures, from the World War I-era proposal to imprison members of the industrial workers of the world for the duration of the conflict, to the forcible relocation and imprisonment of Japanese and Japanese Americans during World War II, to the Vietnam-era plans to round up and jail radicals in the event of a national emergency and conduct mass detentions in the face of possible urban insurrections, no doubt caused former Pentagon analyst Daniel Ellsberg to worry about the implications. Almost certainly this is preparation for a roundup after the next 9/11 for Mideasterners, Muslims, and possibly dissenters, he said. They've already done this on a smaller scale, with the special registration detentions of immigrant men from Muslim countries, and with Guantanamo. In 2007, Northcom requested Pentagon permission to establish its own Special Operations Command for domestic missions, wrote Arkin, essentially to create an official Homeland Commando unit. The trouble, as Arkin observed, was that Northcom was already doing what it had requested permission to do. Back in 2002, the year it was created, Northcom actually set up a compartmented planning and operations cell responsible for planning and directing a set of compartmented and sensitive operations on U.S., Canadian and Mexican soil. From the very beginning, it seems, Northcom's area of operations was just another war zone in which to deploy troops. Like its military counterpart, the Department of Homeland. 266. Security has its own armed squads operating in the United States. On July 4, 2007, Visual Intermodal Protection and Response, or VIPR, teams small groups of U.S. Air Marshals, bomb detection specialists, and others from DHS's Transportation Security Administration fanned out across locations in and around Washington, D.C., Boston, Houston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and other major U.S. cities. During the previous 18 months, according to the TSA, they had partnered with local law enforcement to conduct 84 VIPR missions. Partnerships with other security forces are, as with its military analog, Northcom, a key to how the DHS does business. In the department's operations center, the FBI, the CIA, the Secret Service, and 33 other federal agencies each has its own workstation. And so do the police departments of New York, Los Angeles, Washington, and 6 other major cities. There are even large signs on walls and doors that remind operatives, our mission, to share information, and, to facilitate this, local police officers sit just a step or two away from the CIA and FBI operatives who are downloading the latest intelligence coming into those agencies. Mercenary forces. Privatization schemes launched in the 1990s, and ramped up since 2001, have radically transformed the nature of the U.S. military and the complex itself. For instance, by mid-2007, in the midst of a major U.S. troop surge, the Los Angeles Times reported that there were more than 180,000 civilians working in Iraq under U.S. contracts, of force that outnumbered the actual military troop presence by 20,000. Of them, according to a Government Accountability Office report, 48,000 were employed by private military companies. These mercenary forces, organized by companies like Blackwater USA and DynCorp, have also increasingly shown up in the homeland. In the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, in 2005, for instance, journalists Jeremy Scahill, who would go on to write Blackwater 267, The Rise of the World's Most Powerful Mercenary Army, and Daniela Crespo reported that armed paramilitary mercenaries from the Blackwater private security firm, infamous for their work in Iraq, are openly patrolling the streets of New Orleans. Blackwater USA personnel told them that they were working for the Department of Homeland Security and sleeping in camps set up by the DHS. The Washington Post later reported that Blackwater earned about $42 million through the end of December on a contract with Federal Protective Service, a unit of the Department of Homeland Security, to provide security to FEMA sites. Most of the 330 contract guards now working in Louisiana are employed by the company. Similarly, DynCorp, which took home over $1 billion from the Pentagon in 2006, used Hurricane Katrina as an entree to the homeland. A major security contractor for the U.S. government in both Iraq and Afghanistan, DynCorp, according to the Washington Post, conducted its first domestic mission after Hurricane Katrina, setting up housing and offices for police in St. Bernard Parish after the storm and sending a couple of dozen of its private security people to the region. A $250 million contract from the DHS's FEMA followed in 2006. In June 2007, the president of DynCorp International's Government Services Division, Robert Rosencrantz, proposed to the House Homeland Security Subcommittee on Management, Investigations, and Oversight that his company provide 1,000 of its private agents to augment federal forces patrolling the U.S. border. The proposal was well received by the ranking Republican on the subcommittee, Mike Rogers, who wrote FederalTimes.com that security contractors such as DynCorp and Blackwater could help provide more manpower. 268. Start snitching. The ultimate form of privatization in the homeland security complex might be the civilian-military push to create an army of private citizens willing to spy on their families, friends, and neighbors. The programs are already taking shape. In 2002, the Bush administration's attempt to induce millions of Americans to conduct surveillance on their fellow citizens through the Terrorism Information and Prevention System, or TIPS, went down in flames in Congress. But that wasn't the end of such programs. TIPS was part of the Citizen Corps, an initiative launched in January 2002 by President Bush and coordinated nationally by the Department of Homeland Security. Another program, operating under the auspices of the Citizen Corps, survives. USA On Watch was created, says its website, by the National Sheriff's Association, in conjunction with several well-known federal agencies, and allows members of local communities and representatives from businesses, government agencies, and a variety of organizations to form partnership with their local law enforcement agency, creating neighborhood surveillance programs. These are not, however, geared only toward thwarting crime but also address terrorism prevention. In addition to the creation of an FBI website to report suspected terrorism, tips.fbi.gov, and a link on the DOD's homepage to report suspicious activity to the Pentagon Force Protection Agency, the DHS's Coast Guard launched America's Waterway Watch. This program relies on normal citizens to logically determine what is suspicious and report such activities to the security forces. Says its website, you know you have a job to do / continuing, you know what normal activity is and, conversely, what activity is not normal. Similarly, rigorous standards have been adopted for the Air Force's domestic surveillance program, Eagle Eyes, an anti-terrorism initiative that aims to enlist average citizens in the global war on terror. The Eagle Eyes website tells viewers, you and your family are encouraged to learn the categories of suspicious behavior, and 269. Watch.report.protect. The approved Eagle Eyes logo. Image courtesy of the U.S. Air Force. It exhorts the public to report into a network of local, 24-hour phone numbers whenever a suspicious activity is observed. Just what, then, constitutes suspicious activity? Among behaviors that merit the Air Force's attention are the use of still or video cameras, note-taking, making annotations on maps, or using binoculars. The Air Force advises that the eagle-eyed should be on the lookout for suspicious persons, out-of-place people who don't seem to belong in the workplace, neighborhood, business establishment, or anywhere else. While the Air Force admits that this category is hard to define, it offers the classic you-know-it-when-you-see-it definition. The point is that people know what looks right and what doesn't look right in their neighborhoods, office spaces, commutes, etc., and if a person just doesn't seem like he or she belongs. 270. Complex conclusions. The post-9/11 creation of an entire industry and culture of homeland security has ushered in an era of military-industrial transformation. With each passing month, the complex grows larger and embeds itself ever more deeply in American society, becoming more like a real version of the Matrix with every passing day. During Dwight Eisenhower's presidency, Congress wasn't exactly stingy with the permanent armaments industry that Ike decried in his farewell address. During his 8 years in office, defense spending topped $350 billion. In today's dollars, that number would be roughly $3 trillion. However, these days, even that massive early Cold War-driven sum would be dwarfed in less than 4 years, according to the sophisticated analysis of national security spending conducted by Robert Higgs, a senior fellow of the Independent Institute. Higgs took into account not only Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security spending but also the defense-related portions of budgets for the Departments of State, Energy, and Justice, as well as the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and the costs of the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Treasury Department's Military Retirement Fund, and the net interest attributable to past debt-financed defense outlays. He then calculated a total single-year national security budget of $934.9 billion and estimated a true expenditure of between $987 billion and $1,028 trillion in 2007. Given what we know about the complex's penchant for expansion, we are essentially assured of similar budgets for the foreseeable future. From the 1940s through his years in the White House, Eisenhower repeatedly decried unrestrained defense spending as a pathway to a garrison state where the military would hold extraordinary sway over the nation. Today, the United States has begun to resemble what Eisenhower feared. Having garrisoned the globe, the complex is returning home in new and unnerving ways. 271. In the coming years, we're apt to see more previously foreign deployed aspects of the complex, such as the use of mercenaries, surveillance drones, and computer-aided tracking technology appear in the United States courtesy of the Homeland Security complex. Meanwhile, fueled by wars and occupations abroad, the complex will also continue to swell. As this book has tried to demonstrate, it is already an entity light years beyond the size, scale, and scope of Dwight Eisenhower's military-industrial complex, and its most powerful aspects don't have the look of a garrison state at all. From sunglasses to video games, golf courses to donuts, hot movies to hot cars, much of the way the complex manifests itself hardly looks military at all. For most Americans, and many other peoples across the planet, the complex is a powerful engine that helps to drive our world, a vast system of systems, a real matrix, hidden in plain sight. The complex thrives on the very obliviousness of the civilian population to its existence in the world it has made so much its own. But if you look closely, it can suddenly come into focus and be seen almost everywhere, on our TVs and in the movies we watch, in the video games we play and the products we buy, in the coffee we drink and the boots we wear, in the stocks we own and the websites we visit, and in almost every other facet of our lives. What's next? Perhaps one of the many taglines for the Matrix says it all: the fight for the future begins. V. Bibliographic ESBRID. To maximize readability, rather than footnote every reference on the page, I have posted complete citations and additional information online. Readers interested in learning more about the subjects touched upon should go to http://www.americanempireproject.com or http://www.nickters.com. But even these many notes do not provide citations for all the facts contained in this book. Most of the information on corporations and their contracts with the Pentagon comes from the Department of Defense's own publications, specifically the yearly procurement reports, summaries, and data files that the DoD releases. Chief among these sources are the massive contractor lists documents that generally span 4,000 to 6,000 pages in length. These documents are periodically available from the DoD online but are sometimes inaccessible for large stretches of time. Older procurement documents seem to disappear entirely, leading to dead links that inform viewers that the documents are not found on this server. As a result, it seemed pointless to provide citations leading to error messages and documents that might rarely, or never again, be available. It is also worth noting that the DoD does not make it easy to verify the information in its procurement documents, and contractors are generally wary, unwilling, or unable to confirm the dollar amounts, the purpose of the contract, or even the existence of contract. Still, despite all these drawbacks, DoD procurement data. 274 Bibliographic essay. Remains an excellent and underutilized source of information on corporate collaborations with the U.S. military. Other types of uncited procurement-oriented documents are also key to certain chapters. For instance, Chapter 2, the Military Academic Complex, relies heavily on the DoD's annually published list of the top 100 research, development, test, and evaluation contractors. Many other chapters utilize information available on or through the DoD's official website, http://www.defenselink.mil. While thoroughly partisan, to say the least, it still offers a wealth of useful information on the U.S. military. Much of the information in this book on individual contracts awarded to corporations for specific tasks comes from regularly released contract data available at that website. Another key source of information used in writing this book, especially Chapter 4, Global Landlord, is the DoD's yearly base structure report. Published annually since 1999, this inventory of the Pentagon's property portfolio contains a wealth of information, however limited or restricted, on the size and location of bases and other facilities around the world. Due to its unique format, Chapter 11, 6 billion movies and no separation, contains very few endnotes. This chapter relies heavily on the tremendous amount of information in Lawrence H. Seward's Guts and Glory, the making of the American military image and film. Another very useful source was Frank McAdams's The American War Film, history and Hollywood. Additionally, the Internet Movie Database was extremely useful, as was the University of Virginia's IMDb-dependent Oracle of Bacon at Virginia. This book owes a great debt to the exceptional body of work by numerous writers and reporters who doggedly cover aspects of the military beat. On the text side of the complex, Noah Shachtman is without parallel. Without his work, my life would have been immensely more difficult. His writings can be found at Wired 4's Danger Room blog. Not only was reporter William Arkin's codenames, deciphering U.S. military plans, programs, and operations in the 9/11 world of great help to this project, but his columns over the years have enabled all of us to get at least a glimpse of what is going on behind a few closed doors in the Pentagon and the intelligence community. His informative blog, Early Warning, can be found through the Washington Post's website. Many older texts influenced my thinking greatly and helped inform my work. Among them C. Wright Mills's Still Prescient The Power Elite, Seymour Melman's Pentagon Capitalism and the War Economy of the United States, readings on military industry and economy, James A. Donovan's Militarism, USA, and Sidney Lenz's The Military-Industrial Complex. More recent texts that were key to my understanding of militarism today include Andrew J. Bishvika's American Empire, The Realities and Consequences of U.S. Diplomacy, Noam Chomsky's Hegemony or Survival, America's Quest for Global Dominance, Carl Boggs's Imperial Delusions, American Militarism and Endless War, and Chalmers Johnson's Unequaled The Sorrows of Empire, Militarism, Secrecy, and the End of the Republic. Works of a more specific nature that greatly aided my writing include Robert Latham, ed., Bombs and Bandwidth, The Emerging Relationship Between IT and Security, James Derderian, Virtuous War, Mapping the Military-Industrial Media Entertainment Network, Ed Halter's From Sun Tzu to Xbox, War and Video Games, and Lauren Gonzalez's encyclopedic articles When Two Tribes Go to War, A History of Video Game Controversy and Redefining Games, How Academia is Reshaping Games of the Future. Books do not just happen. This one would never have come into being without the assistance of so many people, chief among them my editor and good friend Tom Engelhardt. Every author should be so lucky to have at least one opportunity to work with him. He is, without exaggeration, the best in the business. But Lauren did far more than put in endless hours reading and editing various iterations of this manuscript, making suggestions, offering insightful criticisms, polishing rough edges, saving me from stupid mistakes, and helping me think through hard questions. He quite literally made me a writer. I haven't figured out how to adequately express my gratitude, so all one can say is, thanks, Tom. Plenty of others deserve my thanks, as well. Not only is Sarah Burchell the last, best hope of mainstream publishing, but she was the project's biggest booster from day one, ever giving of time, insight, and advice. I couldn't imagine, let alone ask for, a better publisher. At Metropolitan, Reva Hocherman deserves particular gratitude. Kate Levin, Gregory Toft-B, and especially Megan Quirk aided this project in innumerable ways and have my sincere thanks. While my agent, Melissa Flashman, does the work that would otherwise make my head swim. Thanks, Mel. I owe a debt of gratitude to both Vicky Hare, for her excellent copy editing skills, and Ellis Levine, who made the legal review go smoother than I imagined possible. I would also like to thank all the people who provided me with leads and insights and took the time to answer my questions, especially the handful of military personnel who were truly helpful in providing information as I tried to unravel portions of the complex. In addition, my gratitude goes to those who sent in information and tips to me through tomdispatch.com and many fellow writers and reporters who have analyzed aspects of this topic and aided my work, directly or indirectly. I must also thank my parents for providing not only support and encouragement over the years but workspace at the beginning of this project, as well as my in-laws, since these chapters were edited under their roof. Finally, and most important, I want to thank Tam, who has lived with this project and all that comes with it for as long as I have. Not only did she offer insightful comments and innumerable excellent suggestions, lend her editorial and proofreading expertise, and help me think through many issues in the text, but her support, in ways beyond measure, made this book a reality. I cannot begin to express my appreciation and love. I am ever grateful to all those who helped edit, sharpen, and hone this text. All mistakes are, however, either my own or those of the Department of Defense,